Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Indeed, it was just like what Hermione said in front of me. He has more than just dragon blood in his body, and Carlos carries his dragon's blood with him. Therefore, dragon blood will basically not be stolen, but the materials Carlos collected in the magical forest. But there are other places in his dormitory. If these materials were stolen, Carlos would feel unhappy. After all, those materials were collected by Carlos little by little. Then tell me, Hermione, what's going on with that thief? How many people have his things stolen by him? I don't know how many there are specifically, but I heard recently that that thief seems to be often active in the intermediate and advanced classes. So I thought he might be in the intermediate class, oh, by the way, and he was still active after class. In this case, it will be more certain that he is indeed a student in the intermediate class. After all, only students in the intermediate class have time to activities in the intermediate class after class. If it's other classes, then they don't have that much time to come to the intermediate class. Carlos nodded. According to common sense, this calculation is very correct, but Carlos discovered something was wrong. He could figure it out from what Hermione said just now. When the thief first started, he was active in two classes, the intermediate class and the advanced class. The purpose of this selection is to avoid arousing everyone's search and suspicion. And now I am doing activities in the intermediate class in order to shift all the attention to the intermediate class. So is there a possibility that this person has mastered some kind of magic? A kind of magic that can teleport to a certain place, steal, and then return to your class. If this is the case, then the scope of intermediate classes should be expanded to include beginner classes and advanced classes. But in Carlos's eyes, the most likely candidate is the beginner class. But what he doesn't understand is what kind of talent he is. Surprisingly, even the junior class who just entered the school can do such magic. It was time for get out of class to end. After returning to the dormitory, Carlos opened the box he had left inside. Every potion and material in the box is neatly placed and equipped to be very safe. With a sigh, Carlos continued to put the box back into the drawer in front of him. Then I lay on the bed and prepared to go to sleep, and the night fell. In the sky, a bright moon wolf shines directly above everyone's heads. The bright moon was like a bright light, and the abnormal light appeared above everyone's heads. On the bright moon, red dots began to appear one after another little by little. Those red dots enlarged little by little like ink and began to stain other places around it. Then within a moment, Carlos suddenly found that his vision began to become blurry. Even his sleeping consciousness began to wake up like this. This thief is really naughty. He wouldn't think that he could block his sight like this. Doesn't he think that doing it this way is the most likely way to wake him up? Carlos, on the other hand, pretended to be still sleeping and lay quietly on the bed. Wait until the surrounding wind blows quietly. Carlos suddenly heard the sound of his drawer moving slightly, followed by the crisp sound of food moving. Immediately afterwards, Carlos heard the sound of the person disappearing, and then there was a sign of the wind disappearing. Shaking his head, Carlos opened his eyes from where he had just pretended to sleep and turned to look at his drawer. Then I saw that the drawer had been opened. As for what's inside the drawer, the materials in the box have disappeared. After smiling, Carlos was not anxious at all, but continued to lie on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Harry looked at Carlos in front of him with a shocked expression. "Hey, what did you say? You said you caught a thief last night, so what was stolen from you?" "Nothing, just inconspicuous and worthless little things." "The price of this thing is not particularly high, of course. It is just not particularly high for me. If that little thing was more conscious, then this thing should be returned." Carlos was not in a hurry at all. In order to lure the prey to the bait, he used a very big temptation. So he was very patient and looked at Harry and others in front of him. Waiting for the time for get out of class to end, Harry and Hermione looked at Carlos in front of them with puzzled faces, because they just thought of a weird place. Of course, neither Harry nor Ronald spoke, only Hermione spoke. "Letter 3005 ITS a bit strange. Why do you know who is coming to steal your things?" "Because when he stole my things, I was awake at the time, but I didn't see his appearance. He seemed to have used some ability to cover my eyes so that I could not see him, but he ignored one thing, that is, once he did this. How is it possible that the price of this grass is actually 10 million? But when he thought of his mother's illness, he clenched his fist tightly. Once this matter comes out, my academic career will be over. Do you know, at that time I suddenly woke up and heard a gust of wind blowing. The purpose is very simple, that is, I don't want to suffer more punishment. To be honest, good money is good. In his mind, the medicinal materials and things he stole were just relatively low-priced things. He looked at the bribery grass in his hand in front of him. If I suddenly fell into a deep sleep, I would suddenly be unable to adapt to the changes in reality and then wake up. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to sell the thing so that his mother's disease could be cured. The thief suddenly became somewhat silent. Carlos was chatting on one side, and a figure who was checking prices on the other side suddenly paused with his hands. Then it's equally hard to say what the final result will be. However, once his identity and the value of this grass are found out. For a moment he felt a little scared when he thought of this. Wait, aren't you causing trouble? Then my box containing materials opened. But now I see this piece of grass worth 10 million in my hand. What looked like a small piece of grass in my hand at the moment turned into a hot potato. The closest magical animal gathering place to Hogwarts is called the Magical Forest. The furthest place from Hogwarts where magical creatures gather is called the Valley of 10,000 Nights. Almost all of the magical animals gathered here are a group of magical animals that live in the valley. For example, poisonous scorpions, poisonous snakes, and these nervous animals, almost speaking. These are the favorites of evil people. They often catch poisonous scorpions and snakes for experiments. Their blood and bodies are often used as ingredients for their potions. In this case, they can be in these bloods, in these bodies, or have the abilities they want. Another example is these poisonous snakes or poisonous scorpions. It has survived here for nearly 10,000 years and has become a magical creature. So their blood and their bodies are not only the best materials for potions. The same is also the material that can make the sacrifice more perfect. In the innermost part of the 10,000 Nights Valley, there is a huge gathering place dug manually. Of course, if you look carefully, you will find that almost all the people in this gathering place are figures wearing black cloaks. Their faces were tattooed with lines that looked vicious one after another. And on the lines, there seemed to be 480 rows and rows of disgusting breath, which were constantly flowing out. You can even see that there should be drop after drop of black and water-like liquid on some people's faces above these lines. Someone once asked, "What is death?" Death is the last way to sacrifice for people. Death is a choice made when there is no choice. So friends, brothers, celebrate your death here and celebrate the last choice you made. Here, you will make your best efforts for the birth of our God and our Lord. On the altar, the Japanese man was standing right in the middle of the altar. Row after row of figures around him were covered with black cloth, their eyes covered. Their bodies were tied, causing their bodies to be thrown to the ground, and they could only feel pain. They were trembling and twisting, but there was still no way to escape. The man standing in the middle smiled slightly. His laughter went from dull at the beginning to gradually crazy, and now to crazy. It had completely turned into the laughter of not a person, but like the laughter of a devil, a real devil. He laughed very happily, but when he laughed out loud, suddenly, a black aura began to fill the altar. That black aura permeated the surroundings and spread over the entire altar. Countless people around him were all enveloped in this black aura. The black mist is getting deeper and deeper just after this moment. The black mist all merged together, covering the twisted figure and twisted crowd lying on the ground. Their bodies were constantly twisting and moving, but there was still no way to escape. This came from the black fog, and someone's rope was broken. He frantically began to crawl around, using his hands and feet together when he was about to climb to the edge of the stage. He felt that his body was losing more and more strength. The power is gradually starting to become weaker and weaker, and the feeling is so confused, so painful, so sad, and so desperate. Just like this, when they were about to escape for life, they fell into the most desperate death. In fact, the rope behind them was not broken by themselves. It's just this group of believers who have been tied up a little looser specifically for them. The purpose for a long time is to let them gradually die in this desperate environment. That's right, the so-called despair is not despair that continues forever. That kind of despair can make people give up, make people unable to see hope, and can make people fall directly into silence. This kind of despair is not what they like. The despair they like is the despair that they enter when they see life. That's right, when this group of people see the hope of life, continuously running away from the hope of life and moving forward. In the end, they can only fall into the death of hell. This kind of despair is what their Lord loves and loves the most. I have to say that Dumbledore was still too conservative back then. Dumbledore just cleared a few altars on the grassland. He did not enter the 10,000 Nights Canyon. If he entered the 10,000 Nights Canyon, you will find that there are so many altars here, more than those known on the grassland at that time. Even the altar here is more like the main altar. There seems to be infinite death intention around the huge altar. The sound of clicking and clicking continued, and the sound of their bodies all turning into bones and falling on the altar. Their bodies will no longer be surrounded by black mist until the black mist disappears. Everything around him fell into silence. Under the altar, a group of believers began to whisper. The priest who was on the high platform looked at the scene in front of him. He coughed lightly, then slowly picked up the scepter in his hand and poked it twice on the ground. The priest's voice was still singing loudly and loudly. They were looking forward to their Lord and General leading them on the path that belonged to their gods. However, these so-called believers, but I think as long as we continue to act, only our power will continue to expand. It's all for the future to achieve success as one's own divine envoy. The figure below began to nod slowly. As long as we raise more sacrifices, the Lord will surely come back to this world one day. Their eyes revealed a sense of faith and expectation. They continued to look at the altar in front of them and the great priest in front of them. Dear believers, we will not hesitate to serve God's mission. Lead us to our glorious moment. That's right, in the final analysis, this group of people are all about their rights in the future. Their whispers stopped and their movement stopped. Although the current few sacrifices are not enough to allow the Lord to come to this world again, but they never thought that their Lord had actually come long ago. After the snapping sound, he spoke. But they will never know that everything they do now will happen to them in the end. That's right, if the group of people they keep looking for are sacrifices, then they are the final sacrifices. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the believers also gradually dispersed. The moment they dispersed, only the gray bones were left hanging on the ground. It has lost the vitality that belonged to him, and only the patches of strange roads remain. And when this group of bones fell to the ground, the great priest who was on the altar smiled slightly. He looked at the group of believers going away, then looked at the sacrifices next to him and laughed. Then he slowly walked behind him, when the priest's figure disappeared from the altar. No one knows where he is going, but he is in the innermost area of Wanai Valley. The figure of the great priest is standing here, his hand slowly pressing on the stone wall next to it. There was a clicking sound, which was the sound of mechanisms and gears constantly rotating. That was the sound of the stone door in front of him being slowly opened. The priest picked up the lantern next to him. Then, accompanied by the faint glow of the lantern, the firelight entered the cave. However, what the great priest didn't know was the moment he walked into the cave. In a corner behind him, figures one after another were slowly walking over. These two figures seemed to have seen the high priest's movements, and they followed him with some doubts. As soon as they saw the great priest leaving their sight, they hurriedly followed him, until these three people entered the cave. The door of the cave seemed to be slowly closed intentionally or unintentionally. Look, just like I said, as long as I make an unreasonable move, there will always be smart people who find me and follow me. The priest's voice sounded slowly in the cave, and he continued to walk forward without stopping. He seems to be talking to someone, but if you look closely at the flowers, you will find that there is no one around him. The two people at the back, a man and a woman, followed the steps of the great priest and continued to walk forward. Up to this moment, they didn't know that this was just a trap set by the great priest to sacrifice the two of them. As the footsteps of these two people followed the great priest, they walked inside. In a certain direction in front of them, a figure slowly appeared in their sight. There was a chill and malice in the eyes of this figure. He was like a demon when he heard the footsteps behind him. This figure slowly turned his head and looked at the great priest behind him, then smiled slightly, and Yin Shenjai spoke slowly. Look, there are always smart people who think they are smart but don't know it. They have already stepped into the trap I set, so these two smart people will be left to you, my dear Lord. This figure slowly turned his head to look at the great priest behind him, and then smiled slightly. Of course, if you can see his face, you will find it. His whole body was almost covered with pieces of rotten flesh. Among the pieces of his rotting flesh, there seemed to be traces of white bones showing through. And in front of him, there were countless mists pouring into his body from the surroundings. Those black mists were like pieces of flesh slowly growing out of his body in an instant. The face was very scary, as if it had been burned. If Carlos were here at this moment, he would definitely shout out in surprise, "Isn't the person in front of him Voldemort?" But the person in front of him is indeed not Voldemort, he is the other side of Voldemort. This figure turned to look at the great priest next to him, then turned his head and looked behind him. There seemed to be several shadows. At this moment, the two shadowy figures finally realized that something was wrong. The two of them immediately wanted to escape behind them, but they were too late. Because the figure behind him was very fast, and in just an instant he was in front of the two of them. When the man saw this scene, he rushed forward to challenge the monster in front of him and stop him. Let the female companion next to you go first, but it is a pity. Just a face-to-face meeting, the man suddenly felt that his body was flying. Then it bounced on the ceiling and finally fell to the ground with a pop, and that woman just ran less than 2 steps away. Suddenly I felt that a long gash had been torn open in my body. 0. Blood continued to flow out and the internal organs inside slowly stepped out. The monster in front of him finally showed his excited expression. What are you two running for? Look, isn't this the goal you have been waiting for? Look, he will take you on the path to the kingdom of God. No, you can already take the first step on the way to the kingdom of God, don't worry. There will be many people coming to accompany you later, and you will not feel lonely on the road to the kingdom of God. The voice of the great priest sounded, followed by the next moment. As if the words of the great priest were reflected in front of him, this monster was in front of him. He grabbed the bodies of the man and woman in front of him fiercely. Looking at the figure around him, he took a staff in his hand with a light shining on it. On this arena, any students who have conflicts can solve problems and fight here. Blood was flowing down and the great priest's smile was so unrestrained. In this cave, no one knows what happened. After this person finished speaking, he slowly retreated, and then the first duel was killed. The lively scenes in the college brought exciting atmospheres to the entire college. Looking at the huge arena in front of him, there was a figure on top of the arena who couldn't wait any longer. Only the sound of clicking and stirring was left. The crowd was very orderly and slowly walked into the open-air arena. In just a moment, their necks were bitten off. Immediately afterwards, I saw this figure speaking slowly to the light. So here we are with all the students designing an arena. In this academy, small conflicts will always occur between people from time to time. Let's learn from each other, supervise each other, observe each other, and create a more perfect magic society. They began to sit in rows and rows of seats, but these contradictions are understandable and normal. Because no matter who it is, as long as he knows it, he will definitely die. So we will put all the duels together today. Although Carlos didn't quite understand why that guy from Brooklyn put himself and his duel here. Almost all the duelists here are fighting in the ring, but he knew that this guy must have come with his own purpose, whether it's humiliating oneself or doing something unexpected in this arena. Carlos said it didn't matter, he just stared quietly at James in front of him. There was a slight smile in his eyes. In Carlos's view, no matter what little moves James made, they would not have any impact on him. In the face of absolute strength, any bells and whistles are just bells and whistles. Just above the ring, figures one after another kept coming up, then one figure after another kept leaving. 753, this time the arena looked so lively. It was also because of Hogwarts that a rare duel actually gathered together today. It can almost be said that any duel is no small matter, but it's not a big deal. For any single duel, he would never summon so many people. But this time is different because it is a family duel between two wizard families. This led to such a situation that the entire venue was almost packed. In the auditorium, Harry Potter and others looked at the scene in front of them with worried expressions on their faces, especially Harry, who glanced at Ronald next to him and asked slowly, "Carlos wants a duel. Has he ever told you what's going on? Why is there suddenly a family duel?" Ronald shook his head. Carlos wanted to have a family duel. He had only heard of this kind of thing recently. And the most important thing is that it is a duel with the James family. It is said that Carlos' cousin Moya crippled a certain son of the James family. Otherwise, Carlos would not have left Hogwarts directly at that time and asked for leave to go out and deal with family matters directly. From this point of view, maybe this family duel may be related to the last problem between Moya and the children of the James family. I had a guess, but I'm not sure if that's the reason. Of course, I have great faith in Carlos's strength. Even if the second young master of the James family used any tricks, it would have absolutely no effect in the face of Carlos's absolute strength. To be honest, Ronald was not very worried that Carlos would lose this game. What he was worried about was not Carlos himself, but the Lucifer family. The Lucifer family is intricately connected, unlike the Ronald family. Because the Lucifer family has become more integrated with families in the Muggle world in recent years. As a result, the internal situation is complicated and the bloodline can be said to be almost various. This means that there are also a lot of sesame seeds among the heads of the Lucifer family. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for the Carlos family to control the entire Lucifer family. After all, no one knows who in the Lucifer family has a brain twitch. Suddenly, he did something to trick the Lucifer family. After all, people's hearts are the most unpredictable in this world. What I'm worried about is that someone in the Lucifer family may not be able to stand the stimulation of the James family or the temptation of the James family. In the end, it led to the betrayal of the Lasua family. After all, people's hearts are difficult to measure. After all, almost all of the Ronald family are pureblood wizards. It doesn't matter whether it's the 7 members of your family or the current Ronald. Because they are both wizards, almost every decision they make can be made through discussion and at the lowest cost, because this is the advantage of having fewer people. But the Lucifer family can't. After Ronald glanced at the venue in front of him, Hermione next to him said a little helplessly, "Don't you think it's a little strange for the second young master of the James family to choose this place this time?" The James family, I understand that their family often engages in small tricks. In order to win, in order to gain the reputation of their family, this is a normal thing. But you have to understand that a family duel is not a very glorious thing. The James family, being able to bring the family duel to this kind of arena, must be well prepared. Therefore, no matter what small tricks they use, they will definitely not let outsiders discover them. While Hermione and the others were chatting, suddenly a figure walked over slowly. Teacher Snape looked at the arena in front of him and saw several figures slowly leaving. Then he spoke softly and explained. Hear Mr. Snape's explanation of the Jamite family. Both Harry and Ronald felt shocked. They never thought that Teacher Snape would have such a deep understanding of the family. Harry and the other two looked at Mr. Sleo next to them with strange expressions on their faces and then slowly asked him, "Then Mr. Snape, why do you hate the family so much?" "It's not that I hate families, I just hate those pureblood families and some ancient families. How many things have their families done in this world as a family? How many of those things are good? Think about it, Ronald, you should understand, right? If it weren't for your family, there are only 7 people who can better control the situation of the entire family. I think the troubled Lucifer family is what you hate the most. Indeed, although the Lucifer family can be said to be a declining family. But because their predecessors were from an ancient family, so one in terms of inheritance, etiquette, and even the arrogance of the nobility, the Lucifer family can almost be regarded as an ancient magic family. When it comes to dealing with people and things, the Lucifer family almost treats itself as an ancient family. Treating anyone arrogantly is something Carlos has no way to solve. In Carlos' view, the world is changing. If the relationship between families does not change, then they will be eliminated. On the ring below, it was finally Carlos's turn and Brooklyn's. The two of them looked at each other slowly. There was a faint murderous intent in the eyes of both of them. Yes, it can be seen that their murderous intentions are not hidden at all, whether it is Brooklyn or Carlos. Remember what the two of us are betting on, and Brooklyn, if you really have any guts and are a man, you shouldn't take that thing out. Carlos looked at Brooklyn in front of him with ridicule and contempt in his eyes. But at this moment, Brooklyn didn't feel any shame at all. He just held the staff quietly and stared at Carlos in front of him. There was a spark between the two of them in their eyes. Maybe it's like taking action directly in the next moment. The moment the two raised their staffs, suddenly, a ray of light flashed slightly. Just when Brooklyn thought that Carlos in front of him was about to fall under the magic of his staff. However, he discovered that magic had been released from Carlos' hands. The speed of your weapon makes it difficult for him to react. He only saw a golden ray of light coming towards him and then hitting his subordinate. Immediately afterwards, the staff in his hand came out. The next moment, Carlos once again threw a blast of Expelliarmus, but it couldn't come over. Carlos's speed made Brooklyn's face darken slightly. How is it possible? How could Carlos 3 be so fast? Moreover, doesn't he need to recite the magic spell? What a poor kid, do you think a family duel is just a child's playhouse? Can I still wait for you to finish reciting the spell, then stretch out the staff and poke it into my nostrils? Am I casting a spell? Am I resisting? How is that possible? Children, just go home and play house. Don't play children's tricks here. There is no one to play with you here. Every time Carlos performed, it was Expelliarmus, and every time the shooter hit Brooklyn in front of him, it only made him feel a certain amount of humiliation but not danger. Brooks' face darkened slightly. He didn't expect that Carlos would take aim at his hand as soon as he started. Knocking off his own staff will indeed make him unable to cast spells. The staff is the most important thing in the world. He must have it before he can let people cast magic. As for the future, it is a matter of the future. So when Carlos saw Brooklyn in front of him, the staff in his hand was a staff made from the legendary tree branch. He then understood that Brooklyn would definitely not be able to have a good fight with him. This family definitely cannot use magic potions. Since magic potions cannot be used, the James family decided to take out the legendary staff. Come and give it to Brooklyn for use, and Brooklyn is also without any surprises. It can be seen that Carlos is afraid of this staff. Of course, that fear was just what Carlos showed him. Therefore, Carlos had actually already thought of how to deal with him. It doesn't matter if the staff can't compare. After all, you don't need a very good staff. After all, in terms of magic casting speed, he is at least 2 versions ahead of his opponent. Under such circumstances, Carlos has very strong self-confidence. Even with this special staff in his hand, he can still defeat the opponent. Brooklyn never imagined that Carlos would only unleash Expelliarmus on him every time the weapon hit him. Brooklyn could feel a burst of pain, but he didn't feel any damage. This pain was just a flesh pain, and there was no dangerous pain. This meant that he was humiliating himself, and Brooklyn's face changed slightly. His eyes glanced at the staff next to him, and he wanted to resist. But Carlos was too fast, and he could only dodge 1 or 2 magics at most each time, and then he would be hit by a magic. Carlos, don't go too far. Do you know what the consequences will be if you humiliate me like this? I will destroy the Lucifer family, and I will let the Lucifer family fall on the stage of the magic world and sink again. Carlos didn't mean to listen to his provocation at all. He knew that this was anger and wanted him to defeat him directly. After all, no matter what, he did insult the James family a little. But Carlos wanted to insult the James family. If he didn't humiliate him, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Brooklyn's eyes were completely fixed on his staff next to him. He wanted to reach out to pick up the staff, but every time Carlos saw him reaching out to pick up the staff, he would disarm him and knock his staff away, so that every time his staff rolled a distance, it would roll out of the ring. Oh. If you think I am humiliating you, then just treat it as such. If you feel that you can't fight anymore, just admit defeat. I believe that the James family should not have any punishment for the children who admit defeat. Carlos is not a fool. For this kind of wizard family in the existing world, they pay the most attention to face, and face is priceless for them. All the students who saw this scene above were stunned. And Carlos's set is specifically to stimulate the fear in the heart of Brooke in front of him. He had no anger at all, as if he was not at all anxious about his younger brother being humiliated like this. Linktra, James' eyes were full of calmness. Now you tell me about the little tricks. Yes, I am using little tricks to mess with you. What can you do? For them, family duels like this can almost be regarded as a certain level in decades. It immediately aroused a lot of expectations, and Harry and Ronald, who were in the stands at this moment, were stunned. Originally, they were full of joy and expectation at the beginning, waiting for the duel between the 2 families in front of them. So generally speaking, Brooklyn can be knocked down and defeated by himself. The eldest son of the James family was still eating in the main seat, but these 2 years are different. 2 family duels have been completed in 2 consecutive years. Can you still? Is there any way to resist? If you have the guts, you can fight me head-on. Don't do these little tricks. Why didn't you ask our Lucifer family? Why didn't you ask our Lucifer family in advance? They didn't expect that this family duel would turn into such a farce. After all, between families, unless it is absolutely necessary, they will basically not initiate a duel. Little tricks, please. The James family did little tricks before. But he must not surrender. This is the bottom line of every family. Carlos first turned his head and glanced at Linklater and James next to him. Then he turned his head and looked at Brooklyn James in front of him. These 2 children of the James family often cause trouble in this school. And most importantly, the extent of their troubles. Compared to that guy, Deputy Mar, he is more capable of causing trouble. It can even be said that they have no self-correction mentality towards businessmen. I saw the scene of you chasing me and running away above the thunder. No one was interested in watching anymore, but there were boos. They all felt that this was just a show between families. But the magic of getting rid of your weapons has actually reached Brooklyn, and this cannot be faked. So the boos present were just part of it, and not everyone could understand it. So that's it. Carlos hit Brooklyn's hand from the beginning. In other words, Carlos had already figured it out from the beginning. Brooklyn's staff is going to be knocked off, no matter what method is used to defeat Brooklyn. No matter how powerful the James family is, it is of no use. Because once a wizard loses his staff, it is equivalent to a person losing his hand and a doctor losing his foot. Ronald smiled, then slowly turned his head to look at Harry next to him. Harry also nodded, and the 2 looked at each other and smiled. Then, looking at the scene, Carlos was still humiliating Brooklyn in front of him. I don't know what happened, but there was no one around to stop Carlos in front of him. Even Snape next to him wasn't in the slightest bit anxious. It could be seen that Carlos was just humiliating him and did not cause any harm to him. Since there is no violation of the rules, there is no need to go up here at all. Elizabeth on the other side pursed her lips slightly, revealing a charming smile. This woman, even though she has given birth to a son, still looks young on the surface. Shy and charming like a girl, she looked at Carlos. Elizabeth understood Carlos and Brooklyn from the beginning. There must be a fight between the Lucifers and the Jameses. But what she didn't expect was that this one would definitely come so quickly, and it will be so unexpected. More than 10 minutes passed when Carlos stopped holding the staff in his hand. There was only one body lying there in the field. No one, not even Carlos, expected that Brooklyn in front of him actually held on and caught 20% of his magic. And the most important thing is that he still refused to admit defeat during these processes. Even one of his staffs has been knocked to the ground by himself. He has no intention of admitting defeat at all, it means. He relied on his own perseverance to get through it, yes. Carlos clapped and then spoke slowly. As expected of a son of the James family, I never thought he could be so talented even after being beaten tilde. The referee saw the scene in front of him and walked over slowly. With a look of helplessness, he patted Brooklyn's face in front of him and then said, determined that Brooklyn unconscious, this family duel was won by Carlos. There was no applause, no cheers, and no boos. The atmosphere at the scene was peaceful. Even Carlos's younger brother, Herlock, was sitting quietly, showing no intention of moving. He felt that his eldest brother really didn't look like a noble boy. And when Herlock recently received a letter from his father, Delia seems ready to groom herself to be the pillar of the family. That way, it seems that he wants to train himself to be the patriarch of the family. Could it be that Carlos is not prepared to serve as the patriarch of the Lucifer family? Herlock thought of many things at once, and finally he looked helplessly at Harry and Ronald next to him. Well, Senior Harry, my brother, has he ever told you what he wants to do? The future. Harry Potter had a look of doubt on his face. What was going on with Carlos' younger brother? Could it be that he is still preparing to compete with Carlos for the position of family patriarch? Ronald next to him smiled softly and said, H-Lock, just study with peace of mind. Your brother is probably not particularly interested in this position. Ultimately, this position will be handed over to you, and you will not be hindered. Ronald could also see some of Carlos' thoughts. He understood that Carlos would definitely not want to get involved in that kind of cumbersome family affairs. For a free-spirited person like Carlos, it is the biggest disaster for the entire magician society. Likewise, it is also the most valuable asset in every magician society. Carlos has a talent for potions and a talent for learning magic. He is famous in the entire academy and can even be said to be among the best. Having such a talent comes naturally, and in the eyes of many people, it is like a genius. It is normal for such a genius to have his own pride. Harry glanced at Ronald. He didn't expect Ronald to look so deeply. The second requirement is also very simple. The James family must form an alliance with the Lucifer family, which will last for 10 years. The first thing to do is to establish the Lucifer family's magic library. That's right, Carlos is ready to build up the foundation of the Lucifer family again. Zhao's. Of course, the hatred between himself and Brooklyn is just a personal hatred and does not rise to the level of the Lucifer family. Therefore, the two special requirements are the first request made by the family in the main agreement. This is a matter of etiquette between each family duel. So one way Carlos came up with is that it is better to make friends than to make enemies. The betting agreement between family duels is determined by the challenger. The James family delivers 500 magic books to the Lucifer family. Carlos knew that no matter how much he wanted from the James family, it would only be a drop in the bucket of the James family. And Carlos, in order to take care of the face issues between the families, advance and retreat together within the family under the situation of superiority and elimination of the fittest. But the James family, if they want to get involved with the Lucifer family. In the Society of Magicians, he definitely has any calendar. In the future of the Lucifer family, many children of the family will definitely become magicians. By that time, if there aren't a corresponding number of magician books, it would be a bit embarrassing to talk about it. As for the challenge scenario, it is decided by the person being challenged. The final winner is naturally the Lucifer family. Yes, it's just personal hatred. At least that's what Carlos thought at the time, but he didn't know what Brooklyn thought. When Carlos looked at the black aura in front of him, his eyes were full of vicious hatred and malice. Carlos understood that Brooklyn had suppressed his anger to the extreme. There is a risk of eruption at any time and anywhere, or he has already erupted. Although I don't know who bewitched him, I can see it. The blood in his body is changing from the original human blood to the devil's blood. This process of change is irreversible, and it is also a sad process. He slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out the staff from his waist. Originally, Carlos thought it was just an outing mission, and originally thought it was just a mission in the magical forest. But what Carlos didn't expect was that the process of this mission would be so difficult and so bumpy. What happened to you? Why did you become like this? What makes me curious is that the James family didn't find out about your problem from the beginning. Or did the James family deliberately ignore your problem and even didn't suppress it? Brooklyn slowly raised the legendary staff in his hand. On the staff, there was a guide wire originally made of dragon bones. At this moment, a black breath was slowly burning. The wire made of the dragon bone was originally made of the dragon bone wire made by the evil dragon. That means that this legendary staff is not an ordinary staff. It's still an evil bone staff. The terrible thing about this kind of power is that a normal staff releases magic power by half, but when releasing black magic normally, its power is not just doubled. It's almost equivalent to twice the power, such as releasing a primary magic, but it has the power of a mid-level magic. Carlos, you understand, right? This is the hatred between the two of us. This is between the two of us. Of course, the James family naturally let me duel with you. According to you, the duel in the ring is no longer counted. Are you, the James family, going to destroy the knight's contract? How pitiful. No, the James family will definitely abide by the family duel and the rules between them. As for you, Carlos, I think you should understand what I am talking about. You, a discarded child abandoned by the Lucifer family. Even if I kill you, no one will know and no one will understand. As soon as the voice fell, his staff was seen raised. Carlos's reaction was even faster, and he had just finished the spell in his mind. Just looking at Brooklyn in front of him the moment he released the spell, he also launched magic. Avada Kedavra. Two black magics hit each other fiercely. At this moment, the Avada Kedavra released by Carlos was a primary Avada Kedavra. Because of the magic power, this section of Avada Kedavra was not strong. But the one in Brooklyn's hand was an Avada Sui with real mid-level power. Carlos grinned, watching the black magic coming towards him. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated to the side Brooklyn's black magic. Just avoided it, then passed by and finally hit the tree behind him. With a clang, the big tree behind Carlos, which was as big as a bowl, just like that, under the power of this black magic, a hole was smashed. Similarly, the figure in front of him was ready to continue releasing, without any hesitation. Continue to release Avada Kedavra towards Carlos. The speed was so fast that Carlos was slightly startled. And most importantly, Brooklyn in front of him didn't know when he started. He didn't need to recite it with his mouth. It seemed that for him, he only needed to recite it silently in his heart. No, everyone can learn the method of reciting the spell silently in their hearts. Everyone should be able to learn it, but because of habit, they didn't say it out loud, so the delay of magic is increased, and now, when the delay is reduced, Carlos knows that his speed will not be much of an advantage. Ha, the Lucifer family abandoned you. Look at Carlos. The two of us are just the same, both abandoned by the family. You should understand that with temperaments like ours, only darkness is the most suitable for us. And I stepped into the darkness, but you are still in the light. This is unfair, so I want you to be trapped in the swamp of hell. Looking at Avada Kedavra in front of him, constantly hitting him. Carlos could only run madly. He didn't listen to what Brooklyn said in front of him. For him, no matter what Brooklyn said, it was useless to him. Every time he ran behind a big tree or a big rock. He would never be able to stay in Hogwarts. And Avada Kedavra, that is one of the 3 forbidden spells that cannot be learned in Hogwarts Academy. Carlos actually calculated all the results and all the processes. Anyway, Carlos just needed to ignore it. Of course, this beam of light was not noticed by Brooklyn on the opposite side. Even he could not continue to return to the James family. If he cast magic this time and let Carlos escape, then his identity would be exposed. Carlos kept running, and the staff in his hand slowly lit up slightly, a beam of khaki light. Brooklyn on the opposite side seemed to have discovered Carlos's thoughts. Just as he said, the James family abandoned him and the Lucifer family abandoned Carlos. But he had no way to stop him because he cast magic so fast. Carlos smiled slightly. Some things never rely on magic to decide the outcome. But he was wrong in one thing: the Lucifer family never abandoned Carlos. Of course, Carlos didn't run meaninglessly. In this world of magic, fists are also useful. Similarly, Carlos had already discussed it with his father. The purpose was very simple, so that he could dodge in advance. This khaki light only flickered a little on the staff, then he disappeared. The next moment, Carlos threw his whole body towards the big tree in front of him. Then he left Brooklyn's sight. But Carlos's body had already moved behind two big trees. After running back and forth and disappearing, Brooklyn frowned slightly. At this moment, he must walk to his right. Only then can we see which side Carlos moved to, and then we can better observe the direction of Carlos. Shaking his head, Brooklyn's mind seemed to be in chaos at the moment. All the thoughts and all the lines are constantly intertwined at this moment and cannot be separated tilde. But what can be done? He can only continue to do this. When Brooklyn walked towards his right, but he didn't find it not far ahead on the right. There is a piece of land that is completely different from ordinary land, a circular land. The land here seems a little softer and a little weirder. Carlos stayed behind the big tree, his eyes looking forward quietly. Generally speaking, there are limits to magic power and there are limits to physical strength. In the battle between the magic power and the body, it depends on whether Brooklyn wins or Carlos wins. Of course, this is Brooke Buckland's opinion, it's not in his opinion. As long as Carlos's physical strength is exhausted, he will definitely be caught up by his own magic. But it seemed different to Carlos. Carlos is not a fool. He has strong physical strength and is not without magic power. Compared to this one, the idiot whose brain has been corroded by darkness. Carlos didn't worry at all about whether his intelligence would detect the traps lurking around him at that moment. Brooklyn smiled slightly, but he finally saw Carlos's staff in his sight, slightly appearing in his perspective. Immediately afterwards, Carlos's entire body appeared in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, the black staff in Brooklyn's hand was swung in a wolf's way. Carlos, I want you to die. The black light carried by Avada Kedavra rushed towards Carlos. Carlos frowned and quickly retreated back. But the speed of this spell was so fast that Carlos had no chance of escaping. But Carlos was not a vegetarian. While maintaining a trap, Carlos' eyes flashed slightly. The magic power in the body also began to flow again. There are many obstacles. A wall of earth created by magic appeared in front of Carlos. When Avada Kedavra came over from the opposite side, the black magic hit the earth wall and finally died. At this moment, suddenly, a shout came to Carlos' ears. That scream was obviously coming from Brooklyn in front of him. Brooklyn's body remained slightly under the ground. The whole body, as if sinking into a swamp, began to sink slowly. After all the obstacles disappeared, Carlos's deep expression was revealed. Everything is petrified. There was a bang, and the golden magic hit Brooklyn directly. All the magical effects from petrification acted on his body. His body gradually began to lose the ability to move. After Carlos saw Brooklyn's body, he was directly petrified by his own petrification. He quickly ran up and kicked away the staff he was holding. Then when he saw Nuo's body trapped in the trap, he sighed softly, shook his head and said, "Actually, I want to kill you, but I still have to thank you. Because of your arrival, I know that there is more than just Voldemort in this world. It is evil. In this world that affects gods and magic, I believe there must be more evil gods." After Carlos finished speaking, he slowly stretched out his hand. Little by little, it clicked in front of him on Brooklyn's head. Brooklyn's face changed slightly, even though he was petrified. However, if you look at it from the surface, you will find that his body is still the original body, it is just frozen. But his face was still so rosy, but he couldn't move. After finishing speaking, Carlos picked up the staff that was kicked away from the ground. Requesting flowers 0 on the black staff, there are bone dragons carved one after another like bones. The dragon climbing rock is on top of the staff, extending to the front like a line. This one must be the staff made from the bones of the evil dragon. Shaking his head, Carlos put away the staff and then glanced at the sky. At this moment, the sky has become silent, and the sky seems to be covered with stars and clouds. The moon gradually began to shine over the entire land. Next to him, Brooklyn's body gradually began to recover after the petrification effect disappeared. But his body was still buried in the ground and he couldn't get up. "Carlos, why on earth? Why are there always geniuses like you in this world? Why are there mediocre fools like us in this world? Why do mediocrity and genius always exist under the same sky?" Listening to the complaints from Brooklyn next to him, he didn't move at all. Listening to his evil aura full of negative energy, Carlos shook his head, his face speechless. "Do you think I am a genius? But in my eyes, I have always been mediocre. You think I am a genius because you have not seen real genius. Because you haven't seen the hard work behind my mediocrity. For example, you think I am so talented in potions. Just pick up any book and read it, and you can easily make the potion with the above materials, right? But have you ever thought about it? Before that, I had already mastered all the potions. I have every dose, every gram, every millimeter. That's why I was able to make the magic potion so easily. Therefore, I am not a genius, I am just a mediocre person who works hard. You have never seen a real genius. Yes, Carlos used to be a real member of the Tiantuan group. He still feels sadness next to him, but he does not feel disappointment or, in other words, silence. However, Carlos still didn't quite understand. Why does he firmly believe that he is a genius? And because he is a genius, he must kill himself. Did he have a brain twitch? Or has his nerves always been this bad? Carlos thought it was unlikely in his mind. Brooklyn at least must have a pretty good head. At least when I met him more than a week ago, he was sober when he spoke. But at this moment, he seemed to be a completely different person. It doesn't matter whether it's your brain or your soul. Time passed little by little and Carlos frowned. He found that the time he had left seemed to be long enough. But until now, there is still no one looking for me. It's not just like this. Since the 743 next to him, Brooklyn, which has sunk into the ground, is still silent at this moment. It was as if he had fallen into death. Carlos frowned and stretched slightly as if he realized something. Slowly walked towards the outside of the forest, but when Carlos walked towards the outside of the forest, he didn't know how long had passed. He found that his body had returned to its original position again. That is where Brooklyn is staying at this moment. Turning around to look around, the surrounding forest was completely silent. The sound of birds and flowers that had just entered the forest had disappeared at this moment. Logically speaking, after walking for so long, I should have walked out of the forest. But when I walked towards the outside of the forest again, I found that I was back to the starting point again. Looking in front of him, Brooklyn was still trapped in the swamp. Carlos' frown began to deepen. He picked up the staff and waved it slowly towards Brooklyn. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the ground under Brooklyn's body began to turn into a swamp again. Pulling Brooklyn out of the swamp, I saw that his eyes were closed and he didn't look like he was enjoying life. Carlos was quite sure that the man who was fighting with him just now was not like this. So it's not him who has the problem, it's his own problem. Picking up the staff in his hand, Carlos patted the black magic staff on his waist. The staff was emitting a faint black light. It seems that intentionally or unintentionally, Carlos is being brought to a special place. Carlos realized that it was the evil dragon staff that was causing trouble. If it weren't for this evil dragon staff, it would be impossible for him to have such a problem. However, this staff, logically speaking, is just the material of the evil dragon. How could he possibly treat himself to a world like his that had no end at all? Even Brooklyn, his own force, is fake. Putting away the evil dragon staff, Carlos slowly placed Brooklyn's body in place. Then little by little, he began to look for a way out to the side. In fact, the inside of this forest looks very similar to the magical forest on the surface, but if it actually radiates downward from the sky, it will be found. It's not like a magical forest, but it looks like a magical forest. Yes, it's like what it used to be like in the magical forest. For example, the old dragon's lair is still in the forest. Carlos sighed, then waved the staff in his hand. Slowly walked towards the distance. He walked several roads and finally found that at the end of each road was the scene of Brooklyn lying on the ground in front of him. It was as if after everything, I was back where I started and couldn't find my way out. Carlos didn't believe this result and he was still searching frantically. And after Carlos walked in all directions, he finally slowly raised his head and looked above himself, that is, in the sky. He noticed something strange, that is, the magical forest at this moment was black. So is there a possibility that the sky is white? Riding his broom, Carlos suddenly jumped up. The whole body passed through the forest and headed towards the sky. However, the dark night sky and the silent stars made Hello's heart skip a beat. When he came in, it was obviously daytime. At this moment, the world has turned into a dark night, and this kind of dark night does not look like the scene where the night just fell just now. But the night has fallen for a long, long time. Countless stars and moons, their twinkling points of light slightly illuminate some directions and roads, and Carlos finally saw the entire magical forest clearly. He saw something inside the magical forest that shouldn't exist. For example, the outskirts of the magical forest that was once burned by fire. It was still lush and green at the moment, and another example was the huge dragon's lair next to him. At this moment, he is still staying in the magical forest. From the lair, he can even hear the roar of dragons one after another. But the roaring sound became a little weird. No, it wasn't like the roaring sound that I was familiar with before. After looking around, Carlos slowly landed on the ground. He probably already understood that he might already be in the land of the evil dragon. Generally speaking, wherever the evil dragon is located, it will basically be affected by the power of the evil dragon. The moment he swallowed half the bottle of medicine. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be teleported here. Teleport to this area, a land surrounded by evil dragons surrounded by a dark magical forest. The place where this power affects is called the land of the evil dragon. Raising the staff, Carlo's hands slowly lit up with a light. Their bodies also seemed to be contaminated with evil spirits. He swallowed a bottle of potion that he carried with him. Animals contaminated with evil spirits basically die or survive and become part of the evil dragon. Throughout the body, a magic power was slowly boiling and flowing. Of course, this is a very normal behavior because evil energy is emitted unconsciously and has nothing to do with itself. There was a bang, and Carlos raised his staff. Immediately afterwards, all the magic power in Carlos' body began to surge. A terrifying mass of shattered bodies and bones gathered together. All the magical creatures living here are affected by the evil dragon's breath. But at this moment, Carlos discovered that this time, 2-4 should be the evil dragon vividly using his ability. Maybe the evil dragon himself doesn't want to use this ability. The magic power began to dissipate, and the next moment, Carlos smashed it into pieces and casually smashed it towards the evil dragon's lair. At this moment, inside the evil dragon's lair, the dragon's roar was still roaring inside. At this moment, he was hit by this terrifying body-shattering magic and suddenly stopped. The entire magical forest became silent again at this moment, and Carlos also began to calm down, start thinking and wait. But just as Carlos was thinking, suddenly, a crazy roar sounded from the sky. It was a dragon with a black aura all over its body, and the black scales on his body echoed the luster of the moon. It seems that there is a strange power flickering all the time. When he came to the top of Carlos, he saw the slight smile of the tiny human below. Immediately afterwards, doubts appeared in its eyes. He wondered why such a human appeared in his territory. Logically speaking, it is impossible for this human being to appear next to him. After all, although my territory seems to be in the Muggle world and the Magic Society 3, but no one knows that this place is actually in a world of nothingness. If it were just an ordinary person, it would be impossible to get in. Even in these 1,000 years, no one has entered here. Then, when the evil dragon suddenly felt the black aura on Carlos's body in front of him. At this time, its eyes changed from confusion to anger and rage. He seemed to be in an angry child state and suddenly roared at Carlos. The roar of the dragon was so shocking that it seemed to shatter everything in the world. Carlos, who was below, also heard the roar. When he raised his head and looked at the evil dragon hovering over him in the sky, there was a kind of fear on his face, and Carlos picked up the staff in his hand without any hesitation. Then he ran forward. He wanted to curse, "He just smashed your hometown. Do you need to chase me so closely? Because even Carlos can feel it. I must have been brought here by the evil dragon in front of me." If it weren't for him, he would still not be in the magical forest. Seeing Carlos running wildly, the dragon shook its head slightly. The two horns on his head began to rotate continuously. Then the whole body was twisted a little, accompanied by pieces of corroded flesh. With his wings flapping, he chased after Carlos. In this dark forest, the evil dragon is getting faster and faster. Getting faster and faster, in just a moment, he was in front of Carlos. The moment the evil dragon came to Carlos' front this time, his mouth slowly opened, and a black light gradually began to gather. It was as if Carlos in front of him was going to be completely destroyed in an instant. Carlos didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he stretched out his powers at the same time. A ball of light also began to gather inside the staff in his hand. Avada Kedavra's black energy gradually began to flash out. Carlos this time was different from the last time. When facing Brooklyn, Carlos won with absolute skill. But when facing the evil dragon this time, Carlos felt that any technique was like hard work in the face of such power. Damn it, Carlos' mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to curse, he wanted to yell angrily. But there is nothing he can do if he is sprayed by this black light. There is absolutely no integrity in my own body. There was a bang, and at that moment, Carlos's eyes were all occupied by these 10 black rays of light. Carlos only felt a hot breath surging around him. That breath stretched infinitely and stretched again and again. At this moment, Carlos could only feel the small staff in his hand. It is absolutely impossible for the magic power Avada ordered to defeat the terrifying power in front of him. At the moment Carlos was preparing to face death, suddenly a familiar roar sounded from beside him. Accompanying the roar was a golden flame. The flame hit him hard on top of the black flame. The two flames collided together and finally dispersed. This was just a giant red dragon. This giant red dragon glanced at Carlos in front of him. Then he took another look at the evil dragon in front of him. The eyes of the two giant dragons looked at each other slightly, as if they could both see the meaning in each other's eyes. Carlos slowly retreated towards the back. Although he didn't know why the Dragon King came here. But Carlos understood that once he came here, he would have a good companion. However, when the Dragon King and the evil dragon in front of him were constantly discussing. That was the evil dragon's staff. The moment I saw that staff blooming. Of course, if it weren't for the appearance of the Dragon King, even if Carlos could explain it, it would still kill Carlos. Didn't you say that? 500 years ago, that group of people came to hunt you. He was asking why they were both dragons, even though they were not in the same camp. He slowly looked at Carlos in front of him and then couldn't help but snorted. The Dragon King seemed to be aware of the thoughts of the evil dragon in front of him in advance. Finally, the evil dragon calmed down, and he seemed to understand the meaning of the Dragon King's mouth in front of him. When Carlos heard this, he immediately wanted to refute. Then he turned his head and looked to the side with an arrogant look. It can be seen that this evil dragon was indeed very angry, and it was so angry that it really wanted to kill Carlos. Then look at this little child. Is it possible that he could have lived as long as 500 years? Why do you have to help your enemies? However, the Red Dragon King shook his head and said. The evil dragon's expression immediately changed slightly, and he wanted to take another bite at Carlos in front of him. The red burning fireworks in his mouth also spurted out fiercely, and the two flames collided together again. He was also slightly stunned. He slowly turned his head to look at Carlos behind him, and then said with a thoughtful look on his face. Carlos, he said you took his scales, so he thought you were the one who hunted it. Do you really have his scales on your body? Ever since, at this time, the evil dragon roared fiercely at the Dragon King in front of him. But then, Carlos was slightly stunned. He slowly pulled out a black staff from behind him. Carlos looked at the two giant dragons in front of him, howling at each other. They are like two giant cats constantly roaring at each other, constantly echoing the other party's words. To be honest, Carlos couldn't understand the language between the giant dragons, but he could understand the tone between them, and it didn't seem particularly bad. It presents a very harmonious sign. It can be seen that the relationship between these two guys should be good. At least it won't be like Carlos and the evil dragon face to face and then fighting directly. Carlos didn't think he could defeat the evil dragon in front of him. How do you say this? If you really want to fight the evil dragon, Carlos believes that at least he must be as powerful as Dumbledore. Without Dumbledore's strength, if he faced off against an evil dragon, there would be only one outcome, and that would be death. The evil dragon is not any god, he is a dragon, and it is a dragon that does not require belief. In his eyes, any enemy is an enemy. As for friends, there is no need for them at all. Even the Dragon King next to him is not considered his friend, just his relative. During the interaction between the two dragons, Carlos also calmed down. He looked at the surrounding forest, and then looked at Brooklyn, who fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. I couldn't help but sigh softly. It's better to die than to keep causing trouble for myself while I'm still alive. Immediately afterwards, Carlos saw that the Dragon King in front of him was already staring at him. The Dragon King's big eyes stared into his own, and then he slowly asked, Carlos, he wants to ask me why you came here all of a sudden. Why is there an evil dragon's staff in your hand? Carlos sighed helplessly and then told everything he had encountered. Listen to Carlos tell you what he encountered word for word. The Dragon King in front of him also sighed softly. To be honest, he and Carlos met in that cave. If Carlos hadn't appeared in the cave, his son might have died. In order to thank Carlos, he decided at that time, from now on, Carlos and his immediate family will never be embarrassed. At the same time, he is also willing to make a deal with Carlos. That's why he helped Carlos so much. But he didn't expect that Carlos would be so unlucky. Compared to dragons like them, who can almost live in fear every day, they are even more unlucky. After the Dragon King listened to Carlos' explanation in front of him. Then he turned around and followed the evil dragon behind him to explain. After listening to the Dragon King's explanation, the evil dragon looked at Carlos again. Immediately afterwards, the evil dragon nodded slightly, not that he trusted Carlos, but he trusts the Dragon King in front of him. In its view, he belongs to the same dragon body after all. Thousands of years ago, there might have been the same blood relationship. You must have more faith in the Dragon King, so that's it. As the two dragons were talking to each other, Carlos discovered that he had escaped death. Things passed quickly. Inlos looked at the Dragon King in front of him and asked doubtfully, Then why are you here all of a sudden? What do you mean suddenly? I came here half a year ago. After all, if I have something to do, I came to see this old guy and I haven't seen him for many years. But what I didn't expect was that I could actually meet you here. It's really such a coincidence. Carlos just sighed. He looked at the Dragon King in front of him and said, Is it a coincidence? Why don't I think it's a coincidence? Judging from the information I recorded in the book, even the wands and staffs made from the evil dragon's scales. It is absolutely impossible to take users to other places, because whether it is the scales of the evil dragon, the scales of your dragon, or other species, there is not much of the essence of the dragon left under such circumstances. Even if I just held the evil dragon's staff, there was no way I could be teleported here. Then the only thing I can imagine is that this is a trap specially laid for me by Brooklyn. And there is another possibility that the evil god has specially set a trap for himself. After Carlos sighed quietly, he looked at the Dragon King in front of him quietly. After the Dragon King thought for a moment, he shook his head gently. To be honest, he doesn't have that kind of strong IQ. For him, he basically uses force to solve problems when he is in doubt. Of course, it understood what Carlos meant immediately. In other words, Carlos's enemy is Brooklyn. No, to put it simply, it is the enemy of Carlos who made the evil contract for Brooklyn. This Dragon King roared, and his throat slightly emitted bursts of light. Carlos nodded and took out the evil dragon staff in his hand. Of course I can fly you back, but I still have a lot to do. Then he turned his head, saw Carlos next to him, and then asked slowly, when the time comes, you can just return to Hogwarts from the Muggle world. Maybe the 1 month I mentioned is really my 1 month. The Dragon King looked at the black dragon staff in Carlos's hand in front of him and then said slowly. Well, Carlos suddenly reacted. This means that if you want to walk back by yourself, it will take at least half a year. Why don't you go back with me? Don't you mean you can't fly me back? Carlos's face changed slightly. He didn't dare to think about such a thing, but the Dragon King directly brought him good news. Letter 3005, I see, that's it. Then how are you going to go back now? But the 1 month time mentioned by the Dragon King in front of him was calculated based on the speed of the Dragon King, how. Then he suddenly threw it towards the evil dragon behind him. There is a shortcut. If you take that route, you can reach the Muggle world in about 2 months. Carlos just watched the staff fall into the evil dragon's mouth, and then with a plop, the evil dragon disappeared without a trace. And the most important thing is, even if I can take you back, but for now you must return this staff to my old friend behind me. In terms of time, you won't be able to go back there quickly, that is Hogwarts. It will take at least a month. Just like that, one dragon and one person looked at the evil dragon holding the staff. He threw himself towards his cave, and there was no more movement after that. Carlos turned his head to look at the Dragon King next to him with a look of helplessness. I want the Dragon King to give me a direction away from myself. The Dragon King also nodded and pointed a direction to Carlos in front of him. Actually, it's very simple. There is only one way to leave the evil dragon land here, and it is also the simplest way. All you need to do is keep flying towards the sky. But when you leave the land of the evil dragon, you will not appear in Hogwarts. You will appear in another place. You see, that is the most difficult place. Carlos, why don't you wait another year and then I will take you out of here. What the hell? 1 year? Forget it, I'm not relying on my own strength. Although leaving on his own, Carlos found it a bit difficult. After all, it is risky to leave this matter by relying on your own strength. But if you want to wait here for a year, isn't that right? The plot of Hogwarts is over and I just passed by 620. Is it a little too derailed? After shaking his head, Carlos finally decided to leave here on his own strength. It doesn't matter, I can just go by myself. After saying that, Carlos left on his own, taking his staff with him and slowly flying towards the sky on his broom. Following the guidance of the Dragon King, Carlos quickly came to another world. When he looked at the world in front of him, which was still dark, he soon understood that this should be a normal world. The moon and stars in the sky are in their normal positions and angles. Glancing at the time displayed on the watch happened to be around 3 o'clock in the morning. In other words, a full 7 hours have passed since I left the magical forest. He sighed and then slowly put his hand on his staff. Immediately afterwards, Key Zinlily began to walk on this land. This piece of land clearly looks like a place that is both grassland and not grassland, a place that is both a canyon and a desert. That's right, there is a patch of gray dust on the ground, plus a little bit of vaguely visible grass on the soil next to it. It made Carlos think that this might be a ranch. After all, only pastures regularly grow grass like this. Then some animals will be fed in the same way. Under such circumstances, the pasture here often presents a situation of very little and plentiful, walking slowly in this pasture-like area. Carlos was alone, yet never seemed lonely. At this moment, Carlos looked ahead and saw a light flashing in front of him. This light seemed to tell Carlos that there was someone in the text. Come on, stay here and rest quickly. There are delicious food, soup stock, bonfires, and warm beds. All kinds of comfort can keep your body and mind warmed up. However, when Carlos looked at the bright yellow light in front of him, his eyes flickered slightly and then he turned his head to his side. The next moment, Carlos' body was hidden behind the slope next to him, although his eyes were still staring at the bright lights in front of him from time to time, but his consciousness did not relax his vigilance at all. Because in this dark world, how could a house with only one light appear in front of us? Carlos once saw an article in a magazine called Fantastic Beasts. There is a magical animal that looks like a sheep, but it has more hair on its body than a sheep. He has only one eye, which is very big. During the day, it looks like a sheep walking on the ground. Those eyes are also normal eyes during the day. But once night comes, it will reveal its sharp teeth, terrifying tongue, and those yellow eyes. Those pair of yellow eyes are very bright at night because it reflects the light of the moon. It's like telling a traveler walking alone at night that there is a place to rest here. Then when people really believe it, they will move their bodies to that side. You will find that there is a safe place to rest. It's just the mouth of a hunter with his fangs spread out, waiting for the prey to arrive. Carlos shook his head, no longer paying attention to that side but slowly lying down under the slope. Think about which way you should go next, or should you wait for daylight to come? Because judging from the current situation, day and night are obviously about to intersect. If I wait another 3 hours, I might wait for the day to come. You can see all the scenes around you. After all, this dark night is still too difficult. After thinking for a while, Carlos quietly stared at the lantern-like yellow eyes in front of him. Then he slowly lowered his head and began to think on the spot. Finally, Carlos decided to wait for daylight. Walking blindly will only lead you into danger. But he didn't expect that the trap was not just on that side. Then, without any hesitation, Carlos picked up his broom and quickly placed it under his body. Similarly, when you see the trap on the other side, you are already rushing into the trap here. The whole body flew towards the sky in an instant. Carlos couldn't help but feel nervous. Carlos's face darkened slightly. He seemed to have thought of something. With a grunt, Carlos swallowed lightly. However, as Carlos waited, he noticed something was wrong. You can wait a moment, don't be in a hurry. A wisp of breeze hit his face, but there was a little fishy smell in it. Although Carlos, you knew clearly enough that it was definitely a trap. It's the liquid in the mouth that gives off bad breath. Just when I was staying in this place, there was a sudden roar. He didn't expect that the trap was so close. If I hadn't noticed the fishy smell in the air in advance, I would have swallowed it just now. Looking up, the yellow lantern was still in place. Immediately afterwards, he saw 1 or 2 white figures rushing towards the place where he had just been. There was a crashing sound the moment Carlos' body flew across the ground and reached high altitude. In the dark night, the moon in the sky is like a pair of white hands reaching out. She looks like a beautiful girl waving to you, telling you to come quickly. Then when it passed, it turned out to be a pair of green and red teeth and mouth. Carlos raised his head suddenly. What had he just dreamed of? He dreamed of a pair of hands. Those hands were so charming, but when he held these hands together, a pair of eyes and a mouth actually appeared on the hands. Then Carlos woke up when Carlos was about to do something to this mouth and eyes. He woke up and Carlos raised his head and looked around, one leaf after another, hazy and hazy. With part of his sight exposed, Carlos's eyes seemed to see the sun in the sky slowly shining on the top of his head. The clear flames were extremely hot. During the day, I really couldn't sleep well last night. I have to quickly find a suitable place that matches the route, otherwise, I may not even be able to get out. Even Carlos could feel the hair standing on end of his body when he thought of last night at this moment. With a gentle sigh, he picked up the broom and slowly flew down from the tree. Yes, he slept on the branch of a big tree last night. He really didn't want to recall more about what happened last night. After all, the whole ground was covered with white faces one after another. It's really creepy yet memorable. If not by chance, I find a big tree nearby. Carlos might have decided last night that he was never going to sleep. How nice it would be to stay quietly like this until daytime the next day. After all, there were only 3 hours left, but luckily Carlos found a big tree. Looking at the sky in the distance, the world with clear daylight, Carlos couldn't help but take a breath. The fresh air brings you a warm environment, comfortable grass, and what kind of animals there are in front of you. Carlos walked forward with some hesitation. The black spot in front of me became increasingly clear in front of me. Then the black spots turned into cattle and sheep one after another, which looked very tender and delicious. Of course, however, in-laws couldn't be sure whether it was the real raw tail. After all, I had seen the cows and sheep with weird faces last night. It would be a bit scary if the seemingly ordinary cows and sheep in front of us suddenly turned into cows and sheep with eyes. When Carlos came to the front of the cattle and sheep, he finally saw their appearance clearly. 2 eyes and 1 nose, what a normal look. Carlos breathed a sigh of relief and then sighed similarly. There was a hint of joy in his eyes because he understood. If such normal cattle and sheep appear in this grassland, it means that there must be ordinary herders living nearby. If you find ordinary herdsmen and ask for directions, does it mean that you have a chance to escape in advance? However, Carlos still thought too much. No matter how you looked at it, these cattle and sheep were just a group of people who looked very ordinary and normal. It also has some wild cattle and sheep. Yes, these cattle and sheep are bison and sheep, not artificially raised cattle and sheep. Moreover, Carlos rode his broom and glanced around him. Finally, it was discovered that there were hundreds of miles around. Almost no one can be seen, not to mention the human figure, not even the house can be seen. Shaking his head, Carlos felt that it would be better for him to leave this grassland as soon as possible. But seeing the normal cows and sheep on the ground, Carlos wanted to eat meat again. After all, I am a normal person. I shook my head and expelled my desire. Carlos, riding his broom, suddenly headed south. When in doubt, the compass makes the decision, even though I don't have a compass to know where the south is. But he could look at the sun. In the sky, Carlos' figure crossed 10 black trajectory lines. Sometimes he would sigh from time to time, wondering if he had taken the wrong path. Because he has been flying for a long time and has not yet flown out of this grassland, and he does not know that he will feel lucky for his decision not to eat cattle and sheep. At this moment, the entire Lucifer family is experiencing an uproar. Due to the sudden disappearance of Carlos, the entire family began to have illusions about the location of the main line. 0. Please give me flowers. Of course, only those 2 family members with magician talents have such fantasies. For them, if Carlos, a genius, falls, it means that they have a chance to rise to the top. However, it was also the family that Herlock returned to that day. With the help of his father Diary, Herlock began to take over the family affairs. Under Herlock's steady study and practice, there were no major problems in the affairs of the entire Lucifer family. This means that he will accept the position of clan leader. And that day, Diary even expressed it at the entire family meeting. From that day on, Herlock will take over the Lucifer family in the future. This means that from that day on, Herlock was officially appointed as the future successor of the loss of a family, no matter how the other tribesmen below react. Whether he disagrees or agrees, it has nothing to do with Diary. Of course, Carlos definitely doesn't know these things, but his height makes him completely disobedient. After all, as long as the current patriarch has descendants with magical talents. He felt that strange-looking magical animals would jump out in front of him from time to time. As long as he makes a decision, he will not change it. Such scenes that are contrary to Tiangang appear one after another in this grassland. Can you imagine? A wolf would actually be more than 3 meters tall. And Carlos feels that he is very tired now. That's a scene knife that only appears in the magical forest. And that wolf didn't seem to be a lone wolf, there was a group of cubs following him. Of course, that wolf is a normal, ordinary-looking wolf. 2 eyes, a nose, and an open mouth. For example, suddenly a bird will fly in front of you. The seemingly normal bird suddenly grew a row of eyes. Then, any other clan members are not qualified to intervene in the position of clan leader. That row of eyes seems to be telling itself that it can see anywhere. The changes that have taken place in the Losica family cannot affect Carlos, who is currently running frantically towards the outside of the grassland. For another example, a wolf appeared in the grassland. As soon as the little boy spoke, his voice was filled with loneliness and sadness. After hearing the silence and the sadness, Carlos was slightly startled. Then, the next moment his face changed, becoming a little hideous and terrifying. He heard the meaning of the words of the little boy in front of him. The meaning was very simple. There was a group of people in this world who were raising this group of cattle and sheep. But if that was the case, what kind of existence was the little boy in front of him? Could it be that this little boy was specially arranged by those people to take care of these cattle and sheep? The little boy could see the doubts in front of Carlos. He nodded slowly and then spoke faintly. I think you must have guessed something, but you must have guessed wrong. The breeding I just mentioned may not be widespread or accurate. If I must say, then all the people in this grassland and all the lives in this breeding area. They are all animals raised by those tourists. Carlos's face suddenly sank and he looked at the little boy in front of him. Finally, 3 reacted to what he meant. All the life in the grassland, of course, includes the little boy and the eagle in front of him. In this case, the group of tourists is too scary. Are they very scary? Are they very tall? No, some of the tourists are about the same age as me, but even if he is about the same age as me, he is still a tourist. He can still enjoy the rights of the superior, so I am avoiding their attacks almost every day. Just like when I just saw you, I thought you were a tourist. Carlos understood, he nodded, stroked his nose, and then smiled slowly. The little boy standing in front of him continued what he had just said. Then today, I will do you a favor and help you get rid of these so-called tourists. However, you have to do me a favor, I am a little hungry now. Can you help me find a sheep to eat? Wait, are the sheep here normal sheep? They can't be ordinary people. The little boy was slightly stunned. How do you know? Listening to the child's calm voice, there was no trace of anxiety. Carlos sighed slightly, and a bad mood surged into his heart. If it is the same as what the little boy said, then all the sheep and cattle here are almost transformed from human bodies. Then what is the situation of the little boy in front of him? The little boy nodded and continued to speak. Everyone who is caught will become a sheep or a pig here. They will be raised here and then sent to the slaughterhouse in the near future. There is their destination, so it is best not to eat these cattle and sheep on the grassland. But if you want to eat meat, there are fish in the lake, you can go and eat fish. Carlos shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to eat any meat now. In fact, the green vegetables in this field are still pretty good. The little boy also noticed the abnormal state of Carlos in front of him, and then he smiled. He didn't continue to talk to Carlos in front of him but looked into the distance. But his eyes were full of yearning, as if there was something in the distance that made him very concerned. Just as Carlos smiled and looked at the little boy in front of him, he turned around. Then he led himself towards his house, which was when Carlos's face was not seen by the boy. Carlos's eyes flickered slightly. He seemed to be able to glance at the eagle at the far side, whose eyes were emitting a burst of green light. It's a pity that I am really considered prey. This was Carlos's thought. The sun in the sky slowly sets and it is actually dusk now. The little boy came to a room with Carlos. This room looks very simple, it should be an ordinary room. Looking from the side of the house, you can still see traces of black liquid, which once left some traces on the wall. At this time, Carlos was even more certain of his guess. As night fell, the day finally passed. Watching the silence that comes with darkness, Carlos does not close his eyes. Instead, he rode his broom and flew up into the sky outside again. Looking at the house below under the dim night, it seems to have a huge mouth open. Carlos didn't dare to relax at all, but his face was full of vigilance. Then, at the next moment, he suddenly noticed a black shadow slowly passing by in the distant sky. The next moment, there was not just one black shadow, but 2 or 3. The 4 or 5 black shadows were slowly chasing after them from behind. Their destination was obviously the house below them. It can be seen that this group of people must have come with a purpose. If you look carefully, you will find those dark shadows underneath their bodies. One after another, it looked like a 2-meter large eagle. The color and appearance of the eagle were basically the same as the eagle next to the little boy just now. That is, they are of the same type. Carlos's vigilance has reached its highest level. He rode his broom and ran quickly towards the distance. At this moment, Carlos seemed to be able to feel that the people behind him had noticed his escape. Inside the house, the little boy suddenly revealed his true face. Under that calm face, there were only gloomy eyes and face. He rode an eagle and then equally quickly chased after Carlos. Don't run, why are you running? Besides, it would be great for you to become an ox or a sheep. In this case, you only need to worry about food problems in the future, and you can spend your remaining years here peacefully. Carlos shook his head, not wanting to listen to him at all. Instead, he continued to run forward. The broom drew a bright white-silver flash in the sky. Under the moon, there seems to be a little trace of silvery gray, shining dazzlingly. A figure was chasing behind him, and his body seemed to be stained with the infinite smell of blood. Shaking his head, Carlos first took out a bottle of magic potion from his arms. Then, without hesitation, he quickly poured it into his mouth. Drafa's potion, when the potion spreads throughout his body, a warmth is also spreading around the body, spreading crazily. Really? If you can catch up with me, then you can try and see if you can turn me into a cow or sheep. Of course, the premise is that you have to catch up with me. Carlos felt that he could play with them at this moment. At this moment, the scene before him reminded Carlos of many things. For example, these people who only appeared in the fantasy world ride giant eagles and so on. At this moment, the giant eagle appeared in front of him, but this time, it looked different from other eagles. Could it be said that there are still giant eagle knights in this world? Shaking his head, Carlos stopped thinking so much. The broom quickly shuttled through the air, and in the dark night, there was a brilliant light under the moonlight. It was dark at the moment, and Carlos couldn't calm down to look for the Big Dipper in the sky and then find the direction. He could only quickly escape in the dark night. However, his eyes were fixed on the house in the distance that seemed to be quite different from his own. That's right, don't think Carlos is running away unconsciously at this moment. Carlos's eyes and his figure were actually not far from this house. This means that if Carlos wants to find him, you can find the right direction to leave here anytime and anywhere. As for his current purpose, he doesn't want to leave here, because in his opinion, he just walked aimlessly in this grassland. The final result could only be to fall in this grassland. Carlos looked behind him and saw the knight who was constantly heading towards his best. In his eyes, Carlos had a little smile. The next moment, Carlos slowly stretched out his hand, and the staff slowly unfolded in his hand. This staff is just a relatively advanced general-purpose staff. The pattern on it looks like a dragon constantly soaring in the sky. Of course, this is just a not very powerful dragon. Carlos narrowed his eyes slightly and saw the figures suddenly chasing behind him. Especially the eyes of one of the boys seemed to be filled with all kinds of desires. Avada Kedavra, facing an enemy like this, it is absolutely impossible for Carlos to leave any trace of wealth behind. Because he understands that once he keeps his hand, there is no need to say what the final result will be. The black light flashed in the air, of course. This light just flashed in Carlos's eyes. In the eyes of the group of people behind, nothing appeared. That's right, in the eyes of those people, Carlos in front of them just waved his hand gently behind them. Then with a bang, a person's body flew out of the air. The terrifying power left a trace of death on the man's body. As the man's body flew out, it hit the big tree next to him. The sound of B***** G kept sounding, which was the sound of the big tree being hit again and again, and the leaves on it kept ringing. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the man had stopped breathing, lying quietly on the spot, closed his eyes, and there was no movement. All this happened so quickly I was caught off guard. No one could even react. And at the next moment, the staff in Carlos' hand shone with light again, and he smashed it out again. The boy just watched as another body next to him flew out fiercely, hit the wall behind, and then stopped breathing. All this happened so fast, until in the end the only thing left around me was my own moment. Only then did the boy react. I kept chasing this person, thinking I was chasing this prey. In fact, he was the hunter and I was the prey. This moment was the beginning of the little boy's face full of fear. He turned wildly and tried to escape behind him. And Carlos also turned suddenly. He gave chase, and just like that, once he chased and then escaped, the positions between the two sides changed. The boy looked behind him at Carlos, who was suddenly chasing him, with a sudden look of fear on his face. He wanted to be angry, to yell, to scold Carlos for his immoral behavior. But Carlos didn't care at all. Still chasing him crazily, he kept running ahead. Everything is petrified. A ray of yellow light suddenly hit the boy, just when the boy thought that he would be like his companions around him. When he was directly killed by this ray of light, he found that his body seemed to start to stiffen. Without anyone's control, the eagle actually began to become a little at a loss. The boy above holds the reins in his hands, but his body was unable to move at all. The eagle below began to slowly land towards the ground, and Carlo also landed below. Just like this, the boy looked at Carlos quietly in front of him. Slowly walking towards him, the distance between the two people changed from a few meters at the beginning to 1 meter, and then finally became more than 10 centimeters. Looking at the figure of the boy so close to him in front of him, Carlos smiled slightly. At this moment, Carlos's smile was like a devil, so scary. He beat the ground frantically, trying to delay the pain. Watch him rolling, flopping, and trembling. Yes, I can let you live. The boy's body fell down from the eagle's body. Ah, a painful scream sounded from the boy's mouth. The exquisite staff made of wood gradually began to occupy the boy's eyes. That feeling of pain cannot be eliminated no matter what. And Carlos so quietly looking at a little boy on the ground in front of him. With that said, Carlos slowly raised the staff in his hand. But there is no other way. The international feeling is that there is no way to describe ping in any words. That kind of heartbreaking pain is like countless steel needles constantly drilling into my heart. But if you don't answer my question, then what you have to accept here is life worse than death. He fell to the ground, covering his heart with pain on his face. All the petrification gradually disappeared from the boy's body. Lise, for example, I can make you feel pain at this moment without letting you die. Answer my question and I can let you leave here peacefully. The next moment, the staff slowly touched the boy's heart. Letter 3005YO, you know. There are many tortures in this world that can make people feel very painful, but they are not. In the dark night, there was a shrill scream. That scream startled the figures flying in the sky among the birds. There was also the constant tearing sound of crows. It all looked so spooky. In this world, there is such a frightening scene. At this moment, Carlos was just looking at the boy in front of him quietly, watching his body trembling continuously and rolling in place. Carlos didn't expect that he could persist for so long. From the moment I cast the bone-deep magic on him until now, he was actually able to stay until now. There was no movement at all. Is it like there is another heart growing in the body of a boy in front of me? Perhaps because it was not him who felt the pain in his heart at the moment, he was able to endure it very strongly. To be honest, I kind of admire you. How can you be so tolerant at such a young age? It seems that the things you do in normal times are so unbearable and terrible. If you can bear it like this, then we can continue to wait with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will watch you from above and watch you endure it quietly. After saying that, Kaluoki was about to get up and fly towards the big tree above. But at this moment, the boy suddenly seemed like he couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly yelled 707. No, please, give me a good time. I won't kill you, you tell me everything, you answer all my questions, then I can let you go. I keep my word, I just want to leave here. Why are you so kind-hearted and insist on keeping me here as a guest? Okay, let me answer your question. Don't do this, I don't want to keep hurting you anymore. The painful wailing finally stopped. Carlos shook his head and sighed, Crucio. To be honest, it is just an enchanted cube that I derived based on the cruel heart and bone erosion in black magic. Of course, he is not the so-called black magic. The magic derived from this can only have one effect, which is to place a needle on the heart. This invisible needle will stimulate your heart and make your blood vessels tremble continuously. Of course, it's just like this, just suck him out. The next moment I saw Carlos smiling slightly. The magic power in the body slowly shook. The staff pointed under his body again, Adka, and then a stream of yellow air inside his body turned into liquid and swam down around him. His body relaxed for a moment, causing his body to shake crazily. The boy, just like this, suddenly taking a big breath of air. He had been holding his breath just now, and breathing was painful. That kind of pain was something he never wanted to experience or think about again in his life. He lay on the ground and looked at everything in front of him quietly. Then it's all over and I won't tell you. There was a thump and Carlos saw his head suddenly turn in one direction. That's right, his head actually turned 180 degrees from the front and back again. It felt as if his head had been violently severed. Let me go, are all the people here so crazy? I already said that as long as you answer my questions, I will let you live. Why are you still refusing to tell me until your death? However, it was a bit bad now. Carlos's face changed slightly when he looked at the corpse in front of him. He had seen many corpses, but he had never seen such a strange one. And considering the current condition of the corpse, Carlos felt a little weird. What should we do now? The only living person killed himself like this. Who should I go to ask some questions that I want to know, such as how should I get out? Carlos was thinking like this, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. While looking at the corpse in front of him, there was a smile in his eyes. This group of people seems to be members of the same organization. In other words, they have other accomplices here. Moreover, there are only a few people who come to chase him. If this group of people don't go back, it means that the situation here will definitely be known to the people of that so-called organization. From this point of view, they should not have a few more people coming over. Carlos sighed, and then said sorry to the corpse softly. Levitation spell. The next moment, the boy's body on the ground floated little by little under Carlos's spell. Then he slowly floated towards the house behind Carlos. When this body floated and walked towards the house, Carlos's smile became more and more prosperous. He hung the body on the eaves next to it. Then he continued to look for several other corpses, but he killed them himself. These almost 5 or 6 corpses were hung neatly on the eaves in row after row by Carlos. Then Carlos got up and started looking for wild vegetables to deal with it. The moment he saw the number of people, Carlos couldn't help but want to burst out. This was the first time he had such a comfortable sleep since he came to this lawn. In the sky, several black shadows were flying towards this side quickly. There must be more than 20 of these people. Shaking his head, Carlos put down the wild vegetable balls in his hand and walked out. Just with a casual glance, Carlos could say something with great certainty. It wasn't until a moment later that Carlos finally saw clearly how many people there were. As daylight came the next day, Carlos yawned lightly. He walked towards the bed in the room with peace of mind, lay down slowly and fell asleep. Isn't that right? You've only lost 6 people. Why did so many people come suddenly? It looked like it was eaten to death by something last night. After feeling that everything on his body felt comfortable, Carlos shook his head, then turned to look next to him. Those dark shadows seemed to be getting closer and closer. Carlos finally heard a few hawk calls. To be honest, he had never thought that a slightly hard bed could be so comfortable. There seemed to be some pits on the corpses. Turning around, he looked in the direction extending outward from the window. Time passed little by little, and it was probably close to noon. Carlos sighed. He didn't come early or late, so he just came at this time. I just started eating and you came over. However, those dozens of figures who looked so powerful were indeed not particularly easy to deal with. I saw that Carlos didn't hesitate at all. Holding the staff tightly in his hand, he quietly looked at the figures of 20 people flying over at this moment. Then he slowly walked beside the eaves. In the sky, more than 20 eagles were flying towards Carlos. In their sight, there were also several corpses hanging above the eaves. Those corpses were swaying like this, and the world was even full of pits, with blood holes one after another looking like they were being bullied. Then, only Carlos knew that the owners of these corpses were not innocent people. They are the real murderous demons. So Carlos treated them without mercy at all. Even after they died, crows pecked their flesh to death and they didn't even think about it. When the more than 20 people saw these 6 corpses hanging on it, for a moment, anger directly filled their minds. One of the leading figures turned his head and glanced at the faces of the surrounding masks. A touch of green suddenly appeared in his eyes. He looked inside the house, then looked next to him and said, "When 10 people go into the house to search, they must find them for me. Whoever finds them first can eat a sheep first." At this moment, Carlos couldn't help but shook his head. Sometimes he felt that it was a good thing that his ears were sensitive. But at this moment, he would rather not let his ears become sensitive. To be honest, if it was last night, he might not have any feelings. But today is different. A sheep, what is that? In a boy's mouth, that is a real person. The moment he thought of that scene, Carlos shrugged and felt goosebumps rising. The 10 people behind nodded and quickly ran towards the house. The eagles landed in circles around the house. Carlos glanced at them and then slowly floated up. Just like this, he slowly walked on the ceiling, looking at these 10 figures, and then entered the house directly and started rummaging. This house is just an ordinary 3-bedroom house. This house seems to be relatively normal, but similarly there are relatively few rooms in the house. Only 3 rooms plus a kitchen. There are only 4 rooms at most. If you look at it this way, if 10 people came into the house and rummaged around at the same time, it would only take less than a few minutes to finish the photo. However, there were still 10 people flying in the sky, but they were slightly stunned. Especially the captain who took the lead. His face darkened slightly and he seemed to feel a bad premonition. And at this moment, something weird happened, because until now, it seems that no companion has come out of this house. It should take just a few minutes to search all 3 rooms in this small house. However, things were beyond his expectation. "What's going on? What are you doing? Have you found anyone? If you don't find anyone, come out quickly." At this moment, the captain was still aloof and spoke with a majestic face. The moment his voice reached him, it was in the ears of a certain voice in the room. The figure raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and Lu Kai gave a mocking smile. It seemed that he heard an echo coming from inside the house. At this moment, the boss's face darkened slightly. There was anger and murderous intent in his masked eyes, and he roared fiercely, "Come out here, do you hear me?" The traces of dusk, accompanied by the passing yellow moon, seemed to be shining on the earth at this moment. The eyes of the figure on the grassland seemed to be slightly chilly, because he understood that since there was no sound or news coming from inside, it means that those are the 10 people who entered the room to discuss before. They may have all been killed. Damn it, is it true that the murderer is still inside? The boss didn't feel any fear in his opinion. A murderer in front of him is nothing more than catching a turtle in a jar. 0. Since he is trapped inside, if he wants to escape, there will be no possibility. In this case, all he had to do was dive and catch the tortoise. I only saw this figure riding an eagle in the sky and smiled slowly. Then he waved his hand, and the next moment the 9 people behind him followed him and slowly fell downwards. Among the 9 people, one man walked to the front and then he raised a staff. The faint light on the staff flickered slowly. The next moment, a familiar spell sounded directly from his mouth. If Carlos saw it, he would find a staff. Although it looks like a staff, it is actually just a piece of wood, slightly smaller, shape of wood. And the most important thing is that what the person in front of him is playing is not something else, but the magic of shattering bones. The next moment, the light that shattered the body and bones hit the room where Carlos was leading. Carlos shook his head. Of course, he understood that he was testing my position. He also understood how terrifying and powerful it was to be shattered into pieces. Every time the body-shattering magic was thrown out, a hole was left in the wall. The moment Carlos saw the light coming, his body quickly retreated back. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. However, the wooden wires are still there, which means that he can still move through the guide. Then another roar sounded, and each roar seemed to be testing its own distance and position. There was a rumble, and Carlos was staying quietly on the eaves. Every time a hole is made, a ray of light will slowly appear. He knew it was a shattering spell. But at this moment, I suddenly heard a roar coming from below me. So Carlos stayed on the ceiling and waited for a while. Although the hole is not wide, it seems to be very deep. He originally said that he would wait for everyone who came in to open the door and kill him. Sure enough, the wooden staff was slowly raised. In fact, it was something Carlos didn't expect. Among these 20 enemies, there are actually some who can use magic, and the power of his magic is indeed relatively powerful. The color of the magic released each time is different from ordinary magic. Although these magic colors are ordinary magic, there seems to be a bit of black magic in them. That's right, Carlos felt a black air surrounding him from above. The sound of B*****G kept ringing, and the light of shattered bones hit the wall in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he smashed towards wall after wall. Obviously, this is to cut the wall directly in half. In other words, he wanted to cut the whole house in half. Although shattering to bones is an intermediate-level magic, if you want to exert the power of shattering to bones, you must be an intermediate magician. So it seems that the person in front of me is a magician. His strength is not particularly strong. He should only be at the level of a junior magician. But Carlos is different. He just looks like a junior magician, but he already has the magic of an intermediate magician. It's just a pity that Carlos doesn't have a way to accurately control the magic power of Zhangji. The roar sounded wildly next to him. The rays of light penetrated in front of him again and again. Every time, Carlos was frightened when he saw it. It seems that this group of guys will not come here again, and I have to say that they are also very cautious. It's just that they are cautious enough, and Carlos is also very cautious. All he saw was Carlos riding the broom under his body for an instant. Then he will start to move towards the outside of the room. In the blink of an eye, others only saw Carlos turning into a shadow crossing in front of them, then suddenly disappear into the distance. Then it disappeared. The boss among the more than 10 people suddenly changed his face slightly. They suddenly looked at Carlos fiercely. Then he quickly sat on the eagle next to him and then shot Carlos in the distance in the back. Just these 10 people were preparing to pursue Carlos. One of the magicians slowly turned around and continued to look at the room in front of him. The captain seemed to have discovered something unusual about the magician, but he couldn't tell what was unusual, so he asked slowly, "What's wrong, Acker? We have to catch up to this B****D quickly. He killed so many of our companions, and sometimes the old man's son was also killed by him. If we just let him go, the boss will kill us, and then he will turn us into sheep and be eaten to death by our companions." Ake frowned, looked at the captain next to him with a smile and said, "It's okay, Captain, you can go chase him first. I think you may have some things to deal with later. So, you really don't have any problems." The captain in front of him still stared at Ake in front of him with some uneasiness. Ake nodded with a smile on his face. His smile looked very sincere. Of course, this is also a necessary means for him to work hard and survive in this world. When Ake saw a captain in front of him, he flew towards the distance with satisfaction. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the direction inside the room. That's right, just now at that moment, although it was very faint, he could see it. That was a sign of magic power, that is to say, the figure flying out from the house riding an eagle. He wasn't an ordinary person. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have been that fast just now. What is the reason why he made the eagle so fast? I don't want people like me to see that the person above the eagle is fake. So, Ake decided to use the staff he used. After he realized that his captain had gone away, he suddenly shouted towards the house. "Friend, come out, everyone is a magician because of the magic power cast in your body. I was able to spot you at a glance. The reason why I didn't tell them in advance was because I was worried that there were spies inside them." Carlos did not answer him, but continued to stay in the room, because he is not sure whether the person outside is seducing him. Moreover, what if he is a real magician? Could it be said that a magician can live without dignity here? In Carlos's opinion, the magician in front of him was zero. Even though it is difficult for him to live here, because of his status as a magician, it will naturally bring convenience to him. However, he was willing to fall and mix with the group of bandits in front of him. This made Carlos look down upon him. Therefore, Carlos was not in any hurry and continued to stay in the house and wait. Ake, who was outside, found that Carlos had no signs of coming out. His face darkened slightly, revealing an unknown fire, and he didn't know why. The anger in his heart began to grow more and more. Over the years, he has been surviving in this grassland. As a result, he seemed to be infected with a kind of arrogance in his heart and body. Asterisk hole, if it weren't for the fact that you are a magician like me, that's why I kindly spared your life. Two black rays of light converged on each other. Finally, I'll give you a chance to come out. Otherwise, I won't hold anything back in the future. You have to think about it. He also didn't expect that Carlos would release Avada to tell his fate at the same time. Those who come to provoke me will have only two endings in the end, and that is death. A streak of black magic chased Carlos. And Carlos also flashed back a black light. The power of Avadaso is so terrifying, but it is a pity. I didn't even hear the man calling any spells, so I used them directly. But the reason why this problem exists now is also because those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Of course, this kind of arrogance actually didn't exist in him before. Carlos was lying quietly on the ceiling and saw that he was raising his hand to aim at his 5-1. And in his opinion, if Carlos still didn't show up after he said so many words, it was tantamount to provoking himself. Just when a magician outside thought that his trick would definitely be useful to Carlos. Moreover, Carlos's is more terrifying than his Aldasoni. Immediately afterwards, there was an invisible confrontation between the two. In the end, only a bang was heard and light exploded between lights. Carlos also smiled softly and saw that he also made a staff at the same time. Carlos shook his head slightly and challenged himself, you only have to have the courage and the fate. Looking at the corpses one after another on the ground, Carlos suddenly thought of a fun game. Immediately afterwards, Carlos was seen slowly levitating all the corpses on the ground using a levitation spell. Then they were hung on the eaves and the corpses in rows and rows looked like dried bacon. In this silent night it looked so crazy. As for the magician who was the same as himself, Carlos searched for him. I found that he didn't have anything valuable with him. But there was one thing that surprised Carlos. That was a map. Carlos never thought of it. This guy actually hides the map on his body. But if you think about it carefully, you can figure out that this guy seems to be thinking about how to escape from here. So it is indeed a normal thing for him to transfer the map to himself without being discovered. After all, no matter what, only your own body is the safest. If others want to search, you can know it anytime and anywhere. 3. If you don't put it anywhere, such as in the house, if someone else finds it, you will have absolutely no chance to leave. If you put it on your body, then this kind of thing will never happen. They will not come to the map unless they die. Just like Carlos looks like now, looking at every winding road on the map. And the direction he was in was still behind a grassland, and Carlos's face turned slightly dark. He never expected that he had been flying in this grassland for so long. In fact, it has always been just making circles on the grassland. With a sigh, Carlos slowly turned around and walked away. As for the magician's corpse on the ground, it just continued to hang on the eaves. If you follow the map and walk forward, you will be about 15 km away from a place that looks like a town. Hopefully, that town should be a Muggle world. Of course, Carlos also knew that his was just an extravagant hope. If it is really only 15 km away, you can get the Muggle world. Then it is impossible for the corpse in front of him to leave without him. He must have understood that he could not leave here alone. But Carlos is different. It is obvious that Carlos is more powerful than him, even without drinking the Drawfa potion. You can also use the intermediate Avada Kedavra. Maybe Carlos will understand it soon. The magic power in his body should be enough to reach the level of intermediate magic power. I hope that by then I will be able to cast intermediate magic at will. Moreover, Avada Kedavra's proficiency has reached the intermediate level. You can release it anytime and anywhere, not bad. What Carlos didn't know was that it was almost 2 or 3 hours after he left this hut. The group of people riding eagles flew the red dragon again. One of the captains glanced at the black-looking blood stains on the ground. Then he took another look at the corpses hanging one after another on the eaves of the house. It was as ridiculous as the bacon, but he suddenly became angry. His whole face seemed to turn livid. He did not expect that the 10 magicians in his team would be promoted directly at this moment. You must know that magician, even if you want to defeat him, it will take a while. But at this moment, the person who secretly killed the magician felt as if he had not been hurt at all. Could it be said that that person's strength is so terrifying? You go on and find a murderer. Remember, you must find him. Of course, as long as you find it, let me know as soon as you find it. I continued to call for people to come and catch him. We must catch him, otherwise our team's face would be lost. After finishing speaking, a captain in front of him slowly flew towards the distance. After the remaining 9 people looked at each other, they all showed a look of fear. Their captain can understand the current situation. How could they not? After all, no one is a fool. One look at the situation in front of you can tell that none of those dozen people is the opponent of that one person. Even if the 9 of them are found, what can they do? But they had to look for it, so the 9 people scattered and left reluctantly. At this moment, Carlos had arrived on a small road not far from this town. As the night fell, Carlos's eyes gently looked at the brightly lit world in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of thoughts in his heart. There were old men driving sheep, women who kept arguing with others, and a man who looked like he had obviously lost a hand but had an evil face. There are evil magicians in this world. From this point of view, there are also a lot of evil magicians in this world. However, the venom should be just an ordinary poison that can make people unconscious. Turning around to look again, Carlos suddenly found a figure walking slowly beside him. It was the figure of a magician similar to himself. He never thought that he would feel so moved when he saw the lights. Then when Carlos walked into the town, he realized that he had been wrong again. Naturally, Carlos also understood that their faces must not be seen. In a town, there are all kinds of people, not to mention magicians. The identities and places they exist in are all shameful places and identities, so Carlos planned to dress himself up, at least a little more evil. It can be seen from the robe on his body and the broom in his hand that Carlos must be a magician. At this moment, we are still about 1 km away from the town in front. Venom, so to speak, this woman should be here specifically to wait for prey to come, a hunter. There was also a woman dressed in coquettish and strange clothes, but Carlos could smell a trace of magic potion from that woman's body. Naturally, Carlos has no intention of hiding his identity. Hey, I didn't expect that after being away from the light for so long. When I saw the light again, I was moved first instead of scared. Carlos was not in a hurry, and after dressing himself up, he walked in slowly. That magician seemed to have discovered Carlos's identity. He walked over, then looked at Carlos in front of him and smiled. The staff in his hand is a staff that looks quite exquisite, but also has some filth. The black traces flowing out of the staff represent that the magician in front of him should be a black magician. Turning to look around, Carlos couldn't help but face him without doubt. Then there was a little smile, but Carlos deliberately disguised himself. This smile actually looked like murderous intent in the darkness, plus after Carlos killed several people, the murderous aura in his body became even more prosperous, so the black magician coming towards me was even more confirmed. The Carlos in front of him should be one of the legendary evil magicians who kill without blinking an eye, that is to say, he is in the same group. May the evil god bless you. May the evil god bless you. This is the evil god that these evil magicians respect most. Although Carlos didn't know which evil god they believed in, however, he did understand that since they said this, it meant that they were definitely in love with each other. This is how you show your identity. However, looking at the body of the person in front of him, the huge, evil aura was not hidden at all. Carlos also felt that he seemed to be slightly nervous. Is this your first time here? It looks a bit strange. Carlos smiled, walked up to him and said, "What's strange? I've been to places like this many times before. There are too many towns like this in every town." Sometimes the art of chatting is just that simple. Carlos revealed too much in just a few words. Of course, these few words were just what Carlos was willing to expose. He just wanted the evil magician in front of him to know that he was a magician who had been to many places. He knows a lot of things, and by bringing them up in a vague way, the magician in front of him can quickly confirm that Carlos is an experienced magician. He smiled, then waved his hand slowly and said, "Yes, if you have been to many places, you must have a lot of experience, right? At such a young age, one could not imagine that he has become such a powerful magician. I don't know what mission you are going to do next." Ronan. Of course, Carlos didn't know what the mission was. Anyway, he casually said, "You can think whatever you want." Sure enough, when Carlos said the word Ronan, unexpectedly this magician immediately thought of the group of people in wolf skins on the grassland. "I see. Then may the evil god bless you and I won't bother you." Perhaps it was after seeing that there was no way to divide the pot twice as much. This evil magician was immediately ready to withdraw. Cass knew what he was thinking. There were records in his family in books. In every black magician gathering place, there will be some tasks assigned by superiors. These tasks can be accepted by anyone who is willing to accept them. Everyone who catches the ball can form a team with other partners. Whether that person is a magician, an ordinary person, or a powerful warrior, all can be carried out, and once the task is obtained, high rewards can be allocated. While some tasks are easier, some tasks are more difficult. So the black magician in front of him is looking for someone to complete the mission with him. "I want to get a share of the pie from here." Carlos smiled. There was no such a good score, and he said the word Ronan. In fact, Carlos himself didn't know what the mission was, So he could only say these two words and let the black magician in front of him think for himself. Sure enough, it was just as Ka Luakai thought. This black magician must have thought of something before he retreated. Everything follows its own path. Carlos raised his head, glanced around, and then continued walking forward. I hope that the God of Light will not blame himself for saying the word evil God. After all, the God of Light is more generous. As an ancient family that once existed, the Lucifer family has always adhered to the concept of a family magic family. The Lucifer family also had that moment of glory. However, even if the Lucifer family is gone, they will never trust the evil God. Their whole lives seem to be dedicated to the God of Light. When he reached a place that looked like a hotel, Carlos' brows furrowed slightly, because there was a man walking in front of him and there seemed to be a fierce light in his eyes. Looking at himself, the eyes that looked at him did not seem to be looking at a person, but rather like looking at a sheep. He turned around and glanced at the woman on the counter next to him, who was dressed very coquettishly. For women in some customary places, the customs are even worse. Carlos shook his head, walked over and said, "Letter 3005, stay one night. Choose one between 80, 100, 200 and 1,000. What's the difference? Huh, this is your first time coming to our place, right? At 80, there is only one room for you to sleep in for one night. Choose one leg of lamb for RMB 100, choose 2 legs of lamb for RMB 200, and get 10.5 bowls of soup for free. If you choose a whole sheep for 1,000, I suggest you choose 200. At this moment, Carlos felt like his stomach was churning. Of course, Carlos sighed while resisting this roiling desire. Then he nodded and said, "Then 80, I'm not hungry." Carlos thought before that he came to this town. He was able to eat some meat safely, but he soon realized something was wrong. There seemed to be no normal things for myself to eat in this town. I may have to continue to eat those vegetables and wild vegetables. If you continue like this, your body's nutrition will be imbalanced in a few months. After seeing that Carlos did not choose the room he recommended to him, the face of the landlady sank slightly, and then he took out a key and said, "In the innermost room on the second floor, my guest, let me remind you that you'd better not come out after 12 o'clock at night. After 12 o'clock, there is no world that a little thing like you can enter." "Okay, thank you." The man who was staring at Carlos, he had already turned around and walked towards the next room, and from inside that room, Carlos could vaguely hear the howling of sheep one after another. Come, take a look at my sheep. My sheep are tender and delicious. They are from the best prairie sheep and can be guaranteed to be fed with 100% tender grass. It definitely doesn't have any odor. As long as it's my sheep, I'm sure you can run hundreds of steps a day without any problem. Come on, take a look. Do you want to eat sheep? My sheep are delicious, very delicious. Come and eat my sheep, make friends every day and eat my sheep. When you dream at night, you often don't want to get up. I guarantee you will feel comfortable. Do you still want to eat it? Carlos walked slowly on the street, his eyes looking around without any trace of anxiety. At this moment, according to your boss lady, the world is after 12 o'clock. There are still about 2 or 3 hours left, so he is not worried at all about what will happen to him and around him. After all, there is always some darkness at night. On the street, you will always hear the sound of people shouting crazily on both sides of roasting whole lamb and roasting lamb. But when Carlos remembered the sheep he had seen on the grassland at that time, and when he heard what the little boy said, he was completely conflicted in his heart. Forget about these so-called sheep, just when I was still ready to find some vegetables that looked edible. But he found a figure chasing him in the alley next to him. Of course, this figure seemed to be looking at Carlos intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, this figure was not always staring at Carlos. His eyes will also look to other places around him. The man was smart enough not to let Carlos fully notice his sight. But his eyes did follow Carlos. Whenever Carlos went to a certain place, he would follow him. Shaking his head, Carlos did not follow but continued to walk forward. Immediately afterwards, I felt that that person must have discovered something, but the problem was not found. Could it be that that person was the so-called Ronin chasing him on the grassland? But Carlos was a little confused again if he was in a so-called Ronin group. So logically speaking, they shouldn't have only one person like this. Then this person should have just met him by chance and then discovered his identity as an outsider, so he followed him. This means that they may test themselves next. Turning his head to look around, Carlos nodded his head hard and stretched out his staff little by little. The crowd of people nearby seemed to be playing something crazy. One after another, figures are slowly walking forward, and where they were surrounding was a man who was whipping a woman in front of him crazily. The woman was in ragged clothes and kept falling to the ground, flopping and rolling. Her body was bruised by whipping, and she looked very painful. But if you look closely, you will find that it is not actually painful. Even Carlos could see pleasure on this woman's face. The crowd around seemed used to such scenes. They roared and shouted crazily. They all seemed to be shouting one number after another. Some people shouted more than 10, others shouted more than 20. Carlos took a closer look and found that the woman's face showed a very happy expression, but what was revealed in her eyes was endless sadness and despair. That despair was impossible to fake, so Carlos understood. The reason why this woman looks happy may be because something was planted on him. The surrounding crowd just circled around and roared. In this town that seems to be full of sin, this kind of thing seems like it should happen at the end of every 10th day. As for the numbers in the mouths of the people around him, Carlos guessed. Those numbers should be that they are betting on whether the woman in front of them can withstand a few whips from a man. If someone guesses correctly, or it is within a certain number, then that person can win, but it's just that the banker doesn't know how to be a banker. Shaking his head, Carlos quickly looked behind him again. His gaze did not stay in a certain direction. Even if there is one more second, it is just passed by gently. Then he accidentally saw that person disappearing into the alley. Turning around, Carlos knew he should go out and look for someone. So Carlos was ready to use the trick and just stayed there, watching the scene in front of him quietly. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Of course, there is also tragedy, because Carlos understands that if his identity is exposed, then it means that I will be constantly moving around here like a beacon in the dark night. Every shadow in the night wants to break this bright light. Moreover, even if it is not a light, even if it is not a beacon, the black shadow in the dark night still wants to break himself. Sadness does not exist. The body of that woman is constantly trembling. Every time the whip was struck on his body, her blood flowed out, and the sound of each whip mark was so terrifying. At this moment, Carlos heard the sound of footsteps coming slowly from the surrounding crowd. Although the sounds of those footsteps seemed chaotic, some of them were walking towards him bit by bit. It seemed that that group of people had determined that they were the one who killed their companions in the grassland. Now that it has been confirmed, it means that his next game is inevitable. At least that's what Carlos thought before, but now Carlos has other ideas. All he saw was Carlos reaching out to the person next to him little by little, and then followed. Thunderbolt explosion. There was a loud rumble. Of course, it was not particularly loud, but it was exactly the sound of an explosion. It caused a panic in the surrounding area, but obviously there were not many panicked people. Thinking more, he turned his head and looked around with a calm face. Those eyes seemed to be completely filled with indifference to the surroundings. As long as there is nothing related to you, it doesn't matter. But then, they were slightly stunned, because he suddenly discovered that, seemingly suddenly, there was a ray of light coming towards him. That ray of light severely smashed the bodies of several people away, and then there was another explosion. At first, some people thought that the so-called explosion was just caused by others unintentionally. As long as it has nothing to do with you, it doesn't matter. But two explosions sounded in succession, suddenly covering all the people in the venue. In a small venue, the excited and exciting voice suddenly disappeared. After leaving only two miserable howls, an angry voice sounded. Which be ****D dares to cause trouble in my territory, you want to live right. Your territory, when did Corning Town become your territory? Old B******D, I think you are the one causing trouble. That is, Corning Town has never been other people's territory. In this town, everyone has the right and obligation to protect this place. Including you. If you dare to take action, don't blame me for being rude. Hey, you're welcome. If you have the ability, try it. I'm sorry, just try it with your teeth. Believe it or not, I'll pull out your middle tooth. Ever since, under Carlos' deliberate attack, this group of people began to get confused, and one person after another rushed towards the side. One after another, figures fell to the ground and then were beaten again and again. And there are many evil magicians among them. Every battle between evil magicians and evil magicians can be said to be truly terrifying. The damage and power caused by them is even more reflected in those ordinary people. This is what happens when a fire breaks out at the city gate and affects the fish in the pond. And those figures kept walking towards Kalaska. Suddenly, he was disrupted by what happened unexpectedly in front of him. Under the constant pushing and pulling of the crowd, the footsteps of these people stopped abruptly. Everything is so simple and so ridiculous. Immediately afterwards, Carlos took advantage of the chaotic crowd and carefully and slowly got out. He looked at the body under his feet that was covered with whip marks. Then he sighed softly and covered his face with the mage hat on his head. After Carlos shook his head, he threw a recovery spell on her body. Then throw the bag of coins to her. There are approximately 200 coins in this bag. In this gloomy city with 200 coins, you can only stay in a room like Carlos's for 2 nights. But these 200 coins can indeed give the filthy woman in front of her a chance to survive. The recovery spell worked on the woman's body, causing the whip marks on her body and the magic potion in her body to disappear. The body that was originally affected gradually began to return to its original state, just as Carlos thought at first. The reason why this woman feels a sense of joy and excitement when she is whipped, it was all caused by the evil potion. After this woman felt her body recover, she slowly turned her head. Looking at the back of Carlos, who was retreating, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Then she picked up the coins and ducked into the crowd. Perhaps at this moment, even she had not thought that everything Carlos did was just to stop those who were chasing her. The movement in the entire Corning town immediately caused chaos one after another in the surrounding area. It even caused confusion among the small traders in the town. What no one knew was that this scene should have just been chaos in this small venue, but suddenly it began to spread continuously. It seems that in normal times, everyone has been depressed for a long time, so this battle was caught off guard right from the beginning. It really started to lead to everyone starting to slow down their pace. If you have an opponent, beat your opponent to your heart's content and fight with your opponent. Those who have no opponents are all looking for their opponents. The situation in the entire town suddenly became contradictory. But Carlos was the only one who had flown high into the sky. Quietly looking at the scene below, he glanced at his watch and found that the time had been obtained, around 11:40. Carlos is looking forward to it, whether it will be like what the landlady said next. Will the town be a completely different place after 12 o'clock? 0. Please give me flowers. And with the chaos they have caused now, will they stop after 12 o'clock? Time passed little by little, and when the time finally came to 11 o'clock, it was almost 59. Suddenly, two voices sounded from high in the sky. That voice seemed to suddenly appear in Carlos's ears. The moment he heard the sound in front of him, Carlos was slightly shocked. Such a sound is like the sound of the collision between bells. The thump echoed throughout the town. The moment the sound rang out, the chaotic crowd in the entire town immediately began to stop. Carlos looked at it quietly, and then he realized that it was not a resemblance but a very similar one. Then he slowly flew towards the pillar next to him. Even if they pressed down to hit their opponents, they did not hesitate at all and stopped the movements of their hands. According to the stories recorded in ancient books, there was a king of the demon realm almost more than 10,000 years ago. The moment 12 o'clock arrived, a piece of white mist slowly flowed on the road of this small stream. There may be all kinds of other weird things in this world. Even if they were crowded, they would push the people behind them onto the stone wall behind them without leaving any gaps. This long and thin empty road is like a stream slowly spreading forward. Everyone here must maintain enough respect. The strange tranquility immediately made Carlos wary. If magic can appear in this world, then how could other things not appear in this world? After the crowd separated on both sides, a thin long skyway slowly opened on the road of the town. This world is never as simple as you imagine, so is there a possibility? Except for weird things like the King of Demon Realm, the crowd gradually began to separate towards the surroundings as if in order. The mist is moving towards the distance bit by bit. His entire body was hidden behind the pillar. Oh, that's it. It turns out that this is a completely different place after 12 o'clock that the landlady said. It didn't look like there was anything inside the white mist. Carlos held his staff tightly in his hand. His eyes were just like this, quietly, staring at the river-like path extending from the white mist on the road below. This one is a river path extended by white mist. It just flows down quietly, while the crowd around it is like this. It's like I can't help but want to be contaminated by any trace of this white nothingness. And at the next moment, Carlos suddenly heard a bleating sound. That was when the sheep howled, and then Carlos's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly discovered that there was a person below him, and it seemed that he had suddenly caught a trace of white mist. The whole body suddenly turned into a sheep. Yes, that man just turned into a sheep in front of him. I only saw that person. When his body was contaminated by white dew, his body slowly fell to his knees on the ground. Then inside the body, a pain continued to erupt and spread. Finally, the pain was accompanied by the invasion of white mist and finally spread throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, the man felt that the bones in his body were constantly breaking. The bones were constantly shifting, and then he lay on the ground, his body arched slightly. Just a moment later, his body actually changed from a human body to a sheep's body. However, just for a moment, this sheep seemed to be accompanied by the call of a certain will. It began to extend in the direction of the white mist. That's right, this sheep kept running through the white mist, slowly running towards the direction Bai Yuan left. But it wasn't over yet. Then Carlos saw more white mist spreading around the white mist. The white mist seems to be looking for its own prey, looking for one life after another. Finally, it continuously entered their bodies. Then those living bodies were turned into sheep one after another. Carlos touched his chin, and the next moment he found a lot of white mist, which seemed to be deliberately looking for their own goals. And they all have specific goals. There was even a trace of white mist that entered the hotel where Carlos had stayed. So that's it. The next moment there was another sheep howl in the hotel, but the sheep didn't come out. At this moment Carlos remembered what the landlady said in the hotel at that time. Carlos grinned. It seemed that the landlady might know something. But she didn't tell me everything. They also said not to go out after 12 o'clock. This reminds me like nothing reminds me. It's not like the white mist will only turn people on the town's roads into sheep after 12 o'clock. He will also enter the hotel and turn the people in the hotel into sheep. No matter who he is, as long as he stays in the town. Whether he is in a hotel or a house, he will turn into a sheep because of the white mist. While Carlos had been waiting for this period of time, he suddenly discovered. There was a cloud of white mist floating towards him unexpectedly. The white mist looked at him intentionally or unintentionally, and he seemed to have noticed that his body had a scent that attracted it. Then he slowly approached his body. The corner of Carlos's mouth twitched slightly. This thing looked very disgusting. If you want to turn yourself into a sheep look, there are indeed specific people who choose to do so. So what is the difference between you and those people who turned into sheep? In other words, what are the similarities? The white mist rushed towards Carlos without hesitation. Carlos did not hesitate and took out a bottle from his waist pocket. There is a label on the white porcelain bottle which was drawn with his own blood. There were only 2 words written on the label, restraint, and then a clattering sound was heard. Carlos just grabbed the white mist in front of him. Then, as quickly as possible, cover the mouth of the bottle. Then, after tightening the bottle cap, he quietly looked at the white mist that kept flowing inside the bottle. The white mist inside seemed not to have thought that it would be easily caught by Carlos in front of him. Carlos smiled slightly. Behold, look what I have caught, something that can turn men into sheep. This is really a good thing. If anyone in the school continues to drink against himself in the future, I must use this thing to make that person suffer. But it wasn't over yet. The white mist that was twisting and flowing toward the distance seemed to stay for almost half an hour. It gradually began to decrease, and then the white mist decreased faster and faster and finally disappeared little by little. The originally silent streets began to become noisy again. That figure was so familiar, that figure of a dressed-up woman with swaying waist. From the window entrance, I flew into the room and looked inside the room. Carlos glanced at the girl and then at the proprietress who was talking to the girl. Let me tell you, the newcomer is already dead, so what are you afraid of? The little girl looked at Carlos in front of her with shock. Suddenly, the door was opened. Why are you looking inside like this? Is there anything else in here? The door to his room was slowly opened and a figure appeared from outside. Then everything belonging to the guest belongs to you. Oh, as time goes by, won't the small coins you have on you become more and more? I can tell you, as long as you clean the room here every day. The moment the 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other, there was indescribable embarrassment and doubt in the eyes of the landlady. Then the moment the proprietress approached, she suddenly... Carlos was riding a broom, holding the small bottle of white mist in his hand. Then he rushed towards the room. Carlos smiled softly, and when Carlos was about to close the window, he acted like he had never been out. Behind her, there was a little girl, the boss lady, who seemed to be about to say something to the little girl. 01. That was Carlos looking at her quietly, and the landlady turned her head and looked at Carlos too. I also found that there was another person in the room inside me. Why are you not dead? Boss lady, you cursed me to death as soon as you opened your mouth. Isn't this a bit bad? Carlos held a staff in his hand and gently kneaded the fingerprints on the staff. She looked at the boss lady in front of her with a smile, while the girl behind her stared at Carlos in front of her with fear on her face. It seemed to them that the fact that Carlos was not dead in front of them was indeed a very terrifying thing. The landlady's eyes seemed full of doubts and a little bit of fear. Immediately afterwards, the landlady breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Carlos in front of her little by little and then said with a smile, "As long as you're not dead yet, if you were to die, I wouldn't be too lazy to pack up your things. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first, but I want to remind you, little brother, it's best not to cause trouble here. Don't think that if you pass the first level, everything will be fine next, although you newcomers will be killed by this white season on your first day. But once you escape the white mist, you will continue to be selected a week later. 3. I believe you saw it just now, so just stay here for another week with peace of mind. I will come back to collect the body for you in a week. Carlos stared at the back of the landlady as she left and shook his head slightly. With a click, the door was slowly closed. As the night fell, Carlos washed himself slowly for a while. After that, he lay on the bed and rested. Although I don't know how many corpses have been lying on the bed this time, but Carlos didn't react at all. He lay gently on the bed, and after feeling the warmth of the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day came because the noise last night did not bring any negative emotions to this day. Instead, it brings more excitement to the day. People kept coming in from outside the town, and people kept walking out from inside the town. Of course, it can be seen that they do not seem to be heading to the grassland. Instead, he went to other places. It seems that grassland is indeed a taboo word in the town. In another house, countless figures gathered here, their eyes flashing with anger. One of the men glanced at the young man next to him, then slapped him hard and said, "Didn't you say you found him yesterday? Why did you lose him? Why does that happen?" The young man's face darkened slightly. He wanted to curse out, but he knew he would curse back. The final result may be life worse than death. He shook his head and then explained solemnly. After he explained the chaos that happened at the scene, the man frowned. He still remembered the scene left after the battle on the grassland, which was full of traces of magic and magic. From this point of view, that person's magic power should be very powerful. At least his strength should be pretty good. Then the so-called chaos this time may have been caused by him. There was a bang, and the strong captain punched the wall next to him. After the slightest crack appeared on the wall, other people nearby suddenly became more submissive. "Keep looking for me, remember, you must find him for me. If we can't find him, we will all be doomed. Only by catching him can we guarantee our lives." This sentence is correct. The boy Carlos killed, no, the boy who committed suicide. In fact, he is the fourth son of their boss, although he is said to be the fourth son. But also, he is also a son with a relatively strong talent. After all, he was still a son, so he definitely couldn't die just because he wanted to. If you can bring the culprit to the past, then those of them who are not well protected may be able to escape. During the day, in the alleys and in the town, more and more people seem to have increased throughout the day. Even Carlos at this moment, every time he walks on the street, try to avoid sight in the alley because he can feel it. In every alley around him, there seemed to be a person staring at him. Carlos clicked his tongue, knowing that he had to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. We must return to the civilized world as soon as possible. Otherwise, in this dark criminal world, I might be so willing that I won't even take the rest of my bones with me. It's a pity that when Cass continues to walk in this world this time, he suddenly heard a roar and roar coming from the side. It seemed that the battle at night was not over. They began to continue during the day, fighting with their respective forces and identities. Magicians still fight against magicians, and ordinary people still fight against ordinary people. There are safe ones and dangerous ones, but even so, there are still options for people to choose from. He looked at the man in front of him and pointed forward with his finger. More tasks are done in the grassland, so this group of people must fight in order to grab safer tasks. This chaotic scene immediately made Carlos wary. Carlos frowned, then twitched the corners of his mouth, lowered his head and began to think deeply. So what was the reason for the battle during the day today? But this is normal, after all, the place close to our town is Devil's Grassland. Hey brother, are you very confused as to why they are fighting like this? There seemed to be a man next to him who noticed Carlos' doubts. 560, he walked over little by little, patted Carlos on the shoulder, and said with a smile on his face, "If the battle last night was caused by myself, I want to ask you something. Are the rewards for the tasks here random or fixed?" Then, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. "But it's different here. We have no choice but to do this when supply exceeds demand. So in normal times, there are very few security tasks. It's just that the scenes of their respective battles are different. It seems like nothing like this happened in the town you went to before, right? This is different from the towns you have been to before. The tasks in the previous towns were various and varied. Whoever wins the fight is qualified to take on security tasks, and whoever loses the fight is not qualified. Don't think Carlos is stupid. In fact, he had asked many people before, or he had asked many people openly and secretly. The final result is that if you want to leave from this Corning town and go outside, then you must pass through 4 towns and 1 city. However, up to now, Carlos has only learned some things like this, and knowing these things is useless. He only knows how to leave, but he doesn't know where to leave and what he needs to go through. There are too many unknown things and too little information, so he has to go to a place with more information. So Carlos came to this so-called task-gathering point. I only saw the figures in front of me, one after another, beating each other's most handsome nose and face crazily. It seems that whoever lies down first will not be qualified to take those safe tasks. And in the middle of the group, there is a burly man. His face is like a lion and his hair is curly. His skin is so gray and full of murderous intent. He looked around and slowly stretched out his hand. Then he looked at the man lying on the ground below his body and then stepped hard on his head. With a thump, the man lying on the ground looked at the lion man who was stepping on his head in front of him with a pleading face. Then he slowly spoke. Please, please, I'm wrong, let me go, I won't fight with you again. There was no way just now. He challenged 2 opponents in a row. After winning twice in a row, his confidence doubled. So when he was about to choose the 3rd opponent, he met such an uncle. At the beginning, this uncle's strength was not strong. But the superimposed strength suddenly broke out at this moment. Even the man lying on the ground did not expect it. The 3rd opponent he chose would be so powerful. Just 3 punches knocked his body to the ground. The lion man looked around with anger. Then he opened his mouth, revealing the monster-like fangs in his mouth. The fangs were so huge and so scary. A very strange creature. He slowly looked at the group of people in front of him, then he laughed and said, "Is your strength just like this? Although the task I want to get is not such an easy task. But when I think about being able to beat you up and be able to beat you up before leaving, how happy I am." That's right, the lion-like man in front of him doesn't need anything else. His only purpose is to beat up the group of people in front of him. For him, the so-called battlefield, the so-called arena, and the task are just passing clouds. In his eyes, these things are just easily available and he can play them however he wants. And this also means that the man in front of him has nothing that can restrain him. Carlos hid in the crowd and moved quietly towards the back. He swore that even if he fought against the great magician, definitely not fighting the burly guy in front of me. It's not that Carlos is afraid of him, but Carlos understands it too. If he fights with him, his strength and identity will be easily exposed. After all, as a genuine magician, I can't have an explosive rate. Then there is only one possible final result: input. And just when Carlos was about to leave, suddenly a hand slapped Carlos hard on the shoulder. It was a figure that looked very familiar, and it was pressing down bit by bit from above. Carlos looked confused, then turned his head and looked at the burly man behind him who looked like a lion. Seeing him staring at Carlos in front of him with a smile on his face, Carlos looked around with a strange look on his face. A group of people around them had already fled far away and separated a road. And on this road, only Carlos was left there at the moment. So that was the case, which meant that he had been tricked. Hey, you should understand, how can I beat you with such a small body? So let's leave it like this. Since you have been selected as the strongest person, then why not choose the strongest and most terrifying one to fight? Why do you have to bully weak guys like us? Good guy, don't you think you still understand the rules here? Weak, this place is so chaotic, how can there be any real weakness? If you don't want to fight, you can kneel on the ground and lick your toes for me, then I'll let you go, how about that? Wind Lion, my name is Wind Lion, what's your name? Little kid. Really? Do you think I'm really that easy to deceive? That's all. If you want to fight, let's fight. In the past, there must have been dozens if not hundreds of magicians who died in my hands. Why do you have such terrifying abilities? There was a bang, and the lion-like man in front of him had just finished speaking this sentence. Of course, this hole was not big, but it also passed through his body and even passed directly from his lungs. The man nodded slowly, stretched out his hand and said with a smile on his face, "Don't steal the chicken, King Kyans, but lose the rice. In this case, I won't care about your uncle, whether you are an uncle or not. Don't worry, uncle, I will be gentler later and I will never let you suffer any harm." He suddenly saw a black light coming towards him. The black power was like the wind in the shadow, directly penetrating his body and passing through fiercely. Impossible, impossible, what are you talking about? Why have I never seen this thing before? Really? Thank you, uncle, but uncle, why don't you take care of yourself first? After saying that, Carlos walked onto the ring with the man who looked like a lion. The lion-like man looked at the hole in his abdomen with a careless expression. He slowly aimed at the lion-like man in front of him. Of course, it's okay to shed some tears and wipe some sweat, right? The two of them were on the left and right, and Carlos stretched out the staff in his hand. Pain, endless pain, was constantly transmitted to various parts of his body. Of course, this is not the most angry thing for the Lion King in front of him. There is also something scary. What confused him the most and was terrifying was that Carlos in front of him did not recite the incantation. For this group of evil people who are at the bottom of the world, they have seen too little in their lives. In other words, they have seen too little of those things above. As a result, their consciousness is still stuck in the past. In their opinion, perhaps magic must be recited with a spell, and it must be recited with the mouth before it can be released. However, it is a pity that they never imagine that the world is always making progress and the times are always being updated. Falling behind will always result in a beating. Under circumstances where the information is not rigorous and sufficient, the Lion King will never know that magic never needs to be spoken with the mouth, nor does it need to eat a spell to release it. He just needs to recite it silently in his heart. Only Kalos was seen, slowly raising the staff in his hand again. He said to the frowning head of a lion in front of him, "I'll give you one last chance to choose a mission related to Ronan, and I'll let you go." The reason why Carlos didn't kill him was very simple, even though this Lion King said he had a grudge against him. Although he likes to bully the big with the small, he is not the most important to him. The most important thing that he hates the most is still his mortal enemy, those wanderers on the grassland. So in Carlos's opinion, instead of killing the Lion King in front of him, then it would be better to let him go directly into the grassland and fight with those rogues. It is also a relatively simple and important thing to cause some trouble for those rogues. The Lion King didn't expect that Carlos would be so cruel. He was actually asked to choose such a task as soon as he opened his mouth. And the most important thing is in this town or in all towns. As long as there are some mercenary associations the tasks issued, then these people cannot give up at all. In other words, as long as they accept the mission they must go, there can be no thought of giving up. That's why Carlos dared to do it so easily, the reason for letting him go. Looking at the guy in front of me, he got a high-powered mission about Ronan. Carlos smiled, then waved him off. Immediately afterwards, Carlos did not hesitate at all. With shocked expressions on everyone's faces, they walked towards the counter of the task in front of them little by little. The staff behind the counter seemed to realize that Carlos was not easy to mess with, so he quickly took out a simple task and gave it to Carlos. Carlos glanced at the entire mission content above. It's very simple, even simple, but it's a bit incredible. There are only 2 words in the above content: collect medicine. Yes, there is a green forest next to Corningtown. There are a lot of medicinal herbs in that forest. Simply speaking, this task is to collect medicinal herbs, and that forest is not separated from the grassland. In other words, between the grasslands and the woods, there is the town of Kangning. Therefore, there are naturally no Ronin in the woods. Those wanderers just like to do things in the grassland. So the task of herbal medicine seems to be very simple. As long as some herbs are collected, even Carlos can get a full 10,000 coins. This can be said to be the simplest task, and it is also the simplest task with high rewards. You must know that Carlos just took a look at the mission that the Lion King just accepted. That Ronin's mission was directly worth 50,000 coins. Think about it, this is just an ordinary task, but it actually has 10,000 coins. Carlos sighed. It seemed that there were also dark transactions in this town that he imagined. Maybe those who are stronger, those who are tall and mighty. This is probably the reason why we can survive better in this town. However, Carlos slowly placed the piece of paper in front of the staff member in front of him, and he smiled. Carlos's smile was very vulgar, and there was also a touch of evil in the vulgarity. "I have a proposal. I don't want coins. I want a complete map of Crossland. This map, Your Majesty, includes the entire town of Kangning, as well as any place extending beyond 100 km from Kangning town. In other words, if you want to leave this place, then you must have a map, a detailed map that can be walked out." The staff member was also slightly stunned. He was a little confused, wondering why Carlos would do such a thing. Carlos shook his head and said, "I'm going to a place that no one knows where it is and no one knows its exact location, so I need a map. At least the map must be detailed." Carlos didn't say where it was, but he let it slip. Because he wants to see who are the people behind these dispatch tasks. The staff member lowered his head and then made a phone call. "Isn't it okay if I buy it with money? We still need to know where your destination is. Could it be that if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't have given me this map? The land of evil dragons." Carlos understood that the call just now was supposed to be a test of himself to test his strength. Is he qualified to make such a call? "Friend, we want to know why you have this map." That's right, Carlos used the land of the evil dragon as his shield, but at this moment when Carlos said these 4 words, "Sorry, that's the rule," listening to it made one's bones feel very soft, but Carlos continued to listen with a nonchalant expression. Next moment, soon a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "The land of the evil dragon in the legendary story is a place that will not be found." Carlos smiled softly as if he was an indifferent person and then spoke slowly. "Those 4 big characters." Sure enough, the woman who became serious asked slowly, The woman's voice gradually changed from a soft voice to a serious voice which seemed normal. Sorry, it's our duty, that's what our rules are. That woman's voice was very charming. Suddenly there was a clanking sound on the other end of the phone, which sounded like the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The land of evil dragons, also known as the place where evil dragons live. In this place, no one knows what they have and what exists here. But everyone knows that there are endless good things here. This world is bright in people's legends and books. This world is a world created by the God of light. So in this world, because of the characteristics of the sun, almost everything that causes this world to grow has the attribute of light. They all grew upright in this world. They do not have any demonic nature, so they represent the world of magicians. There are a lot of potion materials that are impossible to find, and these magic potion materials can be found in the evil dragon world. There are even rumors that a bottle of evil tree grass will fetch sky-high prices in the market. It was almost equivalent to the price of a drop of dragon's blood. After hearing this strange news, Carlos smiled slightly. That's why he felt that it was actually a good thing to use the evil dragon land as a shield first. On the other end of the phone, there was a sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. It can be seen that the person on the phone may also be shocked by what Carlos said at this moment. The serious woman on the other end of the phone seemed to be struck automatically. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, I want to know why you want to go to the land of evil dragons. No, why are you looking for the land of evil dragons? Or, sir, have you already found the land of the evil dragon? Carlos sighed and said as if he was confused and at a loss. Sorry, the land of the evil dragon only appeared once in legends and ancient books, so I couldn't find it correctly. However, just because I couldn't find him correctly doesn't mean that others can't. I once got a book from my teacher and the book recorded this. Evil dragons like to create entrances in places where evil is more severe. That's why I came here to look for it. After all, evil dragons like places like this very much. Although this is probably just the entrance. Therefore, I am looking for the entrance where the lights are turned off, looking for the place mentioned in my teacher's ancient books. The woman on the other end of the phone nodded, and then she made a request. Okay, we can send you the detailed map. This map represents the friendship between you and me. But I have a request, sir, if you find the land of the evil dragon one day. Then I need you to come back and take our people into the land of the evil dragon. Don't worry, as long as you can enter the land of evil dragons. Then, we will never have any compulsion if life and death are destined to lead to wealth and prosperity. After Carlos heard this request, he nodded gently. Then he began to frown and think, although his brows were furrowed and he looked very sad. Although the woman on the other end of the phone was very much looking forward to Carlos's words of agreement. I hope he won't say no, but at this moment Carlos's heart is filled with excitement. Great, we have found a loophole. All we need to do is tell them that we are indeed looking for the land of the evil dragon. Then as long as they believe in themselves, then there is no need to worry that they will not agree to their requests. Yes, I can agree to one of your requests, so when do we trade? Why not do it tomorrow? I will wait for you at Xianlu Hotel at noon tomorrow. Remember, you must come alone. After Carlos finished speaking, he slowly turned around and left in the distance. As for the task of the counter, he felt that there was no need to search for it. The next day at the Xianlu Hotel, the landlady was currently standing in front of Carlos' door, constantly pressing for rent. After Carlos washed up for a while, he smiled softly and opened the door. He showed off his strong muscles and a rich smile. He looked at the landlady in front of him, and he was not at all anxious about the rent offered by these landladies at this moment. For her, she is about to leave here. No matter how unpleasant her words were, it was none of my business. And before he leaves, I can just think of a way to teach him a lesson. But at this moment when Carlos walked out, I don't know why, but the landlady's face turned green. Her eyes seemed to be glancing towards her side slightly. 0. The fear and evil spirit in the eyes suddenly began to permeate the surroundings, and then Carlos shook his head and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just not wearing a shirt. And you are already an ant, don't you still think that I have taken advantage of you? Carlos was a little confused, but the lady boss in front of him didn't explain. She shook her head gently and then quickly started running down. Carlos looked at the boss's wife's leaving figure strangely. Suddenly, a bad premonition surged directly into his heart. This is the sixth sense unique to magicians like them. I don't know why, Carlos only needs to feel the moment when danger is coming. This feeling of danger will naturally come directly. Shaking his head, Carlos quickly closed the door and locked it behind him. He turned around and walked towards the clothes next to him, and in the room that Carlos just left almost 3 minutes later, he looked serious and mighty. The boss lady took the fierce husband next to her. They were all wearing white and blue clothes. But why did they suddenly betray themselves? With the arrival of the two people, there were more than a dozen figures wearing the same uniforms. So that's it, so I was discovered. Or was I betrayed? The door of this room was suddenly kicked open violently. Then people kept entering the hotel, and Carlos wanted to see if they could find any problems with themselves. He gently watched people passing by next to him. Judging from the appearance of those people, they should be just ordinary people. Jumping down, Carlos' body fell hard to the ground while jumping high, but obviously there is no such thing. After preparing his clothes, Carlos rode his broom and flew away from the window toward you. At this time, Carlos saw another group of people slowly walking towards the Line Hotel. Suddenly, he found out everything. Just like this, I came to this room quietly. Although Xianlu Hotel is said to be just a hotel, it actually has rows and rows of tables and chairs outside. Those tables and chairs can be used for drinking tea and resting, and there are all kinds of entertainment and food, but the seat fee here is indeed very expensive. Carlos sighed and sat on the chair. Then he put a coin in his hand on the table. His face had already changed at this moment so that others could not recognize him. Carlos even used the transformation technique directly on his face. This spell is very simple, but recovery is also very troublesome. Of course, he only performed spells on some small animals. Carlos had never thought about it or applied it to his face. Just when Carlos was sitting on the chair as agreed, next to him, a figure of 820 also walked over slowly. The figure looked very thin, wearing glasses, and looked like a cultural person. But from his eyes, Carlos could see that it was not as simple as culture. It is a kind of madness, an extreme madness. It seems that the person in front of me often does terrible things, but this person smiled slightly, and I have to say his smile. Even though he was so disgusted, he also looked at Carlos in front of him and said in a slow voice, "This is someone else's thing, keep it well. Such a detailed thing is usually difficult to buy in the market. I don't know why the boss would give it to you so easily for such a priceless thing. If it were me, I would definitely make more demands from you. Although I don't know who is behind you, although I don't know what family is controlling behind you. But what I am sure of is that the people behind you really need something from the land of evil dragons, whether it's dragon blood or the materials from the evil dragon land. I know that they all need it. If they need it, there will naturally be supply and demand, and if supply and demand are limited, there will naturally be a price. And you must have harvested a lot of good things from this so-called supply and demand and harvest, right?" Carlos didn't care at all about the guy in front of him making fun of him. In his opinion, the guy in front of him laughed at himself. Then it means that he is more jealous of himself. The man was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Carlos in front of him with doubt in his eyes. He spoke slowly, wanting to ask Carlos's identity. But Carlos was already holding a bottle at this time and was slowly walking towards the distance. The sizzling liquid inside the bottle, the shaking cap, and the bottom of the cup. Then, Carlos took a sip and threw the empty bottle directly into the trash can next to him. After Carlos drank the bottle of drink, he slowly turned his head again, looked at the gentle man next to him and said, "Yes, when I came here just now, I heard a loud noise here. Do you know what it was?" Carlos asked this for a simple reason. It was because he wanted to know how he was discovered. After all, Cass felt that he was hiding well. At least ordinary humans who hide it cannot see the problem at all. The thin, bespectacled man with a gloomy face over there pondered for a while, then he smiled, then pointed to the stairs next to him and said, "Ah, there is a man who has never eaten sheep, so we suspect that he may not be our friend but our enemy." Carlos nodded, "That's it." Then he slowly walked towards the distance, deliberately avoiding the scope of this hotel. Of course, what Carlos didn't know was almost half an hour after she left. The man sitting on the chair slowly lowered his head, his eyes were shining with murderous intent. It can be seen that he is very angry. All the suppressed emotions just now were felt after meeting Carlos. At this moment, it actually broke out in an instant. He violently smashed the table in front of him and turned around to look around. The figures around him were all obedient, fearing that anyone would dare to come out. This man with glasses left and left. Carlos finally understood that all the information he had collected was very inadequate. Although I know what kind of city this is and how many people there are, I don't know exactly how many people there are. That's right, I just know some basic information. But I don't know the specific situation. Although Carlos said he was very irritable, he also understood that this was his own problem. If there is some information that I know in advance, it would have been impossible for something like that to happen in that room at that time. Later, Carlos learned a piece of information that made his hair stand on end. That is, now everyone eats mutton. There will be a sarcoma growing on his chest. There is a pair of eyes on that sarcoma. No, it should be said that it looks like eyes. It was like human eyes growing on his body. Suddenly, another line of sight appeared in his eyes, but Carlos smiled slightly and his body suddenly jumped towards the high wall above. It has been almost a full week since Carlos came to this town. It can be seen from this that the Carlos in front of them may not be their friend, but their enemy. And because Carlos was thinking about things, he never discovered the problem. Then at that time, he would never leave the room and open the door with his upper body naked. But so far, he has not eaten even a bite of mutton. And this pair of eye-like tumors is the mark of everyone who eats sheep. If Carlos had known such a thing for a long time, but when I discovered it now, it was already too late. Turning around, he saw that behind him, there was a line of sight looking quietly at Carlos in front of him. So that boss lady just stared at me. Obviously, they just discovered themselves and followed them. Then he looked back at the people following him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes and a smile on his lips. Just when Cass was about to find a corner and look at the map. The problem is he didn't know it at the time. If calculated in this way, it means that there are others behind me. At the same time, sight lines appeared one after another not only in front of him but also on the left and right here. You are running so slowly and still want to catch up with me. What are you thinking? Carlos shook his head and taunted, then turned around and jumped down to the bottom of the city wall in front of him. The whole body swayed for a while in the sky. Then he disappeared into the distance, and the man who had just climbed to the city wall turned slightly dark. To be honest, you are not allowed to bring any animals into Corning Town. The animals that enter Kangning Town are basically regarded as beasts by the governors in Kangning Town. In other words, it is used as food, as long as there is any animal that enters it, whether it is a pet or anything else. As long as an animal enters it, there will be no life at all. So after a group of rogues on the grassland entered here. There is no vehicle to bring the eagle and the others can run around in the grassland. For them, the eagle is their best partner, naturally in traffic, in the means of transportation on the grassland. There is no way to use it in City 3 at this moment. Then they have no way to catch up with Carlos, who can quickly disappear into the distant sky on a broomstick. Carlos was holding a map in one hand and his body was floating on the broom. Along with the broom, he slowly moved forward in the high altitude. Carlos finally chose the direction he should go. This map is very detailed, so detailed that Carlos felt a little scared. This place has actually reached another country. That's right, Carlos is no longer in the UK at this moment, but in a certain grassland in Germany. He just took a look at the surrounding houses and realized that they did resemble German architecture. I glanced at the drawing in my hand. The direction marked on the drawing was very clear and precise. From the direction I knew, I walked straight ahead from Kangning Town for almost 200 km and I could get to another town. That town can be considered a somewhat chaotic town. The difference between that town and Corning Town is this. Corning is a town that is definitely known for its evil. And that town is indeed a chaotic place where there are good and evil and all kinds of people exist. But there is a very interesting thing there, which is order. As long as people exist and live in the town, they must abide by the rules of the town. There are also rules for the order of those on duty. Carlos did not expect that there was such a distant evil force. There is actually such a town. Of course, this does not mean that there are no other towns and villages between Kangning Town and Helluo Town. There are still some among them, but Carlos discovered them after looking around. Almost all the other villages and towns in the country exist as evil. There are no rules at all in those places, even more terrifying than the rules in Corning Town. So Carlos felt that these places were not the places he wanted to go. For now, what he wants to go to is a place where he can sleep peacefully. You won't rest in a town where others treat you as an enemy just because you haven't eaten the mutton. In this way, you can find your way home with peace of mind. And Carlos didn't know that at this moment, something interesting was happening in Hogwarts. Not to mention the Quidditch competition, after all, Carlos has no interest in it. Compared with that stuff, Carlos prefers to study creation and explore magic. In terms of magical achievements, Carlos can be said to be unparalleled among his peers. These achievements are unmatched by any one person, not even Harry Potter. At this moment, the interesting thing that happened in Hogwarts was that the thief suddenly disappeared. Of course, Carlos hasn't come back yet, so he doesn't know. A letter of apology had been delivered to the mailbox outside his dormitory. Under the apology letter, a person's name was written. The mailbox can only be opened by Carlos, so that person understands. This letter was specially given to Carlos. The man wanted to apologize to Carlos. Likewise, he wanted to ask Carlos to give him some time. He would get Carlos' money together, but it would only be a small thing. And inside Hogwarts, really big and interesting things happened. It is rare in Hogwarts' 10 years that schools from all over the country gather together and come to Hogwarts together. Not only Britain and France, but also schools from various places in the East began to gather here. The gathering time is set for October this year. This college gathering is a gathering of friends. There will be approximately 100,000 students gathered in the entire college. There are also hundreds of teachers who discuss and research together here, as well as duels between battles and magic. This banquet can be said to be a major earthquake in the entire magician world, and it is also a carnival in the entire magic world. The two old guys just sat quietly on the chairs. Let me guess, you old guy actually dared to come here to find me. It means you must have something you want me to help with, old guy, just say it. The old man on my side did sigh quietly. As for whether to help or not, that's my business and I won't ask for your answer. I saw him 100 years ago and he still looks like this now. Dumbledore already knew very well about this old friend. His gray beard rolled up on his nose. He looked at Deng Feng in front of you and you shook your head and then said, "What could you say? You framed me for no reason, just let this matter go and you don't plan to compensate me at all. Just like a vulture looking at you, you need help with something." In the office, Dumbledore looked at a book and map, his eyes narrowing slightly. Looking at each other face to face, the two people's eyes were old but with a hint of secret. Immediately afterwards, he saw a familiar figure appearing at the door of his office. They both know what the other is up to, but they both understand each other. The figure knocked on the wooden door of his office and then walked in with a smile in his eyes. "There is absolutely no way to give up. You are such an old thing. Do you know what you did to me back then caused much damage to my soul? It's good that I didn't seek compensation from you, but you actually dare to bite me back. Some time ago, Yaslid was bewitched by someone. He came to Hogwarts to play, and then he received Dumbledore's warm hospitality. A banquet was held that night. I have to say that Dumbledore's attitude towards Yaslid was quite good. For him, Yaslid, an old guy, should be regarded as a good friend to him. He is also an old friend for such an old friend. At that time, Dumbledore understood that this guy was not a good person. He was either looking for his help or borrowing something from him. So that night he prepared to treat him with good food and drinks and then fool him. However, what he didn't expect was that the final result of that banquet, they all locked up Yaslid. But it was not unjust if this guy hadn't appeared in Hogwarts school in advance. He would not have suffered such a disaster. Later, when everyone knew that this matter had nothing to do with Yaslid, no one locked him up and released him again. So he decided to trouble Dumbledore with a face full of resentment. Of course, he felt that he had gained something from this trip. After all, if you don't give Dumbledore this old guy some benefits, or if you don't have some friendship, he will definitely not let go. The grievances he suffered this time, plus his friendship with him, were all locked up by the Hogwarts Academy. No matter how you look at it, it seems that he has suffered a loss, so if Yaslid borrows the road, this loss will not be made up for himself. At worst, he will go out and keep looking for places, and then spread rumors. Tell everyone that Hogwarts is a stingy academy, and that old man Dumbledore is a stingy old man, although the whole magical world knows that this guy is definitely a stingy old guy. But it doesn't stop him from talking for a few more days, seeing that Dumbledore in front of him just looked at him quietly. The two of them were in each other's sight with a nest of crazy irritability. For some reason, Dumbledore felt like beating up Bocalis. And the next moment, a figure appeared between the two. The voice sighed faintly, and she slowly picked up 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee and placed them in front of the 2 old guys. Then Elizabeth, who had just walked in, smiled slightly, put down the coffee, and slowly retreated. Then the next moment, Snape also walked in. He looked at Dumbledore in front of him with a worried look on his face and then slowly spoke. "Mr. Principal, something happened. Carlos Lucifer, a genius student of our school, is missing. According to the current information, he may have been captured by that evil organization Tilda. Dumbledore immediately woke up with anger in his eyes and surprise looking at those incredible eyes. It was as if he was really worried about Carlos' safety. Of course, Yaslid also knew that Carlos was indeed a genius. After all, when he first met Carlos, he was the only one who could talk to him calmly, and in that campus poisoning incident. It was also Carlos who saved the situation and found several intruders. Then after catching those intruders, he was freed from the problem of Yaslid. So at this moment, he could see that Dumbledore was indeed worried about Carlos. However, only Dumbledore and Snape in front of him understood. They weren't worried about Carlos at all. In other words, the two of them have already been worried. There is no use worrying at this moment. The reason why Sniffer came in at this time was actually just to interrupt the two old guys in front of him to continue talking. After all, Snape did know that Yaslid was indeed wronged and a little angry. It's him who's suffering at the moment, so it's normal for him to come looking for some trouble. However, if they attribute Carlos's disappearance at the moment to the food and poisoning incident at that time, then this guy Yaslid is like this. He has no excuse to cause trouble. Look at the talented students in our school. They were all kidnapped in the end because of you. Although your reasons account for a relatively small amount, there are indeed 10 parts of your reasons. So why do you have the nerve to continue to ask our principal? Keep asking. Hey, are you telling the truth? Carlos, is he really missing? Of course it's true, Professor Yasrid. If you don't believe it, you can check it out. At this moment, I believe that the Lucifer family has chosen the next heir to the family, and it is no longer Carlos. That's right, at this moment in the Lucifer family, Herlock is recognized as the next heir of the entire family. It was still chosen and determined by Denia personally, under such circumstances. Herlock can basically be regarded as without any accidents, and this situation was also created by Carlos and Denia. Delia still remembers what her eldest son Carlos said to her. He told himself that he had to pretend to be dead for a while. He believed many people wanted their own lives. They couldn't give up killing themselves at that moment, whether it is the Nanaya family or the James family. Or maybe it was the group of intruders who broke into the college. They all want to kill themselves, so they must fake death for a while. At least Wang Nuazhou wants him to disappear from the eyes of the world for a while. Only in this way can he endure this storm. Then it will return to people's sight. Until that time, the moment the matter in the Lucifer family was resolved, this is the moment when the Lucifer family truly returns to peace. There was no problem in welcoming Carlos when he came out. Yes, Carlos was not worried about his own safety. He was worried that due to his own reasons, there would be civil strife and internal strife in the Lucifer family. After all, in the eyes of many families and nobles, they cannot rise to the top. At least he couldn't inherit the position of the patriarch of the Lucifer family. Because once he inherits the position of patriarch of the Lucifer family, he will definitely continue to be at odds with other nobles around him. Under such circumstances, the Lucifer family can be considered a big trouble. The entire aristocratic society has basically recognized Carlos as the patriarch at that moment. The Lucifer family has an absolutely hostile attitude. But at this moment, Denkaros is no longer the patriarch of the Musifa family. There is no chance to become the patriarch of the Lucifer family. Then no matter who is in power next, they will definitely not adopt the same completely hostile attitude as Carlos. Even Herlock, those people knew that when Herlock came to power, Herlock would take the Lucifer family with him. Re-establishing diplomatic relations with other families with an attitude, all of them are noble. This is an inevitable attitude and an inevitable choice. On the other side, in a certain family, this figure was looking at the man in front of him with a gloomy expression. There was a burst of anger on his face, sometimes endless anger. Do you know that what you did to Carlos can easily be learned by the Magic Courtyard? Once the Magic Courtyard learns that there is civil strife and melee between our families by that time, the Magic Courtyard will be promoted to all our families in unison. At this moment, do you 873 think we can withstand the wrath of the Magic Courtyard? Do you think we are just a group of ordinary people? Will we still treat this matter in an ordinary way? How is it possible? To be honest, Tandis was very angry that they had actually joined forces to arrange cooperation on this matter. For the Luo Nia family, they are directly excluded. This also made Tandis feel creepy for a while. Because he understands that once 4 of the 5 major families unite together, what a terrible scene it would be. However, the 5 major families did not unite, and there was one major family among them that was not accepted by them. This feeling Tandis understands is to deal with us unanimously. The man in front of him looked at Tandis quietly and told the truth. In order to establish the dignity of Carlos, this action was proposed by the James family. Carlos's strength, Carlos' identity, and what Carlos will do. Basically, these things have been completed within their investigation. For example, Carlos would enter the magical forest at that time. This was also done during their investigation. They knew Carlos would take this step, so they took advantage of Brooklyn's life. We must also take Carlos away and take him to serve as a minister in this group. But once you do that, then next, who would be under suspicion? It's very simple. Among the 5 major pureblood families, only the Nanaya family is facing Carlos head-on. In the eyes of all the family members, only the Nagna family had hatred against Carlos. In this case, the Nanya family will be branded as such a traitor to the reputation between the family and the nobles. Then the label can no longer be removed. Everyone understands that this is a conspiracy, and it is also a conspiracy that makes everyone feel creepy. Especially Master Tandy, looking at these voices in front of him, his eyes were full of murderous intent. He shook his head. He wanted to smash the face of the man in front of him. His smiling face is so disgusting. With someone like him, the James family is indeed a very hateful family. But you have forgotten that it is not just our non-Nia family that has conflicts with the Lucifer family. Don't you, the James family, also have conflicts over drinking Cass? Under such circumstances, it is not just our Nanya family. Your James family will also be labeled with suspicion. Once you are labeled as suspicious, it is time for the magic garden to visit. I hope the older one, your James family, can still hold on. Tandy's left without a single hesitation, idfi, and very decisively. In this family-to-family battle, he cannot lose, nor can he stop. Where did Carlos go? He didn't know. He only knew that Carlos might not come back. So what is the most important thing now? It is very simple. Of course, it is to repair the relationship between the Lonia family and the Lucifer family. At the same time, prove it to the world and the entire family and society. The Nanya family did not participate in this option in the Carlos disappearance case. The case of Carlos' disappearance has been spread throughout Hogwarts. Almost everyone in the entire Hogwarts Academy already knew that there was such a student. He had an accident in the magical forest, and next to him was Brooklyn lying on the ground with blood on his face. The two of them had met before, so a conclusion can be drawn from this. The two of them must have encountered something terrible. During the battle between the two, they finally drove away the terrible thing, but Carlos disappeared and Brooklyn died luckily. In fact, there are only two ways to return from the land of evil dragons. The first one is that according to the Dragon King, you can leave the land of the evil dragon and then leave the grassland. The second way is to return to the original place after death and return to the original world. This has something to do with the rules of the world. At this moment, when everyone sees Brooklyn's body lying there, everyone understood that what the two of them encountered was definitely a very terrifying creature. No one thought that it was actually because of Brooklyn's fight with Carlos. They will sort out the case of Carlos' disappearance step by step and then draw a conclusion. In the end, the solution was reached. To be honest, it was in the mouths of the great congressmen. During the magic trial, a group of people quarreled. Their only way is very simple, that is to find Carlos. He did not think that Carlos would be dead in this disappearance case. For his part, Carlos is a very smart boy. Can't we punish them? We know they did it. If the whole incident was connected in a series, it would make him feel the weirdest. Of course, no one would know and no one would think about such a thing. At this moment, the upcoming disappearance case of Cabuz is being tried. That would lead to the tragic situation and ending before us. That's Carlos. Why is he with Brooklyn? What should we do? What can we do? Yeah. That's right, the big congressman's method is very simple, find Carlos. It was clearly between the two of them, but they did not hesitate to use the knight's contract to participate in this family duel. But no one ever thought that Carlos actually killed Brooklyn. Could it be said that we don't have any calendar correction for this kind of thing? For now, no one understands the situation in the magical forest. No one knows what happened in the forest. From inside the magical forest, they can learn all the traces and evidence from the scene, which are basically what they can see. Those who can't have no way of seeing the traces and the evidence. It may have been disappeared into the darkness by some people or some objects and wiped out in the forest. That was the battle between Carlos and Brooklyn. It was not just a fight between ordinary people, but it happened casually. This battle was a premeditated battle. Whether it's Carlos or Brooklyn, they all understand. One of the two of them must die, or Brooklyn, who knew he had to die. Only his own death can bring the same death to Carlos. Everyone understands Carlos' character. He is a proud and arrogant person, but at the same time he is a cautious person. If there was no way to use the black magic wand at that time, then Carlos will definitely not pick it up. So Brooklyn is going to be a bait. Will become a lure using a black magic wand. It is to make Carlos think that the black magic wand does no harm to anyone. Let Carlos pick up the black devil and fight. This is what the James family asked Brooklyn to do. Let Brooklyn use the magic wand to tell Carlos something. It just made Carlos feel that nothing would happen to the staff when he held it. Of course, at the beginning, nothing happened. It's just that when Carlos holds it, problems will follow one after another under the devouring darkness. This black power is irresistible and unavoidable to human power. Not even the magical power of Carlos can prevent it. Therefore, there is no evidence that what happened in the forest at that time existed. Under such circumstances, Magic Courtyard has no way to make a better judgment. For now, they can only focus on the relationship between the two of them. A judgment is made based on the relationship between Carlos and Brooklyn, as well as the relationship between the Lucifer family, the James family, and the Nanaya family. One of the judgments is that Carlos's disappearance may have been caused by the Nanaya family or the James family, so both of their families have problems. After all, both of their families have personal vendettas against Carlos, especially the Nanaya family at that family appearance meeting. It turned out that the appearance of Carlos led to a fight in the entire conference. There is no question of position between the two parties at all under such circumstances. In fact, even the Magic Courtyard watched a good show. In their view, there is no way to unify the positions of families. There is no harmonious relationship between families. In the end, there can only be such a fight, as long as there is no way to unify the noble family and the noble family. Then the Magic Courtyard can better monitor this group of people. Only conflicts can produce results, and what if Carlos dies or disappears? So what is the final result? It goes without saying. The Lonia family will be able to launch a family banquet again in the name of their family. Under this situation, the Lucifer family may change its previous strategy. Because Carlos is a genius, the Lucifer family will not be afraid of the entire other families when executing it. But things are different now. The genius Carlos has disappeared. Maybe he's dead, a disappearing genius. This means that he no longer has anything that can affect the entire environment, situation, and the balance of the nobles. Since there is no way to influence it, then the next result is self-evident. Carlos will become an abandoned son, allowing the family behind and the Lucifer family to reconcile. The Lucifer family will also make a new choice again. All previous interference in the Magic Courtyard will be ineffective. Councillor Kasani's face darkened slightly. He glanced at the chief councilman in front of him and then spoke slowly. Dan Sheng, you should understand that this is not a time for us to discuss things at will. Is there any point in continuing to discuss it? It must be the so-called families and the so-called nobles. At this moment, we are already trying our best to solve the current problem. 0. Do we really believe what they say in their family? If this continues, checks and balances will disappear. The only thing we have to do is to find a way to bring checks and balances back to shit. Before, Carlos controlled the entire family and all the nobles. Under such circumstances, Carlos would become a truly terrible person. This also led to the Magic Courtyard's confidence in the entire aristocratic system. But things are different now. The checks and balances have disappeared. Carlos has disappeared. Then they will look for new checks and balances, although Carlovin has one. They didn't create it, but they were inspired by Carlos. For example, choose an equally powerful genius to be the leader of the entire declining family. Different magic and different methods cannot break the physical shield formed by the dragon. One after another, they looked like so-called figures, holding staffs and quietly patrolling people. After waking up, Carlos rode his broom and slowly headed towards the entrance of the town. Even compared to the previous town, this place seems much safer. From the surface, you can still see a layer of shield slowly forming above the town. As a serious, normal, ordinary magician. It's just that it's so small, but it looks very peaceful here. But Carlos understood that on the surface, although there seemed to be no guards or weapons at all. On the other side, Carlos saw this small town in front of him. At least on the surface, it seems to be about 1/3 smaller. Carlos naturally chose to enter directly from the main entrance. That kind of shield is a shield formed by free magic power. Although looking in front of me, there was no sign of guards or guards at all. But if you look carefully, you will find that several black magic crossbows on top are shining with dazzling light. Then it is necessary to use a kind act to release this idea to everyone. For him, he understands that he wants the other party to show goodwill. This town is much smaller than the previous Corning town. Carlos slowly landed outside the straight door. That's right, it's actually a whole town guarded or controlled by magicians. It seems that the armed forces in this town are indeed more terrifying than those in Kanglin town. At least it looks like this on the surface. A man on the city wall seems to have noticed Carlos coming. When he saw Carlos step down from the broom, his face sank slightly. He knew that Carlos was a magician. After all, magicians now like to fly with their brooms. Since he is a magician who can ride on a broom, his magic power has at least reached that of a primary magician. That means that the magician in front of him should be a primary magician. Although the strength is not very strong, magicians are generally more terrifying and powerful than ordinary people. A person like 843 enters their town. Not to say it is a disaster, but at least it is a bit troublesome. So generally speaking, in this town, every magician who enters the town needs to register in advance. Carlos seems to have known this point a long time ago. He just quietly looked at the figure walking towards him. There was a little smile in his eyes. Then Carlos saw that he was holding a book in his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Leo. This is my business card and my identity is the manager of this town. Of course, it is just an ordinary registered manager. In view of your identity as a magician, you need to register your name in advance before you can enter this town." Carlos first looked at the man in front of him in confusion after seeing the book in his hand. Carlos smiled lightly, then slowly came over and wrote his name on it. Of course, it was just a name. This world is a very interesting world if you leave something of your own on something at will. Then it is very likely that the contract will be established because of someone else's conspiracy. For example, the book just now, if it is in the book, if there is magic guidance on it. Then, as long as Carlos drops his blood on it. Then Carlos' identity will be recorded. Then Carlos will force a magic contract with something. It's just that this method is more troublesome. And the restrictions are very large. First, you must leave your blood or saliva on it. In this way, the contract can be formally established. After all, if you just leave your name on it, there is no way for anyone to make this contract valid. Looking at the names written one after another on it, Carlos smiled and returned a book to the male minister in front of him. The man looked at the name on it, then shook his head and said, "Sorry, you still have to leave your blood mark." Carlos looked at the man in front of him and said to his face, "Are you sure I still leave my blood mark?" Do you know what a blood mark is? Everyone's blood is unique, and letting your blood enter any object, it is very likely to cause any kind of impact. I hope you can answer a question for me. That is, there shouldn't be anything in your notebook that can affect this kind of thing, right? The man hesitated for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "Excuse me, please come in." The man let Carlos go, then smiled. Carlos did not leave his blood mark, but he still walked in. Everyone who entered this town basically left their name and blood mark. Of course, except for those special characters, some problems can be seen at a glance. And Carlos was the same, although he saw some problems. But he didn't know where the problem was, but at this moment he seemed to have understood the key to this problem. The book should be just an ordinary recording magic. Simply put, remember that everyone who entered the town left a mark on their blood. Once someone who entered the town caused any bad influence or accident, then the blood would have the effect of the contract, and the person who entered the town and committed a crime will be discovered and watched in an instant. Of course, Carlos could not take other risks zero. Then leave his blood on it. He was worried that his blood would be used by others for other things. After walking into the town, Carlos took a look at the town. It was exactly the same as what was said on the map. This town looked very peaceful and stable. At least on the surface, there was nothing bad about this town. Shaking his head, Carlos slowly stretched out his hand. Then a ray of light appeared quietly in his hand. In the dark world, this ray of light brought Carlos a trace of peace. It's dark, and we have to find a place to rest for a night. After all, I remembered the hotel in Corningtown before. Carlos felt that the hotel on this side should be much safer. From the surface, this town is much calmer. But Carlos also understood that any calmness would never be perfect safety. Behind the silence, there is most likely a chaotic sequence. Shaking his head, Carlos stretched out his hand and the light shone on the road ahead of him. Carlos walked slowly forward. There were not many shops open on the road. Only a few hotels were still operating quietly. Carlos walked into a hotel and took a look at the man who was taking a nap at the counter of 28 in the travel room. The man seemed to have noticed Carlos coming out. He first looked at Carlos and smiled. His face, which was already very sleepy, seemed to be a little energetic. It seemed that he should have forced himself to get rid of his sleepiness. Carlos walked over and asked directly, "Do you have a room?" Yes, sir, of course we have rooms. We have 3 types of rooms here, 50, 100 and 150. Which one do you need? Compared with the so-called relationship between rooms and sheep before, the rooms here are much more normal. Whether it is 50, 100 or 150, it seems that the price has at least returned to normal. After all, the price is quite normal, so naturally in Carlos's opinion, this should be a very normal hotel. At least that's what it seems on the surface. After Carlos opened the room, he realized that it was much cleaner than the previous hotel. There were no obvious blood stains on the bed, and the black marks were difficult to see. Although you can smell a little bit of mold, it should just be the smell of moldy furniture, and there is no particularly strong fishy smell. Only representation doesn't happen very often here. It was the same kind of vicious incident in Changning Town. For example, a murder or something. Shaking his head, Carlos slowly closed the door to his room, then lay on the bed and quietly fell into sleep. The fall of darkness brought endless tranquility to this town. In the silence, there seemed to be a flame burning. Carlos's eyes twitched slightly, as if he was dreaming about Jin Chen. I felt that a ball of fire 3 was quietly starting to burn around me. Without any hesitation, the moment he felt that the flame should not burn towards him. Carlos suddenly opened his eyes, and sure enough, it was not a dream. It seemed to be true. Carlos's eyes jumped slightly, because he did see a flame burning slowly in front of him, even spread quickly around. Because the staff was placed next to him, Carlos could quickly pick up the staff, then wave the staff quickly and said, "Liuishuiju." A pool of clear river water sprang out directly from the staff. Then he threw himself fiercely towards the flames in front of him. The flames and water flow combined to emit clouds of white mist. The white mist floated quietly into the air. Then, the same river water directly extinguished the red flame in front of him. Shaking his head, Carlos seemed to have a smile in his eyes. Sure enough, although it usually seems quite quiet and safe here, but under this safety, what comes out is indeed an unusual nightmare. What Carlos felt here was that it was like a devil's lair. In the devil's lair, everyone who lives there belongs to the devil and is a killer. If you say that you have no way to escape from these killers, then he will be devoured by these killers. It seems that I thought too well at the beginning. This town is indeed not as good as I imagined. In other words, how can there be a good place in a town like this? Carlos slowly got up from the bed and turned his head little by little to look out the window. There was a killing intent in his eyes, and he quickly picked up the broom with the staff in his hand. He rushed out into the sky fiercely. For the induction of magic power, Carlos's strength is obvious to all. Once upon a time in Hogwarts College. He spent the whole day on his way to the road inside the magical forest. He sensed a magical power belonging to Chi Luo and came here specifically to target it. Yes, he even sensed Voldemort's magic power. Therefore, Carlos's induction of magic is very powerful. It can even be said that all the magicians in Hogwarts, except for Headmaster Dumbledore, no one could compare to Carlos' Sai of magic. Carlos frowned, relaxed slightly, waved his finger, and a ball of light appeared on his finger. Then, with lightning speed, it rushed into the sky. Looking at the figure in front of him, Carlos smiled. He waved his palm, and the flame gradually began to bloom on his palm. There was a bomb wrapped in the flames, and Carlos quickly threw it towards the man in front of him. There was a bang, but the man didn't expect it. As soon as Carlos saw him, he actually took action directly. Could it be that he wasn't worried? In this town, if you dare to take action so blatantly, what will be the final result? Could it be that he had never thought about it? And then Carlos had no idea at all. In his opinion, the only thing he could do was scare and conquer the people in this town who were hiding in the darkness. Only then can I rest in this town for a while with peace of mind. And now there is a magician who also rides a broom, his whole body wrapped in black clothes. Especially his magic hat is also wrapped in black, looking completely like an evil magician. Really, I just want to have a chat with you. There's no need to rush into a fight. There's no such deep hatred between us, is there? Who told you that there is no such deep hatred between us? Interrupting me while I'm sleeping is the thing I hate most. 793. There is no need to rush into a fight in such a hurry. Do you want to kill me? It could be seen that he was also puzzled by Carlos' behavior at this moment. Carlos, who stretched out his staff, just looked at the evil magician in front of him quietly. His black clothes were covered with black light, and the moonlight cast an icy chill. If you dare to disturb me when I am sleepy, then you should be prepared to be killed by me, right? The managers of this town are not a good person. Do you know how angry a magician is when he wakes up? There was a chill in the eyes of the two people, and then they saw that they said it casually. And besides, don't you understand the consequences of fighting in this town? Still dissatisfied, the two magicians stretched out their staffs at the same time in the sky. If he finds out what you did to me, you should understand what the final result will be, right? As soon as my brain twitches, I may come back and fight with you again. Wait, wasn't it just when you were sleeping? I woke you up when you were sleeping, so I must take a breath and say it here. No, I don't understand. I only understand if I take a breath here. So, are you ready to pay the price, my dear friend? Regret what you just said? Then I will be very unhappy during the rest of the journey. Will I be very unhappy during the rest of my journey? It seems you recognize it. Yes, my friend, I am ready to accept your punishment. Come on, let me see what kind of punishment you will give me. Will you kill me or kill me? Carlos sighed leisurely. Killing people. He would never do such a terrible thing. Besides, he never had the guts to kill those who had no life-or-death enmity against him. Immediately afterwards, Carlos waved the staff in his hand slightly. A flash of light gave the evil magician opposite him a bad premonition. His expression changed slightly and he quickly backed away from himself. Looking at this one, the black magician retired towards his back. Carlos had already released his magic. His magic was not shouted out, but released quickly and directly without any spell or intention of speaking. A ray of yellow light smashed towards the body of the evil magician in front of him like a wolf. Evil magic, it can be seen that the power of that light magic is completely petrified. But he knew that he was okay and escaped quickly, otherwise his body would have been hit by petrification in an instant. Then basically, I can be considered a failure. You can even say that you are at the mercy of others. Carlos looked faintly at the demon in front of him who was retreating behind him. Then Carlos laughed slightly. Sure enough, it was still a bit difficult to kill him at this moment, but you know what? If you fell into this trap just now, then you can wait for a painful possibility with peace of mind. But it's a pity that you didn't, so don't be embarrassed. I will use all my strength to deal with you, but you must be prepared. There was a buzzing sound, and Carlos's staff waved very fast just in an instant. 2 magic spells were cast within less than 3 seconds. Of course, the first magic was in Carlos's heart and he had already shouted it out. Now you only need to wave it out gently, and you can smash it out directly. The magic that shattered the bones was smashed towards the body of the magician in front of him like a wolf. When the magician saw this golden light coming towards him, his face darkened slightly. He quickly retreated behind himself and then shouted, "Fall down." Shattered to pieces. The 2 magics smashed together and the 2 smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, it directly brought the power of being smashed to pieces to the surrounding walls. He even severely smashed all the surrounding vegetation, big trees, land, and the so-called dead things around him into pieces. However, it was a pity that the one who was writing magic looked ready to mock Carlos in front of him. Suddenly, he found that his magic had hit him in the face. After sighing so quickly, he quickly backed away from himself. But it was too late. This magic was very fast. It just hit him in an instant. The moment a magic power hit his body, he only felt a sense of numbness. The numbness that formed on the body and arms was like adjusting one's hand tendons and hamstrings. Is it painful? It's not painful. This feeling seems to have adversely affected my body in an instant. What's worse, this was to get rid of his own weapon. In the end, his hand became slightly numb, and then the weapon in his hand flew fiercely into the distance. After 2 clicking sounds, the staff in his hand fell hard to the ground. There were 2 crisp impacts, and then there was nothing. Carlos, on the other hand, also swung out a wave of shattering bones. He just hit the evil magician in front of him fiercely. The faces of the magicians darkened slightly. Suppose that at this moment I was hit by my own body and bones. Then he is definitely not dead but also semi-disabled. Although these magics are aimed at those corpse eaters with dark attributes. In other words, those evil believers. However, it is also very effective for evil magic like him. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, then quickly threw it into his pocket and took out a white wooden shield. He picked up the shield fiercely, reacted quickly, and blocked it fiercely in front of him. Carlos's body had been smashed into pieces and there was a clang. The shattered bones hit the shield like this and there was an echoing sound. At that moment, the wooden shield in his hand shook slightly, cracks appeared, and then there was nothing left. At this moment, I couldn't sigh more. Carlos thought for a moment and waved directly. As expected, he is an evil magician who has survived in this kind of place for so long. He has many good things in his hands. Then another serious incident happened which made Carlos feel very powerful. Because the evil magician in front of him actually took out a staff from his pocket. There was a faint white light shining on that staff. This staff was very similar to the staff in my hand. Then, and the person who entrusted him was some insiders in Corning Town. It seems that that staff should be his backup staff. Sorry, all this world needs is comfort and peace. There were people who didn't eat sheep, so the group of executors thought of Carlos. Letter 3005. I can't believe that besides that one staff, you actually have other staffs. And most importantly, Carlos discovered something. After Carlos got the map, a bad thing happened in Corning Town. Dear friends, he accept it and take the power of pain. I discovered the purpose of coming to this town. No, my dear friend, please let me explain. This is not what I want to do. I believe you should also understand. What is my purpose from you at this moment? Let me explain it again. Can I explain it to you carefully? Lise, that's right. The evil magician was entrusted by others to find Carlos in front of him. The evil magician finally understood that Carlos in front of him had no intention of letting him go. As a result, they began to doubt Carlos' identity. And it was a staff he bought from the black market. Then let's see, can you use this power to unleash its most powerful power? That's right, inside the hotel where we made the deal with Carlos. Explanation: I can't possibly need your explanation, I just need the real voice after you have been punished. What commission are you talking about? Why should such a high-priced commission be entrusted to me? Could it be that there is something wrong with him? Nedek looked at the man in front of him. He is really weird about such a high price, high return, and low-risk commission. He shouldn't have had his turn, but the person in front of him directly requested that the entrustment be assigned to him. From this point of view, I still have a bit of a reputation here, no shit. Nedek has never thought so. In his opinion, he has no reputation. Could it be said that I don't know yet? Although I am an intermediate magician, but in fact his magic power has only reached that of an intermediate magician. There is no place to learn even more intermediate magic. The only powerful intermediary magic is just a broken body. Under such circumstances, when he heard that these people actually gave him a so-called high-return, low-risk entrustment, no matter how you think about it, something is not quite right. This kind of thing is not quite right. Generally speaking, he is not prepared to participate and deal with it. But the person in front of him is different. The person in front of him is the executor of the town. In other words, he is one of the 3 people in control of Corning Town. 190, you don't need to be afraid in this world. There are many, many things and many tasks. There are many people and they are all completing their respective tasks. That's because they all have their own tasks, and the same goes for you. The reason why we found you is because we think this task is most suitable for you, because the person you are chasing is also a magician, just like you, he is a magician. Nedek was silent for a while. He stroked his beard and showed a hint of vigilance on his face. Then he slowly opened his mouth and asked doubtfully, "That's really weird, can you tell me, my dear friends, who is that person? What on earth did he do that would make you go to such great lengths to hunt him down?" The man was wearing a mask and he quietly glanced at Nedek in front of him. Then tell the whole story. Of course, this also includes the fact that the person defrauded them of their map and that he is a person who does not eat sheep. In Corning Town, those who can survive have more or less eaten mutton. In this case, they are almost integrated into this town. Although on the surface, Corning Town does not allow any pet animals to enter this town, but this is actually to prevent animals that are not food from entering. It was devoured by the group of greedy people inside. Simply put, this is just a concerted effort to protect this group of animals. But unlike sheep, sheep are tied to Corning Town. This actually represents the Ronin on the grassland, which is also bound to Corning Town. Of course, it is just a business transaction and binding, and does not represent a human rights transaction. So at that time, after Carlos entered Corning Town, that person did not find the few people in control of Corning Town camp to help. Because they also understand that those in control of Corning Town cannot help them. Nedek remembered the excitement he felt when he took on this task. When I still had a crazy smile on my face, I feel regretful now. He never thought that the final result of this mission would be to encounter such a tough opponent. This man is really a tough guy. Not only is he tough with his hands and words, but just like his skills, his strength is also very tough. When I faced him, I even felt like running away. But in the end, I still suppressed that painful feeling in my heart. Friend, I still say the same thing, I have no intention to be your enemy. If you feel that I have offended you, then our relationship will remain as strangers as always and we can just leave. There is no other hatred between us, is there? I can compensate you for something about what you just set on fire. Carlos still shook his head, as if he was playing with the staff in his hand. Every time a magic is released, Nedek in front of him feels a certain degree of uncertainty. He even felt that Carlos was playing around every time he released magic. He even felt that Carlos didn't show his true ability and strength at all. To be honest, this kind of person has never been seen by Nedek, and he is also the most terrifying existence. Being able to hide one's strength among the crowd in this world without being discovered. There is no way that he can stop people like this or that he can look at them, but why can such a person exist in this world? It was something he couldn't understand no matter what. But now, Nedek has finally discovered something. He discovered that every time Carlos released magic, some of it was within the rules. Your technique is learned from the orthodox classroom. For example, like the one who was shattered to pieces just now, they can naturally be regarded as intermediate magicians. This pattern can be said to be Carlos's contradiction, as well as a weakness and shortcoming. They don't have such regulations, so in their opinion, as long as they learn an intermediate magic. But Carlos, he is an intermediate magician. Nedek was very angry. He wanted to scold Carlos in front of him. Why would a strong man like you pretend to be an ordinary mid-level magician to seduce me? It's obvious that there are evil magicians in this town. They understood that Carlos was definitely not an ordinary person. No, you are a magician from the academy. Who are you? In this way, you can call yourself an intermediate magician and advance to the level of intermediate magician. You are not a wild magician, but a real orthodox magician. It's just that you guys who can rob the city with mid-level magic without a single mid-level magic can't do it. At least the feeling shown in front of him is not a feeling that ordinary people can have. At this time, Nedek finally saw the completely different expression on Carlos's face in front of him, as well as Carlos's identity. That is, every intermediary magician must learn 2 intermediate magics. In Cass's view, his strength is only that of the middle magician. In other words, there are some rules in it. Yes, there are very strict restrictions in Hogwarts Academy. At least in their eyes, every magician can become an intermediate magician as long as he learns an intermediate magic. Carlos looked helplessly at the figure in front of him who kept walking towards him. Just when Carlos was about to kill Nadek in front of him, this person appeared and he seemed to want to be a peacemaker. There seemed to be a smile in his eyes as if he was born with a smile. Dear friends, have you forgotten? What are the rules of our town? We don't allow fighting and fighting each other here. Carlos sighed. The person in front of him was not the one who recorded his identity. He didn't even know the name of this person, but he asked him to stop as soon as he came. Carlos felt that he had underestimated himself a little bit. Well, you want me to stop, then can you tell me why? Is it just because of your words? Is it just because of the so-called rule of not fighting? Then does your rule only apply to special people? I'll give you a chance, get out of the way. I don't want to kill you, I just want his life. As for you, I can take it as your sophistry. I'll let you go this time. Carlos's staff was still quietly pointing at Nadek in front of him. Nadek's eyes were also filled with anger and surprise. He didn't expect Carlos to be so brave. When facing the arrival of the executor, he dared to say such words, but it was precisely because of this that Nadek showed a look of excitement. Because he knew that the executor had unlimited power in this town. As long as they were found, they would see anything that broke the rules. Then he will take action, and as long as there is resistance, they will suppress him directly. The face of the law enforcer darkened slightly, and his brows frowned slightly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Carlos with a smile in his eyes, and he slowly spoke again. My friend, I will give you one last chance. Put down your weapon immediately. Otherwise, I will treat you as an invader. I think your name has been recorded in our record book. Once you are regarded as an invader by us, your identity, your name, and your location will be known by all our enforcers. At that moment, you will be hunted down by all the law enforcers. Carlos felt that he had given him a chance. And similarly, he felt that he had given him a chance to make him feel that he could not beat him. Thunder explosion. A flame fiercely turned out from Carlos's staff. It hit the law enforcer on the other side and the law enforcer's sight. At this moment, a ball of flame appeared at the moment of hitting. I didn't even hear Carlos say a word. That's right, Carlos only needs to think about it in his mind. He directly released this magical red flame and finally hit the body of the law enforcer. The next moment, the law enforcer quickly retreated behind him. Then he quickly pulled out a shield. This shield looked much more delicate and he wanted to block the thunderbolt flame in front of him. Unfortunately, a roaring explosion sounded instantly. Flames filled the surroundings, spreading and extending around it. Then it wrapped around the wooden shield, and the flames slowly burned and burned the wooden shield, and finally pulled it away bit by bit. This is the second warning. If you dare not listen to my warning next time, then I won't show any mercy anymore. You have to remember that I am in a very bad mood right now. At this moment, the law enforcer finally reacted. The Carlos in front of him was not telling lies, nor was he trying to scare himself. He really dared to take action. And once Carlos takes action, it can be said to be death or injury for a few draws. He stretched out his palm and held it slowly, as if he was holding a certain ray of power and a certain ray of light in the air. Then Carlos stretched out his fist and smashed it slowly. A fist hit the head of Nedek in front of him. Nedek's body flew out fiercely under the fist here. There was a bang and Nedek's body was seen flying out at the same time. His face also darkened slightly. At this moment, the law enforcer over there also looked at Carlos with a gloomy face. Looking at Carlos, it was as if he was filled with hatred for Carlos. Carlos didn't use magic but punched. Every punch hit Nedek's face, making Nedek's face twitch uncontrollably. At this moment, his second staff had already been disarmed by Carlos. There are no weapons on his body that can be used. It can only be said that he let it get stuck on him, act arbitrarily, and swing his fist at will. Dong dong dong, it hit him again and again, and his head hit the ground. one dent after another was made. A thin crack in the pit also extended towards the surrounding area. Carlos smiled slightly. He was smiling, but his hands were still beating and hammering. At this moment in Carlos, this law enforcer can see two faces. It was an angel and a demon, constantly trying to persuade Carlos to keep his hand. But Carlos completely ignored the advice of these two guys. Instead, he insisted on hitting the young man in front of him. Sure enough, after receiving this message from the sender, the other law enforcers in the surrounding town also began to walk over to where Jai was gathered. The moment they saw the current scene, their faces turned slightly dark. An enforcer immediately went up to stop Carlos. However, Carlos did not stop at all. He swung the staff in his hand fiercely and hit his law enforcer directly. The force that shattered the body and bones hit the law enforcer with a loud sound. The sound of clicking sounded constantly on his body. The bones shattered and gradually began to leave tiny cracks one after another. His body just hit the wall behind and even made a hole. Before the man had time to scream, his body was lying on the ground and he would never come back. Carlos was very decisive and did not hold back at all. However, the group of law enforcers in front of him still had some thoughts on Carlos's attitude at this moment. It was a bit strange, of course, that no one of them continued to attack Carlos at this moment. They only felt that Carlos was even more evil than those evil magicians. Even on his body, he didn't see any aura belonging to the evil magician. He even only saw a big blister swollen on Nedek's face at this moment. His face was swollen as if he had a bun. His eyes have turned blue and countless black circles around his eyelids are constantly blooming. Look, this is the final result. I said don't mess with me, why can't you understand? Tell me who ordered you to come close to me and track my 827. Nedek looked at Carlos, who was acting recklessly on him in front of him. I wanted to say that person's name at that moment, but at this moment, there was a bang. There was a gunshot and a bullet shot through the fire pit. The gunpowder, coupled with the smoke of gunpowder, fiercely rushed towards Nedek's head in front of him. Carlos reacted quickly and very quickly. I saw him waving his staff and smashing it in front of Nedek. The force of many obstacles directly blocked the trajectory of a bullet. At this moment, the sudden scene in front of them immediately frightened the law enforcers around them one after another. There was a moment of silence and anger on the faces of the law enforcers. Suddenly one after another rushed over. They all caught the law enforcer who took action. Then the trial began, which these people never expected. They, the people who enforce the law, actually attack the victims directly. It seems that the situation is a bit complicated now. Carlos glanced at an enforcer over there and said something. Catch him first. I want to question the guy in front of me first and then I'll torture him. Don't worry, if you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. I am a person who abides by the rules of this town, but unfortunately some of you here are unwilling to follow the rules. These law enforcers looked at each other. About 5 out of 10 of them nodded. They seemed to agree with what Carlos said at this moment. And there were a few people who actually looked at each other without any reaction. It seemed like it should be silent. Carlos and the Nedek in front of him were constantly asking and answering questions. The law enforcement officers in the surrounding crowd finally understood what was going on with the two people in front of them. Especially one of the law enforcers, after knowing what happened at this moment, his face suddenly showed a burst of anger. At this moment, his eyes were only staring at Nedek's face in front of him, staring into his eyes, and then he slowly asked, No, every time a demon enters the town, it will be recorded. Who is he? Has he been recorded? Why can't we detect it in advance when he is here and casting magic at will? This is why in a town, the rules can always be followed. Because in this town, no matter who it is, whether it is an evil magician or a righteous magician, as long as they use magic, they will be noticed the moment they use magic. This kind of contract does not require blood, just a name. All you need to do is write your name by hand. This contract is also very interesting. It only plays a very simple monitoring role. But it was obvious that Nedek in front of him had entered here secretly. This means that he definitely did not enter normally, because everyone who enters normally needs to be recorded in the book. What happened in the town at this moment obviously made this peaceful town become a little noisy in an instant. The surrounding houses began to slowly move. In the originally quiet room, the lights that were turned off were now turned on. Actually, some people stuck their heads out one after another to see what was going on outside. After all, they have lived here for so long, and no one has ever seen anyone making trouble. But at this moment, they did see it, and they saw more than a few people. There are so many law enforcers, which means that the level of trouble is not small. On the surface, Nedek revealed everything and all the problems. In particular, he emphasized that at this moment, in the hotel in Corningtown, a man who did not eat sheep appeared in the hotel. They believed that a person who did not eat sheep was Carlos. This means that in the eyes of the people in charge of Corningtown, Carlos is a liar, the one who deceived them about the map. Carlos stood up, then turned to look at the law enforcers around him. How do you know these things? Logically speaking, it should be impossible for you to know about this matter. It seemed that what he said was true. Carlos didn't know whether what he said was true. The expression on his face suddenly changed slightly. Everyone, I need an explanation. What happened this time is obviously that I suffered a loss and that I suffered a disaster. Then he pointed his finger gently at the face of the law enforcer and said, "You should express your condolences to me. Why did you suddenly blow yourself up like this?" He is just guiding the law enforcer in front of 13:9. And when that law enforcer heard Caro's words the moment he heard them. Likewise, I guessed right away that the group of people in Corningtown wanted to take action here, right? Carlos was also slightly stunned, and the corners of his twitching mouth couldn't help but feel speechless. Carlos's voice was very firm and experienced. I just said it casually and wanted to see your reaction. He seemed a little nervous, seemed a little conflicted. He looked at Carlos and he slowly wanted to speak. Although I don't know what your name is, I know at a glance that you must be a spy from Corningtown, right? Just when Carlos was thinking about how to answer, suddenly the air around him suddenly solidified. After finishing speaking, Carlos looked at the law enforcer on the other side who was about to fire a bullet. With you like this, how can I be embarrassed to say what I want to say next? The solidified air seemed to freeze all the breath around it. And in the frozen air, a figure was walking slowly over. This voice came from the road all the way to Carlos. Looking at the scene in front of him, he sighed quietly, then shook his head and said, "Don't worry, my friend, we will give you a reasonable explanation for the situation at the scene. At least we will definitely explain clearly any issues you have raised. The man has blonde hair, wears glasses on his face, and looks gentle." But in the eyes of the law enforcers around them, the man in front of him looked like a wild beast. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked at him. Maybe they are all afraid of him. Why is this? Why are they so afraid of the man in front of them? Carlos didn't understand. Of course, he didn't need to move. Carlos hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Immediately afterwards, I saw the body of the hair holder, fiercely throwing it towards the blonde man in front of me. There were two bangs, 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 and the body of the two-shooter fell directly in front of the man with glasses. The blonde man with glasses glanced at him slightly and then smiled. It seemed that he was very grateful to Carlos for his profound and righteous action. Immediately afterwards, the blonde man with glasses grabbed the head of the man in front of him with his hands and made 2 clicks. The top of the law enforcer's head seemed to be firmly grasped by a gentle claw. The whole head felt like it was about to be removed by the blonde man with glasses in front of him. "Wait a minute, sir, no, you shouldn't listen to him like this. What he said is false. Could it be that our subordinates who have done this for you still don't deserve your trust?" The blonde man with glasses smiled slightly. His smile was very happy. There seemed to be no emotion at all in his eyes, as cold as snow. At this moment in Carlos's eyes, the blonde man with glasses in front of him felt like this. The feeling he gave himself was so terrible. However, the blonde man with glasses smiled slightly. He grabbed the head of the law enforcer in front of him, then stared into his eyes and then spoke. "I wonder if you have stayed under my hand for such a long time. Then you should understand my character, and the rules of the town cannot be broken. As law enforcers, none of you should break the rules here. And you tell me, why did you kill him? Was it just because you were unhappy with him, or was it because he broke into our town?" A painful scream sounded from the mouth of this law enforcer. He only felt as if there were countless organs and countless lives in his head that were about to be taken out. And after the screams, there were one after another, and the surrounding eyes looked full of pity. They all understood that the blonde man with glasses in front of them would do anything. There can be no hesitation or pause, especially at this moment when he had to punish the disobedient subordinates in front of him. He will punish them without any wantonness. This is the blonde man again, the scariest and most terrifying place. There were 2 clicks, and the law enforcer's body fell limply to the ground. Of course, if we look inside Carlos' sight at this moment, we will find out. Although his body just fell to the ground, he was not dead. Yes, he is still breathing fresh air. His chest was still shaking, but his breathing was very rapid. Not dead. Just now, Carlos heard the head of the straight guy in front of him. "But I heard bursts of cracking sounds, but he didn't die. What does this mean?" This means that the blonde man with glasses in front of him has kept his hand. Seeing this, Carlos raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was so warning and questioning. The blond man with glasses seemed to see the doubts of Cabos in front of him. He smiled slightly, showing a professional smile. Then he pointed at the law enforcer lying on the ground like a corpse in front of him and said, "Please rest assured, it is absolutely impossible for our people to break the law knowingly. Once there is anyone who knows the law and breaks the law, I will have no mercy. Don't look at his body, it looks intact." In fact, his mind was already broken, but he was not dead yet. After saying that, the man with glasses slowly dragged the vegetative body in front of him. Walking towards the distance, Carlos just watched his leaving figure quietly. Silent and speechless, of course, that moment when the blond man in front of me was leaving and the back was getting farther and farther away. He suddenly turned his head to look at Carlos and then spoke slowly. "Dear Mr. Carlos, there is one more thing I haven't told you." After staring at Carlos, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the blond man with glasses next to him. "That intruding thief, do you want us to help deal with it?" "It's okay, I can handle his problem by myself. After all, it's my problem too." One of them, the blonde devil, looked at Nedek in front of him with a sure look full of pleading. "I can't bother you with all my problems, right? So don't worry." He must also know the identity of the blonde man with glasses in front of him. Nedek, who collapsed to the ground after being punched by Carlos, had a face full of fear. "Nedek, I saved you just now, although I don't know who the blonde man is." Carlos may not know him, but Nedek is around all year round, hanging around. He is the most unmentionable executor in a town. But what I can know is that if you fall into his hands, you will definitely not end well, right? His identity is actually very interesting. "He is just an ordinary law enforcement officer." Cass shook his head and answered. After finishing speaking, Carlos lifted Nedek's body and walked away. Carlos turned towards him, "Go away in the other direction," and that was Weiwei's last glance. Of course, there are many, many law enforcement officers like him here, but no one dares to say anything bad about him. The reason is actually very simple, that is the blond man with glasses in front of him. Nedek Carlos could see the fear of the blond man with glasses at a glance, and it wasn't just Carlos who could see that. It can even be seen in the eyes of the countless executors around. Carlos understood the fear of the blond man. The man was like a lighter. His appearance would ignite countless dark fireworks around him. It would make the whole world collapse, but he said in his heart that if the burning flames were not vented, they would collapse sooner or later. "Carlos, tell me what you need me to do for you and I will help." Nedek's swollen and bruised face. When he said such words, Carlos couldn't help but laugh, but this was his own fault after all, and Carlos still held back his urge to laugh. Of course, Nedek, who was attracted by gravity, could see Carlos's uncontrollable laughter at a glance. He shook his head and sighed. After all, what he was like now was only because of his own sins. After shaking his head, Carlos started talking about business. His smile is still the same and his eyes are still calm. From that moment on, when I saw Carlos in front of me for the first time, Nedek was very sure about the Carlos in front of him. His future must be limitless, at least he is a person who can tolerate it. Yes, if Carlos can't bear it, then it would be impossible for him to survive in a place like Corning Town that he was used to. It would be impossible for him to live well while others are chasing him. This means that Carlos is not just a forbearing person. Likewise, he is a very hidden person. It's very simple, I just need you to do one thing for me. You need to go back to Corning Town and tell the person who asked you to perform the mission that Carlos is dead. After he went to this small town, he encountered misfortune and was killed. Nedek's face sank slightly. He knew the consequences of doing so. Because once Carlos is not dead, the truth will be known to the few controllers in Corning Town. Then, Nedek will become the first target of the Palm Seeker to get rid of. Nedek told the truth. He didn't like to do such a thing, nor did he want to do such a thing, because he felt that the final result of doing such a thing would not be good. But what could he do? In the end, Nedek agreed to Carlos's request. The reason why Carlos let Nedek go back so easily is actually also very simple. In fact, he had already injected a toxin into Nedek's body just now. If this toxin is not eliminated as soon as possible, then his body will be spread by the toxin, and he will eventually die. At this moment, Kang Ning, who was on the other side, was inside the tea restaurant outside the Xianlu Hotel. A man was waiting for the information from the person in front. That person just wrote the note and handed it to the man in front of him. When the man opened the note and read the words, he knew that the person in front of him would definitely win. "Look, as I said before, you are an intermediate magician who has been famous for a long time. How could you not defeat a junior magician? But what did you mean by that last sentence? Hey, it's not interesting. I found out after he entered Xiaolu town. I followed him directly into the town and then discovered that he seemed to know the law enforcement officers in the town. He made me feel as if he knew all of you. Including the blonde devil in that town, he is also very familiar with him, and it can even be said that he is. I met my soulmate and friend a long time ago. Nedek didn't dare to tell lies, or he didn't dare to tell the truth. He could only use this half-truth and half-false approach to lure the 10 men in front of him into believing his words. Immediately afterwards, he will do some unreasonable actions. And it is these unreasonable actions that will end the mission after bringing Nedek this time. Nedek's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about this fact. The man in front of him was also very calm. It's like listening to a story. But at the next moment, the man slowly put down the things in his hands. He glanced at the expression on Nedek's face as if he wanted to see if Nedek was lying. But then he reacted, whether he was lying or not. The town's act of shielding Carlos had already happened. If this is the case, then we can use this as an excuse to put pressure on that town. Similarly, Carlos is also betting that this town can protect itself. Of course, this kind of protection is not their active protection, but a passive protection. After discovering his identity, and then discovering that this small town was the culprit who shielded him, how could those demons from Corning Town not come to this town to fight the autumn breeze? If they dare to come, then this town is destined to be defended repeatedly. Because the ideas of the two towns conflicted, Carlos didn't want to leave under such circumstances. If once the stability of the town is broken, once the rules of the town are broken, then it will be broken. War might as well, the money was good, be Carlos give himself a chance, so stability is a normal thing in this town. At least in Carlos' eyes, this town is dominated by rules. He felt that it would be easier for him to leave here normally. So the result of this conspiracy is very simple. At this moment, it was obvious that many people had already appeared around this town to monitor him. Then the image the town has created at this moment is finished. Although it is said that he has certain strength to escape from here, sure enough, people can survive if it is nothing. But it doesn't mean that I can go on the road safely or peacefully. Then I will definitely be able to find an opportunity to leave this town. Letter 3005 If you want to survive, there is only one best way. That is to reduce one's dependence on this town and this prairie and leave here as soon as possible. As long as the two towns started fighting each other. It is indeed a place on the prairie, this evil place. On the other hand, Corning Town is completely different. In fact, many people have never thought about why they survive in this world from the beginning to the present. Their fate, their lives, everything about them is just an impossible dot that appeared in their dreams. And now this point gradually begins to relate to their lives. Intertwined with everything around them, many people are like this. They don't understand what they are doing in this world and what they are here to do. They are able to adapt to their surroundings, and once people become attuned to their surroundings, the moment when people depend on their surroundings, why do you keep relying on me? Making changes is the hardest, and choosing is also the hardest. Carlos didn't want to be like this. He felt that once he became such a being, his heart might be disappointed, looking at the lights ahead one after another in the bright corner. It is gradually spreading towards this side of the town. From Corning Town to this small town here, all the villages and towns in between. Almost all of them gradually began to be connected under the spread of this flame. In this prairie, there seemed to be countless people whining and wailing. The flames exploded one after another like fire snakes. Gradually, a figure also appeared in front of him. Carlos looked at the figure in front of him and looked at his face. Was there a trace of ridicule in Carlos's expression? Corning Town is attacking you. Why are you saying you don't plan to resist? Are you just waiting for them to capture your town? Everything in this world has a price. Corning Town is looking for trouble for us, and I believe he must have a purpose. In my opinion, his price is definitely you, although I said I don't know who you are. But I just need to hand you over to Corning Town, right? Carlos sat on the eaves, holding the broom lightly in his hand. His eyes were gently staring at the blond man with glasses in front of him. There seemed to be a slight smile on his handsome face. There was no meaning in his eyes, but the malice could be seen. He smiled like a poisonous snake. This made Carlos very annoying. He hated poisonous snakes. Because poisonous snakes will bite you in the dark from time to time, and poisonous snakes are often more hateful than those ferocious beasts. After all, those ferocious beasts will fight you in front of you no matter what. If that's the case, you can give it a try. Human beings are creatures that are willing to push their limits. Once people get a benefit, they want more and more benefits. In my opinion, the same is true for Kangjin. If you say you will hand me over, it will be so easy. Then guess what? Will Corning Town ask you for more benefits? Even a town like yours is included in the jurisdiction of Corning Township. Let this town with orderly planning and peaceful dawn turn into an evil town spreading blood. Obviously, Carlo's behavior also caused dissatisfaction with the blonde man in front of him. Still having doubts, he looked at Carlos in front of him quietly. The Viper's eyes squinted slightly. It was as if an onslaught was about to begin. But Carlos didn't care at all, looking at the sky in the distance. The night gradually began to disappear, and as the night disappeared, it reached the point of morning. The flaming snake in the distance is spreading towards this side. It also began to gradually disappear into nothing after the flaming snake disappeared. The sun gradually began to shine above people's heads. However, it is a pity that no matter how bright the sun's light is, it will shine brightly. He couldn't shine into this darkness. I have lived in this town since I was a child, and the education I received was mainly based on this town. Indeed, maybe it is just like what you said. Human beings like to push themselves to the limit, so handing you over may arouse their greed. Make them want more, friend, and I want to make a deal with you. Carlos was stunned for a moment, and the blonde man with glasses also smiled slightly. It can be seen that he really wants to show his kindness and peace. It could be seen that he really wanted to show his harmony, but then Carlos shook his head and said, "Presumably this answer was not given to me by you, but by someone else behind you. There are 3 people in power, although I am one of them. But obviously, I am not qualified to manage everything in the entire town. I am only a small part of them, and there are only 2 of them who can really manage the affairs of this town. The 2 of them said that they want to propose a deal to you and ask for your help. This group of demons in Corning Town is very scary. Once they enter the scope of our town, they will definitely massacre everyone in the entire town. I don't want this to happen. After all, they are a group of human-eating demons, so we would like to ask you to fight together with us. For example, kill Zama, the leader of Corning Town." First of all, Carlos just wanted to complain about the name. Leader Zama, this sounds a little weird. Then Carlos thought about it carefully, and he suddenly found it very interesting. The group of people in front of me asked me to help and kill the leader called. Carlos can draw a conclusion, that is, they think Carlos is strong. He has the power to match Zama, and then he looks back slightly. You will find that the group of people in front of you classify Carlos as a strong man of superior strength. So what kind of reason is it, or what kind of perspective can we see it? Carlos is very powerful, which makes Cabos very surprised and strange. Then the blonde man with glasses in front of him smiled slightly and extended his hand to guide Carlos in a direction. You must be very confused about the specific matter. How about this? Come with me to meet my boss. From his mouth, you should get the answer you want. Also, the transactions and requirements between the 2 parties, please. After saying that, I saw this blonde man with glasses waving his hand. There was a hint of doubt in Carlos's eyes. Of course, his feet walked towards the road ahead without any hesitation. After all, in Carlos' view, they didn't want to kill him. It's hard to imagine if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Carlos would never believe that one showed a superior attitude in front of all the law enforcers. The blonde man with glasses facing everyone looked so groveling at this moment. As if he were a little brother, he gently came to the proud woman in front of him. Then slowly but politely, there was a trace of smile in his eyes as if he was saying, "Look, sister, I brought it for you." The woman looked at Carlos in front of her, then looked at the blonde man with glasses and waved. The blonde man with glasses turned and stepped aside. The woman slowly stood up from the seat. She has a graceful body, and her long silver-white hair hangs over her shoulders. The erected hairtail looks like a slender girl. If it weren't for her clothes, it wouldn't be able to cover the soft whiteness of his chest. Carlos really felt that the person in front of him was a pure girl. "May I have your name?" Carlos frowned, not asking anyone's name as soon as he came up. Shouldn't you be the first to say your name? However, just when Carlos was confused, he felt that in his consciousness, a silent wind suddenly entered his mind. Immediately afterwards, the wind blew his life, floating his consciousness and soul. His consciousness trembled. At this moment, Carlos felt that his consciousness suddenly became trance-like. He asked his name. "Yes, I want to answer. I want to tell her what my name is." But then, just a moment later, Carlos suddenly felt a burst of heat in his chest. The hot breath seemed to tell Carlos that this was fake. Opening his eyes, Carlos found a soft and beautiful woman in front of him. Coupled with her arrogant appearance, Carlos was very disdainful. She shook her head and said, "Before asking other people's names, you should tell me your name first. This is the courtesy of a host facing his guests." The woman who originally stood up high suddenly sat down again. At that moment, the swaying charm could be seen in her body. She smiled slightly with a hint of elegance and said solemnly, Yes, I was the one who was abrupt just now. Indeed, before asking someone else's name, you should answer your own name. This is a matter of etiquette for a person, so my name is Keisha Schlock. Schlock? Wait, Carlos's face changed slightly. Why is this name so familiar, although it is not prominent among the nobles? But no matter what, the Schlock family is also a pureblood wizard noble in the entire aristocratic society. In other words, is the woman in front of me a member of the Schlocky family, or is this just a coincidence? After all, there are many people with the same name and surname in this world, and no matter what, this is a country, not the border between England and Scotland. So Carlos had doubts, but not much. He just thought about it lightly, and Carlos said cautiously, "Excuse me, what is your relationship with the Shisliwoki family?" "Do not know." Carlos nodded and sat down on the chair that Keisha had prepared for him with a clear look on his face. When Carlos sat on the chair, Keisha in front of him slowly spoke. "Then let's talk about our deal, although I don't know where you are going. But I can see that you have been traveling a lot. You shouldn't be going to a certain town, right? How about this, you help me drive away those villains in Corning Town? How about I help you find the direction and place you want to go? Maybe I can't help you and take you to your destination, but at least I can help you choose the best way for you to go." Carlos hesitated for a moment, and then he asked his weirdest and most puzzling question. "Let's not talk about that first. There is only one thing that I am very confused about right now. That's why you believe that I am strong enough to drive away Corning Town." "No, it's not identification because I know who you are. Even though I am thousands of miles away, I can still hear your name. Maybe they don't know your name, but I know your name is Carlos Lucifer. There is no Lucifer family here, but there is indeed such a family over there. Zero. And I also know the name Carlos. He is Carlos, a second-year genius student from Hogwarts College. He is also known as the hardest working genius student. Is that correct?" "I mean Carlos nodded. "If he knew his name, then he should also know his strength. His identity in Hogwarts and his strength actually didn't obscure much. In every duel, I use my own strength. Although it's not all, it's at least 70% or 80%. Naturally, many people know their name as a genius, and they also know their own strength, especially during the battle with Voldemort. He was able to escape unscathed and even drive Voldemort away. Okay, no problem, as long as you are willing to help us, then I believe that he will be driven away by us." He wanted to say something, but was quickly stopped by Keisha next to him. She nodded gratefully and smiled. So he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to drive him away. Then she naturally knew that her strength was indeed very strong. Moreover, the woman in front of him was very much in need of Kachia's trading conditions. "As for the last condition, I will definitely give it to you. After all, if you were to look for it yourself, you wouldn't know it would be until the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse." To put it simply, Carlos took an insurance policy because he didn't know how powerful Zama was. A quick way to get to the Lucifer family is needed, at least compared to this group of low-level and mid-level magicians here. Okay. The deal is established, but all I can do is help you as much as possible. As for whether we can drive away those Corning Town bastards, I can't make any guarantees. The blonde man with glasses narrowed his eyes slightly. "However, since I helped them, they must pay for it. Thinking about it this way, even if his name reaches the ears of the woman in front of him. For Carlos, he really needed a quick way to get to England and Scotland. However, I can only help you. As for the final transaction results and content, I still need it. The promise was so quick. To be honest, Carlos felt very strange at the moment. In theory, shouldn't it be okay to bargain first? Any life, any person on this grassland. Carlos has never believed it, especially this group of rulers. They are a group of people who will not be greedy for small gains. After all, only those who are stingy and greedy for small gains can survive here. But the woman in front of him just said a few words and directly agreed to his request. Even if there are some problems with his request, it seems that it doesn't matter. Looking at it this way, Carlos suddenly found it strange, very strange. One of the points is that the content of the transaction of the invader from Corning Town is very simple. Help them and drive away 20 Zama with them. Of course, whether they can drive him away or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, in the end, he still got a detailed ticket to leave here. But why? The problem must be with Zama, because he didn't seem to see any problems with Kakia. Since the problem lies with Zama, then what needs to be done at this moment may be very simple. He plans to get to know this man named Zama first. Time passed quickly, accompanied by the team setting off from Corning Town. Bit by bit, it slowly fell towards this town. There was also a trace of indifference in Carlos's eyes. In these 2 days, he finally found out the situation of this Zama. Unlike what he imagined, this Zama is just a famous person in Corning Town, Or, in other words, this is just an ordinary gladiator. When he was at home, he defeated 2 enemies in the gladiator with a score of 1 against 2. Of course, he only has this 1 score. But why? Why do I need to move such an existence? After all, from the perspective of angle, for Carlos, they can't fly. But the magician can fly in the air anytime and anywhere. This advantage is very important, and it is also the biggest advantage of the magician at present. After all, they don't have eagles, so he can't fly around in the sky like a Ronin. They don't have magic, and not being able to fly is his disadvantage. Magicians are different, they can fly. This means that he doesn't need to beat this magician himself. Is there no magician in this town? Carlos doesn't believe it at all. Since all these impossibilities have been kicked out, for now there is only one possible answer. Zama may be just a cover, or he may be just a cover to lure himself out. Corning Town made a deal with this town to send himself out. Of course, this kind of sending is not to send them easily, but to let Carlos go out by himself. And then he was caught by them. If that's the case, then the woman named Keisha is really vicious. When I saw myself before, I underestimated the evaluation of the blonde man. In other words, I am still a little too biased. Among that group of rulers, perhaps only his sister Keisha was a truly ruthless and vicious person. This trick of killing people with a borrowed knife is particularly good and wonderful. After all, if once this town is allowed to hand over Carlos in person, so it doesn't matter whether Carlos is dead or alive, this town will basically be the enemy of Corning Town. But once Corning Town catches Carlos in person, the problem will be different. As time passed little by little, Carlos looked at the fiery figures in front of him one after another, gradually appearing in the dark night. The figures one after another holding torches gradually began to move forward in the dark night. Their figures formed a fiery snake. This fiery snake was longer than the fiery snake on the first night. It can be seen that these are also people from Corning Town. They are even more terrifying to many people. At this moment, Carlos slowly took out a bottle of magic potion from his pocket. Now the critical moment has arrived, although I don't know whether Keisha really knows that he is Carlos. Although I don't know if she really thinks she is a genius. But all this doesn't matter to this group of wild and evil guys. Carlos has an innate advantage. Take potions, for example. For Carlos, he packs a few bottles of potions almost every time he travels. As for Carlos's potion, it's not some off-brand potion. Among so many ancient books, the name of a potion that impressed Carlos was called the Potion of Confusion. This potion is also made from dragon blood, and this potion has a unique medicinal effect. That is confusion. To put it simply, once this potion is distributed, it will cause confusion. He can confuse the eyes and sights of countless people in front of him. Carlos sighed, knowing that if he wanted to leave here, he had to rely on himself. In this black mist, there seemed to be pairs of hands, covering the bodies and eyes of each person in front of me. He was ready to threaten this town, threatening them to hand over Carlos immediately, then apologize and kneel down to compensate. Immediately afterwards, a ball of flame gradually emitted from his hand. The twisted world and twisted space seemed to have something standing in front of him, shaking slowly. In an instant, the eyes of countless people in front of them were quietly covered, because his body was swaying and falling to the ground bit by bit. But his voice hasn't roared out yet, his words haven't spoken yet. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him had become blurry. Then slowly, another scene appeared in their sight. The black mist slowly drifted into the distance. In the corner, under the shadow in the darkness, Carlos just looked at the black mist in front of him quietly. However, even understanding it has no effect. Drowsiness gradually came to his mind, and at this moment he suddenly realized that he wanted to sleep, or what happened in front of him. After sighing, he waved his hand. At the front of the crowd, Zama yelled at the city wall. If we must rely on Keisha and the others, Carlos feels that he will be finished sooner or later. The flames were released under the power of the potion in front of him. Carlos stayed quietly in the darkness, his eyes looking at the place in front of him where the black fog was slowly covering. Outside the city wall, figures one after another were gathering here, and at the forefront of the countless figures, Zama was slowly falling to the ground. His body paused, and the blonde-haired man with glasses who was watching the scene above his face darkened slightly. His eyes slowly looked around. At this moment, he just wanted to find Carlos, who had agreed to come and fight with them. However, at this moment, there was no sign of Carlos in his sight. That's right, Carlos has disappeared into this dark world. The countless black mist in front of him, the endless black mist. Like pairs of hands, they descended gently from the sky to the earth. Then, as if shrouding the earth, those pairs of hands were so terrifying and frightening. The black mist descended, and the figures that gradually appeared above the ground slowly took up space. Their bodies were swaying slightly above the ground. It was as if they saw something unusual at this moment. In fact, this is normal. The confusion potion in this ancient medicine can easily cause hallucinations in the body. To put it simply, in their sight, everything they originally saw will disappear. And anything that appears in sight at this moment will become something else. This is the greatest effect and greatest use of the confusion potion. And Carlos used this confusion potion to blur the vision of the groups of enemies from Corning Town in front of him. Let their consciousness become blurred, and what they see is another content. Although Carlos didn't know what the dream of the man named Zama in front of him was, but I'm afraid it won't be long before they wake up. Carlos still remembers what the woman named Keisha said to him. He just needs to fight with Zama in front of him. To put it simply, just drive him away yourself. At this moment, he had already completed this move ahead of schedule. It also means that the transaction between himself and that woman is completed. Next, it was time for him to pay. With a sigh, Carlos's body slowly began to walk towards the back of the ship and gradually disappeared into the shadows. But at this moment, suddenly, a pair of high heels stepped on my feet. Slowly walking towards this side, the voice came from behind him. These bursts of sound, stepping on the bluestone floor, sounded so crisp and bright. For a moment, it seemed to make the man's heart sway. Carlos turned his head leisurely and looked behind him. With her soft and curvy figure and delicate face, she slowly spoke. "It's strange, I didn't go to you to ask for it. You actually came to me in advance. Why are you so impatient that you want to pay me? Then bring it and tell me where I can go directly to where I want to go." Keisha slowly walked toward Carlos, with a hint of charm and communication in his eyes. It was as if there were a pair of heart-wrenching hands that tightly grasped Carlos in front of him. This second was just a moment. It was difficult for Carlos to open his eyes, and his mind changed. Carlos shook his head and laughed. Then his hand grabbed over, and Kakia's face also changed suddenly, because Carlos was very fast, so fast that he couldn't react at all for a while. With a puff, Julos's 10 moves directly broke the illusion on Kakia's face. Then Carlos' body retreated fiercely and disappeared on the spot. Before, I thought there was something wrong with you guys. Now it seems that it's just as I expected. Why? The transaction is completed, but you don't want to pay me or something. If you say so, you look down on me too much. Carlos felt that the woman named Kakia in front of him really underestimated their group of magicians. The magician itself is called a magician, and the biggest advantage is that the magician is a single-core organism. Their whole life was spent in learning and learning. And similarly, when they learned the first one, it was difficult for them to learn the second one. The same is true for magicians. Generally speaking, magicians who are good at magic are not very strong in physical strength and skills. This is the result of their defects, but Carlos is different. There was a sound of dang, accompanied by Carlos's arm, which hit Kakia's arm hard. There was a bright and crisp sound, and the two forces collided with each other. Then Kakia flew to the side at a speed visible to the flesh. There was a sound of gyuluo, and Kakia, stepping on high heels, hit hard every time. It seems that this time it seems to knock Carlos directly to the ground. But the most regrettable thing is here I saw Carlos clenched his fists. Just like this, he tightly twisted Kakia's arm in front of him. The next moment, a Force 273 suddenly burst out. The physical strength of Carlos became terrifying in an instant. He threw it out fiercely and then looked at the figure of Keisha flying out. Then Carlos stretched out his staff, slowly pointed at Keisha over there, and said in a slightly cold voice, "A teacher once told me that every magician has a magician's weakness. In my opinion, what is the so-called weakness? It is because of the lack of practice. And what is my weakness? I always need someone to tell me the answer. But my teacher also told me that ordinary people should never use magicians. It is better to fight head-on. After all, no one knows how strong the magician on the opposite side is." With a rumble, Keisha's face changed slightly, because she suddenly found that there was a magic in front of her, rushing towards her fiercely. The speed of the magic rushing over was very fast, and it even came to her in the blink of an eye. Then it hit her fiercely. With a bang, Keisha's body flew out directly. Then he fell heavily on the wall behind him, leaving a shallow hole. The pain and fear in his body made blood spurt out continuously. At this moment, Carlos really wanted to curse Keisha in front of him. "Do you think I am called a genius for nothing?" After all, he was able to spread his name here from Hogwarts College, which was thousands of miles away. There is still some confidence, and Keisha, when facing Carlos at this moment. This is the first time I understand how powerful a Hogwarts genius is. But Carlos smiled slightly, with a white dew slowly forming on his face. Immediately afterwards, I saw Keisha's face gradually begin to change. His originally white face turned into a red face. On the red face, white lines are spreading bit by bit. From his forehead, it slowly spread to the lower half of his face. The white lines reminded Carlos of a legend. The fighting nation in the demon realm, the Guerra clan, this race likes to paint lines on their faces. Those marks were like snakes and earthworms spreading across their faces. The more traces a person has, the more powerful he is in the Craw clan. At this moment, like the 4 white marks on Keisha's face in front of him. Stretching from top to bottom, it looks like a bloody face. Carlos understood that he should be the stronger one among the grass tribe. Shaking his head, Carlos calmed down for a while, then took a deep breath. The body quickly flew into the air and then looked down, where Keisha, who was still looking at him quietly, smiled slightly for a moment. You still don't understand how powerful the magic robbery is. In other words, against you melee warriors who can only stand on the ground, magicians have a natural advantage. After Carlos finished speaking, he slowly extended his staff. On the staff, the light gradually began to fluctuate bit by bit. The next moment, Keisha smiled and looked at Carlos. As for Carlos, he looked at Kaki with the same smile for a moment. There was a bang, and Carlos heard a sound breaking through the air. Immediately afterwards, he saw Keisha in front of him suddenly disappearing from his sight. A bad premonition suddenly spread from behind him to his whole body. Carlos didn't hesitate at all. He quickly controlled the broom and immediately flew forward. The moment Carlos quickly moved away from Keisha in front of him. A terrifying impact force hit him in the air just where he was. There was a bang, and the impact cut through the air and the void. Then it directly smashed into the surrounding trees, looking at Carlos, who avoided him at this moment. Keisha smiled slowly again with a hint of wind at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say that magicians have a huge advantage over so-called reckless men like us? Why are you suddenly running away now? Running away from me is also a dishonorable thing, isn't it? Carlos sighed a little, then burst into laughter. Indeed, it is indeed true. It seems that he still underestimates these powerful people in the world. Then the next moment she saw Carlos' body disappearing in front of her. At this moment I felt Keisha's face darken slightly. Because she didn't see how Carlos disappeared. Then he appeared directly in his sight. In less than a second, at the same time, the distance between Carlos and Keisha in front of him was only a fist wide. Then, at such a small distance, I could only see the staff in Carlos' hand, which had been pointed at Cartier's abdomen, and it was tightly next to Keisha's abdomen. Kang Lang's voice sounded, and Keisha felt a burst of pain in his abdomen. The deep pain cannot be explained in words. His body was destroyed by this pain, and he fell out instantly. A clanging sound sounded as if 10 strands of energy were injected into the abdomen. This energy is constantly destroying all the functions of his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Carlos glanced at Keisha, who flew backwards. Then he rode his broom and flew quickly into the sky. That's right, the moment Carlos was about to leave here and fly away. What he didn't expect at all was that a figure was looking at him quietly in the gloomy alley. The eyes of that figure stared slightly at the direction Carlos left, and then slowly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, the blond man with glasses looked at his sister, who fell in front of him. On the other side, the elder brother, who was slowly walking over, gently shook his head and said, I really don't understand why you two let him go so easily. Even if he is still known as a genius, if we want to keep him, it's not impossible, right? The sister, who was knocked to the ground by Carlos, slowly got up from the ground with pain on her face. She put her hands on the wall next to her, and her brother, who came from behind, just smiled softly. He took out a bottle of magic potion from his pocket and handed it to Keisha. Keisha immediately took the potion and swallowed it suddenly. The potion flows through the body's limbs and then into the blood. Gradually, the magic power brought by Carlos began to be eliminated. It was originally destroying all the organs in Keisha's body, as well as the magic power of the blood. Under the power of this magic potion, the smoke disappeared and turned into mist. Keisha breathed a sigh of relief just now. He was indeed in very, very painful pain, and there was no way he could get through this kind of pain. You are too young, even I could have noticed it just now. Carlos simply didn't use all his strength. Even like this, he can defeat me completely or kill people. Think about it, if Carlos had used all his strength just now, I might not even be able to get close to him. This was not because Keisha underestimated Carlos, nor was it because Keisha was afraid of Carlos, but I was really a little scared. This is sometimes the case for Keisha. Geniuses in this world cannot be recognized by common sense. The brother on the other side had already taken out a letter. The family has sent a letter. Carlos cannot die, moreover, even if we want to kill him. The blond man with glasses was slightly startled. Family? Why does the family care so much about Carlos? Could it be that something happened over there? Faced with the question of the blonde man with glasses, it was obvious that the brother on this side was not going to explain. It was Keisha who stood up little by little. She sat on the chair next to her again and slowly explained. The relationship between nobles and nobles is like a river and a great pass. Countless rivers continuously converge into the sea to form this big world, but once there is a river, it starts to become dirty and starts to become rotten. Then I am afraid that all the rivers and the sea will be annihilated. Remember what I am going to say next. What our family is currently trying to do is to balance all the nobles and the magic courtyard. Or maybe it's the Ronin here, we all have to change the relationship between them. Balance all their rights. Do you know why the family was so peaceful at this moment? That's easy because Carlos is here. You can think of Carlos as a link between all the nobles. If this bond is contaminated or cut off, then the commotion between nobles and nobles will continue. Because of Carlos, he connected the declining nobles and gained a place and power among those powerful nobles. So Carlos cannot die at this moment. Nothing can happen to him. After Katia calmed down the desire that was constantly vomiting in his heart, then she gently started to stand up, then she stretched out her hand and finally spoke slowly. Come on, let's go meet those guys in Corning Town. My father said that no matter how hard we balance the bonds and relationships between us, we must also not have any weakness, because only the strong enough can retain the fear in the hearts of others. After finishing speaking, Keisha took the two younger brothers in front of him and walked slowly towards the distance. The blonde man with glasses nodded. He could not interfere with the family's decision, nor could he have any doubts. This is a normal thing for them. After all, they can only be said to be at the bottom of the family. Being assigned to a border town like this, it is actually very difficult to work for the family. Addie, if you don't listen to your family more and don't listen to your family's orders, they may never even have a chance to return to their own clan in their entire lives. On the other side, in the Slokey family, the expressions of Duck and Slokey are constantly changing at this moment. He never expected that Carlos would disappear after Hogwarts. The Lutheran district, which was 10,000 meters away, actually appeared in an instant. There is a very large country, and the Magician Association there is also just a group of very powerful people. But the most terrifying thing is that the Magician Association there recognizes the existence of evil magicians. Duck shook his head, and then he opened a photo album in his hand. Then he opened the innermost page. In the photo album, there was a white note sandwiched in the innermost page. On the piece of paper, there were light yellow marks drawn one after another. Duck shook his head, opened the note, and read the contents. That was the content given to me by my ancestors. After his ancestor left this world, he told himself, Luo Kia, if you want to keep your name, you must protect your position. Then there is only one way, and that is to do the mission that the family has always had. So what is the mission of the family? Dak has been thinking about it for so long, but I still don't understand what the mission of the family is. It's not just him who doesn't understand, maybe even everyone in the Luja family doesn't understand. So he continued what his ancestors had always done. That is to connect all the families. Just because the influence of the Luja family is getting weaker and weaker, it has become difficult for the family to maintain this relationship and become a bond. And at this time, when Dea was worried about how to contact all the nobles, Carlos appeared, and Carlos's appearance gave him a clear direction. He didn't expect that the break in the relationship could be so easy, and it could be balanced for him easily. The family, which was originally out of control, was suddenly crashing into countless places around it. But at this moment, Carlos's identity and Carlos' methods appeared. Carlos's name became a word of resentment among those ancient families. Carlos knew that these ancient families could not be connected with those declining families. Otherwise, those declining families will have only two consequences. Either they will be swallowed up or they will break out of their cocoons and be reborn. You know, throughout England and Scotland, it can be said that there are thousands of nobles and there are even more declining nobles. Under such circumstances, once the declining nobles are allowed to rejoin the existing ancient nobles, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Nothing can happen to Carlos, he must return to Hogwarts alive. Yes, father. Obviously, he had already anticipated the situation and seen in front of him. Then the man walked away bit by bit. In other words, he has seen it countless times. Even though the Lucifer family at this moment is no longer led by Carlos. Immediately afterwards, I saw this man quickly drawing his sword and stabbing forward. In the next moment, Dea suddenly raised his head. A blond man with blue eyes slowly raised his hand. Go get Edward, I need him to do something. Of course, if this is a real sword, it will look like this, but it is just a wooden sword. But if Carlos comes back, then the current relationship and the problems of the nobles will be solved. He looked at the man below him and then spoke slowly. The man saluted respectfully and then spoke slowly. The long sword in his hand was raised little by little, which was the oldest sword etiquette in the West. He quickly retreated towards the back, of course, with a calm expression on his face. The other guard in front of him was stabbed again and again. On the other side, on the family playground, every time the sword came out and crossed, it would bring deep scars on his body, as well as marks and cuts one after another. Edward Sloach, this person is the most talented student in the Sloach family. Of course, compared to the few people who are famous in Hogwarts College at the moment. Edward is still a little worse, but Edward is at least in the entire Sloach family. For today's generation, it's enough to be considered a genius. Therefore, this is why Dak thinks that the Sloach family has been in ruins by now. Because of the entire Slokey family, the head of the huge family, and the younger generation of the Branch family. There are almost 200 magicians in total, but the only one who can really leave his name in the entire magician society is Edward. "Father, are you looking for me?" Dagger slowly turned around, his eyes just staring at Edward in front of him. Then he slowly pointed at the piece of paper in front of him. "You should read the contents of the note first and then talk about it." Then, he frowned slightly. "Carlos, the name Carlos." It was so loud that Edward felt that his name should be left in this Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, compared to him, the mystery of his genius is still not worthy of the name. Perhaps, only that legendary genius, Harry Potter, could look down on Carlos. "Father, do you mean to say that this genius is now at Ludby's? But why is he there? He's not already." Dark nodded. "Yes, the news that Carlos is dead was released by the James family. But none of us know whether Carlos is really dead or all of us are just weird. Is Carlos's death real or fake? Now it seems that this news is a bit too real. Do you understand, Edward? Now you have a very important thing to do." Edward nodded slowly and put away the wooden sword in his hand. Then he inserted the sword into the scabbard with a respectful look. Immediately afterwards, his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. He knelt on one knee and blocked his heart bit by bit with his left hand. There was a solemn and serious look on his face. "Yes, father, of course I understand what you mean. The Slokey family has been working hard to protect balance all their lives, and I have been working hard to protect balance my whole life." Edward, in an instant, understood what his father wanted him to do at this moment. After he nodded, he turned and walked away. Outside there at the moment was his butler, holding a long western sword and handing it to him. This western sword is engraved with patterns made of light sapphire. After receiving the western sword, Edward walked towards the distance little by little. There was a special person outside to pick him up, and the driver was already ready to go. Duck nodded. He was still very happy. After all, the entire Sicky family has this successor. After all, an ancient inherited family cannot simply collapse under such circumstances, right? In that case, the final ending won't be pretty, right? Carlos on the other side slowly touched the white paper in his hand. Then he sighed and he was fooled. After leaving that small town, Yin Luoki embarked on the journey back. Of course, fortunately, he also got a note placed on the chest of the lady. Drawn on the note is a map that leads directly to leaving this town. This line can directly lead from this town to the town on the other side. And in the town over there, you can directly enter the Muggle station. That's right, Carlos can finally leave this sinful place. History has gone through for almost 2 full months. Even Carlos himself didn't know what he had become. He only felt that he was unkempt at this moment, with long hair and a long beard. You can't tell at all that you look like a young man at this moment. After all, young people will not become like this, even worse than a beggar. After sighing, Carlos continued to sit on his bed and then ran towards the distance. While flying in the air, he suddenly saw a figure in front of him. He was riding a broom and kept flying towards the front. In Carlos's eyes, alertness suddenly appeared. "Please give me flowers." In this vast grassland, in this place with no villages or shops, such a person actually appeared again. Carlos felt very strange. Who is this person? The man held the map in his hand with a stupid look on his face and kept looking at every point on the map. She is a girl, a very beautiful girl. Of course, from Carlos's point of view, this was a girl, although her face had a little bit of a pockmark. But her face is pretty good. His fair face could indeed cover his pockmarks. That girl seemed to have noticed Carlos hurrying up from behind her. "Stop, if you come here again, I will be rude to you. Let me tell you, I am an intermediate magician." Her eyes narrowed slightly and she also showed a vigilant look. Like that evil magician and like Keisha. The girl in front of me saw Caluo chasing after her, and that weak girl seemed to finally feel an explosion of anger. Yes, Carlos knew that this was the expression he should show when meeting a stranger in the grassland. The face of the girl opposite showed a burst of scorn and indignation. Her voice was very stern but very pleasant. She slowly stretched out the staff in her hand and then quickly waved it towards Callus. Carlos didn't know why, but suddenly he felt very nostalgic at this moment. "Excuse me, this beautiful lady, why do you feel that I have been following you all this time, not because we two died on the same road? It's because of the little pepper." And Carlos quietly flew forward on his broom. In this way, the two of them were chasing each other, just like a murderous demon chasing a young and weak girl. She looked at the tip of Carlos's nose and wanted to continue to curse, but Carlos spoke slowly and harshly. Carlos was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed disbelief. He quickly rode his broom and flew towards his front. The feeling in their eyes is very strange. At this moment, Carlos was holding a map in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on the girl in front of him. This girl is probably about the same age as herself or Dorola and the others. It should also be the age of a school student. The girl's eyes are very big, as if wearing a layer of filters shining with light. In the light, there seems to be bursts of pure beauty. The girl seemed to have noticed the map in Carlos's hand at this moment. A map, a really detailed map. The other one is another small picture extending from the small town to politics, but that picture is just a line drawn. Carlos still needs to distinguish it himself. Carlos appeared directly in front of the girl like this. At the beginning, the girl used 560 as a reference to her disheveled face, which looked like a beggar. It was a B***** D from somewhere, or a villain who followed her specifically. Then prepare to wait for the girl to rest, or wait for her to relax her vigilance. If you pounce on it, you can push it down and rub it on the ground. "I'm sorry, but can you please stay away for a while? Even if we are traveling together, you shouldn't be so close, right? I still don't know you. It's better for us to keep a little distance." Carlos understood that the little girl in front of him began to become wary. However, this is indeed a good thing. Nodding, Calliope rode his broom and slowly stopped in place. After waving her hand, the girl saw Carlos's indifferent expression. He also seemed to feel that he might have wrongly blamed Carlos. After nodding slightly apologetically, he picked up his broom and rushed towards Masaharu's direction. And Carlos discovered that when he couldn't see the girl. Then he slowly followed it, flying straight ahead. But his eyes looked around bit by bit. After all, Carlos needs to be alert to sudden dangers around him. But when Carlos continued to fly forward, he realized something was wrong. Several figures seemed to appear in front, and the figure among them was the voice of that girl. As for the other figures, they seemed to be chasing the girl, flying towards the town. Of course, looking at it from Carlos's perspective, he discovered. Although those figures were chasing the girl towards the town, however, their hands also wanted to pull the girl's clothes from time to time. It was as if he wanted to pull her to the side and get away from here. After hesitating for a moment, the man who fell into the water flew forward on his broom. The girl seemed unable to bear their insults. Need was angry and then expelled them. But unfortunately, these four people are obviously not as easy to talk to as Carlos. The movement range of the four people has begun to become larger and larger. It seemed to be heading towards the girl's sensitive parts. At this moment, the figure of Carlos flying from behind happened to be seen by these four men. The girl also saw the same thing. The five of them slowly turned their heads to look at Carlos behind them. There was obvious surprise in the girl's eyes, and he wanted to ask Carlos for help. Then Carlos sighed quietly. He understood only when he saw the threatening expressions on the faces of the four people. These four people are definitely people with bad intentions. Without the slightest hesitation, Carlos flew forward from the side of the girl. The scene before her eyes really shocked the girl. She never thought that Carlos in front of her would be so ungentlemanly. Didn't I just drive him away before? Is there any need to be so stingy? And shouldn't the behavior just now be normal behavior? Of course, the girl understood that Carlos had no obligation to help her. Also, after all, he and he are indeed strangers. I said the same thing before. But what she didn't expect was that Carlos looked very dirty and beggar-like. On the contrary, he is such a gentleman. The four men smiled slightly and were about to continue teasing the girl in front of them. And the girl was about to take out her staff and fight back. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in their sight and struck hard. The speed of this ray of light is very fast. It is a yellow ray of light. The light hit a man's body hard and there was a bang. The man didn't pause at all and his body flew straight back. There was a clang sound and his body fell on the big tree behind. It also slowly fell down, and then in a split second before the other three men could react, 3 more rays of light struck hard. The 3 men hesitated sometimes, and when they wanted to block it, they found that it was too late. Their bodies were knocked out again and again. The girl looked at the scene in front of her with surprise and then looked at the direction in which the light bloomed with confusion. Then she saw behind a huge stone. At this moment, a figure was slowly walking out, and a familiar figure looked at him quietly. There was ridicule in her eyes, and the girl understood that it was this beggar who saved her. At this moment, the girl suddenly realized that her previous judgment of people by their appearance was indeed a bit bad. Just when he was about to apologize and thank him, he realized that Carlos was already far away. The angry girl was speechless. Of course, as a girl, she also has the reserve of her noble status. Naturally, she would not catch up with Carlos. However, he soon realized something was wrong because of the 4 figures that had just been beaten away by Carlos. At this moment, he actually disappeared 2 meters behind him, and then suddenly, slowly, several more black shadows appeared next to him. And it was much bigger than the 4 black shadows before. The figures one after another kept attacking the girl here. Then he saw a girl in front of him, quickly accelerated his speed, and chased after Carlos. Carlos looked at the girl chasing after him with a strange expression on his face. He just wanted to taunt her, but he found that there seemed to be figures appearing next to the girl. There is clearly evil intention in the eyes of these figures. It seemed that they wanted to operate on themselves and this girl. It seems that the blow I just gave them was not harsh enough. It's just that Expelliarmus seems a little too easy for them. Hurry, help me, they're catching up. The girl chased her very fast on her broom. In her opinion, it is simply too difficult to deal with the strength of the 10 people around her with her own strength. After all, each of the 10 people around him basically has the magic power of an intermediate magician in his body. This means that these 10 people should all be intermediate magicians. Looking at it this way, perhaps only Carlos in front of him can help him, and this girl saw that it was the Carlos gang who helped him just now. So Carlos indirectly became enemies with them. Although this is the result of my own reasons, but for now it doesn't matter whether it's Carlos or myself. It's best for 2 people to help each other survive. And Carlos did not hesitate at all, his eyes flickered slightly. Then the staff in his hand waved slowly. The next moment, the magic power began to collect on the staff. Immediately afterwards, the broom under the body spit out a terrifying magic power in an instant. The magic power fiercely moved towards the front 3, and there was a ping sound. Carlos' body just shuttled through the air and then disappeared. At this moment, the girl who saw the scene in front of her looked down slightly. She didn't expect Carlos to have this skill. Yes, if you can't fight, just run away. After all, Carlos is not stupid, you said when you face 4 people. I can also help you clean them up, but suddenly there are 15 people. I really don't have that strong ability, I am just a little intermediary magician. How is it possible to deal with 15 people? Looking at Carlos, he quickly left towards the front. The girl immediately looked at Carlos's back with wandering eyes. It feels like looking at a heartless man, and Carlos was flying in front. Although his inner consciousness was warning himself, don't look back, don't look back. But in the end, he couldn't help but glance back. Finally, he discovered that the girl he was chasing behind him had tears streaming down his face. I really couldn't bear to look at that look, and Carlos's face darkened slightly. Why did he turn around all of a sudden? Wouldn't it be better if he had known better and wouldn't have turned around? If you continue to run after seeing this, wouldn't you be a little too immoral? Carlos felt like he was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. At this moment, he was disheveled and looked like a beggar, but he still wanted to save her. Only a creaking sound was heard, and the broomstick he gave birth to spun around in the air. Carlos's body slowly turned around. Then he looked at the girl in front of him, watching her tears continue to flow freely in the sky. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly and spoke slowly. Let's take action together. These things are all human-eating demons on this grassland. And I saved your life today, you must repay me in the future. After Carlos finished speaking, he took out his staff, but this time he took out another staff. It was a black, gold, and white staff hidden on the waist. Inlaid on this staff is a dragon-shaped staff carved from 1,000-year-old dragon wood. There was a murderous look in Carlos's eyes, and he stared quietly at the 4 people flying toward him at the moment. The girl suddenly realized that there was murderous intent in Carlos's eyes, and she was also shocked. She may have thought of this man who looked dirty like a beggar and looked down upon. He could be such a rich man, and that staff doesn't look cheap at first glance. The next moment, when Carlos took out 10 bottles of magic potion 10 times, for some reason, the girl discovered that the beggar was herself. Carlos slowly took out a bottle of Drafa's potion. The purple potion was poured into the mouth with a little shaking. Then Carlos slowly pulled out his staff and pointed it at the 15 people bit by bit. Get ready, use your maximum magic power, and then we'll talk about it after one of the fields falls. After finishing speaking, Carlo's quick eyes flashed slightly. I silently chanted Avada Kedavra in my heart. In the next moment, the 4 or 5 people on the opposite side had not yet reacted. Then there was a black light flashing out from the black gold staff. The staff made of dragon wood also represents the moment when the magic power is strongest. There was a rumble, and the black light brought by Avada Kedavra struck a person hard. The man's face darkened slightly, and Carlos didn't hold back this time. You won't just use weapons to deal with the enemies in front of you like last time. The moment the black light hit the man, that person's body flew out directly and then turned into a shriveled corpse lying on the ground in the air. The expressions of the remaining 14 people darkened slightly. They did not expect that their enemies would be so difficult, and the strength will be so strong. And it looks like that man looks like a beggar. No, now that I am a Westerner, how can I say the word King of Hell? Carlos, who said this, was suddenly stunned. They understood that the 2 people in front of them were difficult to deal with. Logically speaking, I should say the God of Death. I don't know if the other party would understand me if I say the King of Hell. Of course, it doesn't matter whether the other person understands or not what the words King of Hell mean. As she spoke, the staff in the girl's hand lit up slightly, revealing a black light that seemed to be about to be released. It was probably a high-level magician, and the 14 people were whispering to each other. He shouted sharply at the remaining 14 people. If you want to die, just continue to catch up. I will send you to see the King of Hell. Then they nodded one after another and dispersed around. It was obvious that they were indeed scared. Then the 14 people looked at each other, and then the girl next to Carlos seemed to take out the staff intentionally or unintentionally. Carlos stopped his body movements when he saw the 14 people. Carlos 190, who calmed down, yelled at the remaining 14 people over there. Ever since, the 14 people in front of them suddenly darkened slightly. At least they understand what the word death means. Then he forcibly calmed his mind and his movements. Yes, if you don't want to die, come here quickly and I will take you there. Because Carlos understood that if he couldn't be a genius, he would just be a mediocre person. Just because you are mediocre doesn't mean you can't beat a genius.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.